and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Day 8 of the Olympic Games has brought more gold for Australia. We're into double digits now, 10 gold medals, and now firmly inside our top 5 performances at the Olympics as far as gold medal counts go. Welcome to the night session of SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Thank you to Adam Peacock taking us through the afternoon session and Sam Hargraves earlier in the morning for their coverage. So Australia has added 4 more medals to their tally, all of them coming earlier in the morning, all of them in the pool as well. Kaylee McEwen's gold and Emily Seebohm's bronze in the women's 200-metre backstroke final. Ariane Titmus took silver in the women's 800-metre freestyle, and the mixed medley relay team claimed bronze with Emma McKeon anchoring the side. Matt Temple finished 5th in the men's 100-metre butterfly, where Caleb Dressel took gold for the States, and Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell both qualified for the women's 50-metre freestyle final. It's been a successful day on the track as well, with all 3 of Peter Bowl, Charlie Hunter and Jeffrey Risley progressing from the heats into the semis in the men's 800 metres. Likewise, Liz Clay in the women's 100-metre hurdles, while Curtis Marshall is looking to replicate Steve Hooker's heroics by finishing 2nd in his group and making it into the pole vaulting final. In the diving, only a few moments ago, Esther Chin qualified and is into the women's 3-metre springboard final in the coming days. Coming up tonight, there's plenty on the way in just a few moments. So we've just had kickoff in the women's 5th v 6th place match in the Rugby Sevens, Australia and the USA. So we'll take you there in a moment. One of the major events of tonight will be the tennis, the bronze medal match between Ash Barty and John Peers and Nina Stojanovic and Novak Djokovic. The mixed doubles bronze medal match between Australia and Serbia. We'll take you there and we'll get as much of that as we can. At the same time will be the men's group match in the basketball. The Boomers are taking on Germany tonight. That kicks off or tips off in about 20 minutes from now. In the boxing, Harry Garside is our last boxer standing. We took 5 to Tokyo. He's the last one there. He's in the men's lightweight division, the round of 16 clash against Jonas from Namibia, and then we have a triple threat in the athletics. The men's long jump, it's the qualification stage. Group A, Henry Frayne will be there for the Aussies. We have the men's 100-metre sprint, the heats. Rowan Browning is coming up tonight at about 9:30, and in the discus, it's the final at 9:15. Matt Denny, who qualified with the 4th best throw in the qualification stages yesterday, he's in the men's discus final and is our last chance for a gold medal today. There's more gold medals on the way for Australia in the week ahead, but as far as today goes, Matt Denny will be going for gold for Australia later tonight at 9:15 Eastern time. But 2 medals up for grabs overall in the discus firstly, and then also in the bronze medal match in the mixed doubles. Hopefully we can claim them both, and it would be nice if Ash Barty and John Peers obviously can defeat Novak Djokovic and Nina Stojanovic. Speaking of Novak Djokovic, he's competing for his own bronze medal right now in the singles. He is at 1 set apiece against Pablo Carreño Busta from Spain. Carreño Busta took the first set 6-4, and Djokovic took the second set there in a tiebreaker, so into the third set they go. SEN Olympics is for Mate Communication, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and for Xero, online accounting to help you do business, but better. We'll be speaking to Brett Phillips. He'll be joining us at the end of the Ash Barty and John Peers mixed doubles bronze medal match, so we'll catch up with BP very, very soon. As soon as that match is done, that match is yet to get underway. Obviously, the Joker has to finish his singles match first. That'll be up a little later on in the evening. Before any of that, though, let's take you out to this 5th place match between Australia and the USA. The Aussies, heartbreakingly yesterday, we had Chloe Dalton in the studio with us as we watched the Aussies take on Fiji in the quarterfinals, and we just missed it by a whisker. 2-point loss to the Fijians yesterday in the quarters, so no medals on offer. The Aussies won't be defending their gold from Rio 2016 in the women's rugby sevens, but they'll be going hell for leather here in the 5th and 6th place match. The winner gets 5th, so hopefully the Aussies can do it. Let's find out how they're going as we join this match. Halfway through the first half, the Aussies against the USA. It's currently 0-0 in the rugby sevens.
Oh, did she keep it in? No, the flag is up, and so not a bad option to try and turn the Americans around.
We can just see how quick Vania Politi really is. We haven't got to see much of Vani. She's been doing a lot of the hard work and just being a workhorse. She almost got there. I actually think she kept that ball in. It didn't bounce out and her foot wasn't out before she touched it. So, tough call there.
So the USA finally with some possession, but they're deep inside their own territory. Abigastitis, one of the co-captains. Heberlin to Doyle. Now this is the star in the back line. Now look, Kelter. Great defence from Politi. And Vani going through and knocking the ball down.
Oh no. No. Goal ball? Off of goal? Yeah. Okay. Just knocked on.
Just knocked on. So for a while there, maybe they were thinking about a yellow for a deliberate knockdown.
Yeah, certainly, but it was the number 6, Lauren Doyle, who still had the ball in hand. So Vani has just gone to play at that. If the ball was in the air, I think she would have been super unlucky to be on the receiving end of a yellow card. But Maya Tapper coming off for a rest. She's had to do plenty of work in defence, trying to stop the likes of Vania Politi. Speedster on the wing.
These teams have played 22 times on the World Series. Australia winning 11, USA 10, just the one draw. Australia have won the last 2 matches of 2020, but earlier on last year the USA won 2. Great rivals. Kelter across field. Oh, and then it was Tolliver in the 13 jersey that had a little look. Forgot to catch the ball.
And we haven't seen a lot of Nia Tolliver either. She hasn't played many minutes in this tournament, so it's tough to come on in a big match like this and produce some magic. Just got a few pre-game jitters that have just got in the way there. And rightfully so. Australia can be quite daunting when they're up in your face.
The Aussies have had plenty of possession in the first half. They need to come up with something.
I need your shoulder to be strong, your shoulder and her shoulder. Thank you. And hold your space until I call set. Thank you. Crouch.
It's another warm night in Tokyo.
Set.
Casley puts it in. Gives it to Ashby. Politi, the double round with Ashby. That's nice. Chance here out wide. And it goes out now to Nathan. A sprint for the line. And Faith Nathan will get the try for Australia. Beautifully worked. That's sevens rugby at its best.
It certainly is. And Faith Nathan, one of those young up-and-coming stars in this Australian outfit. Fantastic finish. But what about the work there from Maddie Ashby? A beautiful ball right on the chest. The loop play as well. It just kills defence if you don't work hard early on to cover that extra player that's looped around. The likes of Ashby there. Great vision and a great link up between the two youngsters.
And the conversion from out wide falls short. So it's Australia 5, USA 0. Playing off for 5th place. 4 tries at the Olympic Games for Faith Nathan. She turned 21 earlier this week. Kershey. Can the USA hit back before half-time? Good strong carry again from Gustitis, and the penalty goes against the USA. So the Aussies might have the final say here in this opening stanza.
Going to set up for the set-piece tap here. See if they can attack this USA defence one more time before half-time.
Casley, double pump there. Tonagato into scrum half. Williams, Politi, putting on the footwork, and she's going to take the tackle. It'll come back. Down the short side goes Shani Williams. Williams trying to catch it napping, but they read it pretty well. Emma got back there. Long ball now to Ashby. And Caslick with some room, some time to think about it. And backwards. And Nathan throwing the dummy and going. Where's the support? She lays it back. Caslick, Tonagato, Hayes. Oh, good hands from Politi. And scrambling defence from the USA again. Good tackle, Ma. Caslick. Ashby. Back into Nathan. Back to Ashby. Madison Ashby for Australia. Well worked again. Two of the youngsters turning it on at Tokyo.
Such a well-worked try once again. Maddie Ashby and Faith Nathan just running an absolute muck there. And it's just staying alive with the ball in hand. A beautifully timed switch. Probably a little bit too early there from Nathan. Alev Kelter was able to read the switch line, but to keep the ball alive, Maddie Ashby to stay on her feet, reload and get ready to go again. That's tough. Last game of the day, and that's a brilliant effort.
Oh, yeah. Job well done. Madison Ashby. So it's half time. The playoff of 10-0. Australia over the USA.
2 tries for Australia at the end of that first half in the Rugby Sevens match, the 5th and 6th place match. Australia and the USA. They played each other in the group stage, and Australia lost to the United States at the very end of the match, conceding 2 late tries in the second half, and lost that game 14-12. So the Aussies looking to make amends and get some revenge on the Americans, and hope that they can finish higher than them in the final rankings in Rugby Sevens. So the 2 tries there for Australia. Faith Nathan scoring just before or about 2 minutes before the half, and then Maddie Ashby just after the half-time hooter had sounded. They play extra time until the last play finishes effectively, so that came after the 7 minutes were up, and then she scored and thus ended the half. So 10-0 for Australia. They didn't convert either try, unfortunately, so 10-0 could have been 14-0, but 10-0, we'll take that. That's at the moment. So half-time, we'll come back to that in about a minute or two. It's very short half-time breaks in Rugby Sevens. Around the grounds, thanks to Beaumont Tiles. You can shop Beaumont Tiles at tile.com.au. Live events or events that have just finished for Australia. In the sailing, now we're a pretty good chance for a couple of these sailing classes. Not for the men's skiff 49er, unfortunately. The Phillips brothers, Will and Sam, finished 9th in the last race. 12 races completed and are sitting 12th overall. The medal race is to come, so they won't be able to make up the difference on the points tally in the final race to win the medal. And currently live, or actually just having finished a moment ago, was the mixed multi-hull in the sailing. Jason Waterhouse and Lisa Darmanin finished 4th overall and are 4th in the overall tally with 3 races to go before the medal race. So they are right in contention to take a medal there in the mixed multi-hull. We'll do a full breakdown of what's happened today in just a moment, but that's what's happened recently from an Aussie perspective. For Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. Second half commencing, Rugby Sevens, Australia leading 10-0 over the Americans. Let's head back to Greg Clark, your commentator.
They've played each other a total of 22 times, and it's a tight matchup. Australia 11 wins, USA 10 and 1 draw. So they're very well positioned sides when they play against each other.
Hines puts it in, takes it out under all sorts of pressure from Nicole Evelyn, but it comes back for the green and gold. And Ashby, wild pass, but they were playing advantage, so it's a chance to run there. Penalty to Australia.
Once again, another attacking opportunity here. It's all going in the favour of the Aussies at the moment, so can they produce some more points to extend a nice healthy lead, or will the USA pull something out of the hat like we've seen them do this week?
Caslick across field, delivers to Williams. Hines to Ashby. Tonagato Pops it up for Hines. Williams. Here's Hayes. One-on-one. Good defence. Kershey. Tonegado. Loops one over to Kaslik, and now Hines. Ashby. I think she spotted the gap, but then offloads to Kaslik. There's another penalty going against the USA. Yep. Kaslik will have to take it on the mark.
Offside.
Offside, USA.
The ill discipline creeping in here for the USA out of desperation to try and hold Australia out of their 22.
Substitution.
Some substitutions coming on as well. Oh, we've got a chance. Tiara, what do you reckon? Charlotte Kaslik, Williams, Parry, Beliti. Will we see them at the next Olympics?
Still early days, Clarkie. I'd like to see Charlotte Kaslik and Ivania Politi and all of the girls in this side play on, but I know that Shani and Shannon have been around for a long time and will no doubt be wanting a well-deserved rest.
So here is Kaslik. Across it goes now to Demi Hayes. In, away, back in. Desperate defence required by the USA, but a nice build-up here for Australia. Soraya Paki. Oh, the tackle had to be made, and then she lost it. It was a big tackle coming up from Alona Ma.
Injecting plenty of energy off the bench, Soraya Paki. Unfortunate to knock the ball on there. A big tackle, though, as you said, from Alona Ma had to be made. She got on the inside shoulder of Abby Kustaitis, so a perfect spot to just back herself and go. That ball just slipping out. And the first real attacking opportunity that we've seen USA have, but they've got plenty of work to do to work themselves down the field. And Australia will no doubt have more energy, seeing as they've had far more possession.
10-zip. Australia over the USA. The Aussies looking for a bit of revenge. Here's Kelter. Getting it to Doyle. Leaving penalty for the USA.
Bring it back and tap it.
It was Naya Tapper there, just picked the ball up and ran away with it. You need to tap the ball, make sure it's released from your hands before playing that penalty. Just missed the jump there, unfortunately for them.
Ebel into the forward jersey. She's actually been playing rugby since she was 15, which is quite rare for the Americans, because normally they have been recruited from other sports. And here we go. Here's an opportunity for Naya Tapper. They've fallen off a couple. Hines coming at her. Inside it goes. And Kershey backing up brilliantly. Christy Kershey gets the try. It's her fourth for the tournament, and it's between the sticks, so they're backing it down. The USA, couple of missed tackles, one-on-one.
Yeah, well, they were definitely never out of it, the USA. As we said, they didn't have much ball in the first half, nor the start of the second half. And Naya Tapper, too strong there. 2 missed tackles from Australia, which let her just run away down the sideline. But great support line there from Christy Kershey. They won't catch her with that much space to play with.
Yeah, Kershey, she was a member of the World Rugby Dream Team in 2020. The rookie year was 2019, and she was nominated for Rookie of the Year. Here we go. Kaslik. Oh, great hands from Hayes, and now Politi. And she'll just settle it. And it's a high shot there, above the shoulders. 2.5 remaining. The Aussies looking to finish 5th, looking to finish with a flourish.
Charlotte Kaslik made a half break there, and I thought she was going to back herself. She beat her opposite defender one-on-one, but she just wanted to play it safe and look for the switch line with Demi Hayes.
Kaslik. Oh, good ball. Bit of space out wide if they can get it. And the dummy from Ashby. She gives it now to Nathan. Matthias makes the tackle. Kaslik, the double pump across to Hines, and over it goes to Demi Hayes. Try time to the green and gold. Demi's 4th try for Tokyo 2020. Is that enough?
I think it will be. Desperate defence is what is going to hold this lead for the Australians, but what a beautifully worked try. Almost every single player on the field got a touch on the ball, and they still had plenty to do shifting it from edge to edge, but they've stretched the defence of the USA the whole game, and the opportunities opened up there. Tia Hines with a beautiful ball to Demi Hayes, who's been outstanding for Australia this week.
17-7. A minute remaining. Demi Hayes, bronze at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in 2018. Silver in the Com Games 2018. Went to the Commonwealth Youth Games for Australia in 2015. Won a gold medal there. No medal in Tokyo, but hopefully we'll see the likes of Demi Hayes at the next Olympics. So the USA is Kershey, and again it is Tapper causing all sorts of problems. Kazalik comes in and takes it around the legs. Sarai Parky pleading there, saying she was onside, but not to be. So now Jordan Matthias, they try and hold her up. She goes to ground. They've got some numbers out wide. There's the offload. Kershey, good hands from Tapper, but she looks to be out on her feet at the moment. And the hooter sounds. Johnny Manenti, the coach, and his assistant, James Chucky Stannard. Hopefully they'll continue on and guide this team to things like the Commonwealth Games and maybe the Rugby World Cup Sevens next year, if it happens. But what about the finish? Australia, the green and gold, they finished 5th. Well done. Congratulations to them. The game plan was to go out, have a bit of fun, express yourself, and they have got some revenge against the USA. 17-7. Charlotte Kazalik, well done. And we have enjoyed watching the Aussies. They didn't get the medal they were chasing, but they finished 5th. 17-7 over the USA.
So there we go. Australia finished 5th overall in the Women's Rugby Sevens tournaments, and that ends the Rugby Sevens program at Tokyo 2020. Australia will have their gold medal. They're still the reigning gold medalists, so they'll hold on to that for another 24 hours or so, but that's it for them, and that's it for the Rugby Sevens. Now, as far as Australia is concerned, there's still some Rugby Sevens matches to come up tonight, and then the gold medal match for the women's to come up over the course of the weekend. But Australia beating the USA 17-7, and the gold medal match actually tonight. Later on, it's 7 p.m. between New Zealand and France. Next up is the bronze medal match between Fiji and Great Britain. But Australia, their campaign is done, and pretty good performance as well. Faith Nathan and Maddie Ashby scoring in the first half, and then another try there to Demi Hayes right before the end of the match, and one try to the United States halfway through that second half. So 17-7, the final score. Australia finished 5th overall in the Rugby Sevens for the women's program. The Boomers have just gotten underway, so we'll come to them in a few moments. Paddy Mills and the Boomers continuing their push towards the men's basketball finals, and they take to the courts right now against Germany. Tokyo 2020, live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. So we'll go there next. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this, and we'll join the action in the first quarter of that match, the Boomers against Germany, on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our support. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. For Mate Communication, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20, and for Xero, online accounting to help you do business, but better. Jordan Canellis with you in this Day 8 night session of Tokyo 2020. Our main events tonight will be the Boomers, who have just taken to the court against Germany in their group match. Later on, we'll have the bronze medal mixed doubles game between Ash Barty and John Pearce for Australia against Nina Stojanovic and Novak Djokovic of Serbia. We'll have the athletics. We'll have Henry Frayne in the long jump qualification, Rowan Browning in the heats of the men's 100 metre sprint, and Matt Denny in the gold medal event, so the gold medal stage, I should say, of the men's discus later tonight at 9:15. Before that, let's have a quick look at the medal tally and where this all stands for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com.au. So this current moment's halfway through day 8. China sit on top of the medal tally with 20 gold medals, 12 silver and 12 bronze for a total of 44. Japan, the host nation, have 17 gold medals, 4 silver and 8 bronze medals. The United States are third overall with 16 gold medals, and Australia now have gone up into, as far as gold medals are concerned, equal fourth with Russia with 10 apiece, but Russia split ahead of Australia because they have 15 silver medals to Australia's 3, and they have 11 bronze medals, Russia. Australia have 13 bronze medals. So we are equal fourth overall for gold. We are split down to 5th on the silver medal countback, just behind Russia. And overall, we have 26 medals, which places us 6th overall for the overall medal tally behind the United States, China, Russia, Japan. Great Britain go ahead of us in the overall medals, but we're 2 gold medals ahead of the UK, and then we're in 6th for the overall medal tally. That's all the medal tally updates for Rebel Sport. The basketball, let's take you out there. John Casey's our commentator, Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut alongside him. Australia started the match with a 5-0 scoring run. Germany hit back with a 9-point scoring run of their own, and currently it is 11-10 in favour of Germany. Jock Landale has 5 points, Paddy Mills has 3, and Duop Reith has 2. Let's take you over to the stadium now for Australia and Germany, with the Germans leading by a point.
He was patient there, Tiemann, and did well on the nice look inside from Giffey.
Well, Duop's come on here in the last couple of minutes. It hasn't looked all that sharp at both ends of the floor. Looked a little stagnant here on the offensive end.
Well, Exum comes up empty as well. Ball spills to Giffey. Low with it next. He goes hard to the rim, gets it done, draws a foul. Chance at a three-point play.
You're almost better taking a horrible shot or even kicking the ball in the stands than a live ball turnover, because that's what happens. It comes straight back at you, especially when you're a good defensive team like Australia is. You don't have a chance to get your defense set, and you're on your heels, you give up an and one.
There's the foul. A lot in it, but Lowe has been really good in this one to start this one for Germany. 4 turnovers for Australia so far. Give some credit to Germany for what they're doing, but a couple of self-inflicted wounds on the offensive end.
Australia had 6 turnovers in that first game against Nigeria, and it seems to be continuing here as Joshiko Saibu checks in for Germany. They lead by 6. It's a game-high margin. They've scored the last 7 points here. Tick over 2 minutes out from quarter time. Dante Exum with it. Holding onto the floor as well. Kay looks for Landale. In this match against Bonga, likes his chances. The hook shot falls for Landale, who's got 7 for Australia.
Finally, we've gone down low. A lot of pick and roll action early at the half-court line that we've spoken about the last few games. This time just getting it down to Jock early in the shot clock. Easy money.
Giffey against Exum. Likes his chances. Long-range hook shot was nice to watch.
Exum's got some good size. I still think, though, when you're guarding those bigs down low, or the bigger guys, you've got a half front. Catches that way too deep, relatively easy shot from the low post.
Well done, Exum, to reel in the pass and the finish, and draws a foul on Saibu as well.
Great read by Jock Landale. Just let it eventuate naturally, didn't try to force it, and then led Dante Exum with the pass. Not on the numbers, out in front, and one. Great play.
Spot on, and that's a reasonably tough finish. He was in an awkward spot, and just the athleticism of Exum to be able to turn in the air and finish the three-point play.
11 points in game 1 against Nigeria. Dante Exum didn't score in the second game against Italy.
And the turnover will be the Achilles heel for Dante. You just got to really look after the ball, especially now, point guard of this lineup. He's averaging 4.5 turnovers a game. Can't afford to do that.
This is Wagner behind the back against Nick Kay. Spin down to the baseline. Nice finish for his first score in the game. They're starting to find their rhythm here at the moment. Germany 8 of 15 from the field at 53%. Aussies at 40% at the moment. It hasn't been as fluid at the offensive end, but this man Goldie can change that. His three is off the mark, so he's still yet to score here at the tournament. Germany by 5, looking to extend that. Joshiko Saibu hands over. Bartel. Wonga back to Saibu. Almost a foul. In fact, late whistle. But it's going to be called on Landale.
Folks, these are the times when you have your game plan and you see on the on-balls, again, they're hard showing. But when you're that high...
No need.
You're almost better off... And it's sometimes hard to adjust on the fly, but when the middle on-ball is that high, you can either go under or just get in a drop situation.
And that comes down to the big talking. The big sees that being that far out. You've got to yell, under. And hope your guard doesn't get hit by that screen.
Well, Thibault doesn't like it, but that's going to be his first personal. 4th team foul on the Boomers here in this opening quarter as well. Went for the steal, thought he got it clean. Germany with a 5-point edge. And the reset shot clock's at 14. They have to retreat to Wagner to restart. Saibu in this match against Kay. Trying to go solo here. The step back. Nick Kay did well to stay in front of him, but he fills it up. That's an excellent finish from Saibu as Germany extend the margin now to a game-high 7.
And that's just great defense. Nothing you can do there. Nick Kay, play the percentages, late contest. You shake his hand, say congratulations, and take your basket.
Exum takes them on, draws contact. Foul's going to be called here on Giffey. His first personal, 3rd team foul on Germany in this quarter.
Here's that play that you're talking about, folks, and Kay does everything right, shuffles his feet, keep it in front, and you're spot on. You say, well done. That's really good offense beating good defense.
Well, a lob pass there from Exum, battered down out of court by the athletic Ponga. So 2.1 to make something happen here for the Boomers. Down 7 after scoring the first 5 of the game. This time Golding restarts, and we'll get it back from Landale for the triple, and it runs around. Not only his first points in the tournament, but an important 3 for Australia, who closed to within 4. At quarter time, it's Germany 22, Australia 18.
Quarter time in the basketball between Australia and Germany. So that's the current score at quarter time. Germany have a 4-point lead, 22-18. Thank you to John Casey and the two Andrews, Gaze and Bogut, for bringing us the coverage. We will head to a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and we will take the second quarter. Plus, we'll keep bringing you the live scores from all around the grounds as Novak Djokovic is in his bronze medal match, but down a break in the last set to Pablo Carreño Busta. So not only is the Golden Slam off because he lost the other night yesterday in the semi-final, but he might not medal at all because Carreño Busta's only 2 games away from winning the bronze. And there's medals aplenty on offer tonight as well. Weightlifting, we've got the weightlifting on right now. There's archery gold medals on offer. And we keep an eye on the football too, because even though the Olyroos are out, it's still interesting to see who progresses forward from the football tournament. So all that and more coming up on the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. But second quarter of the basketball up next with Germany up by 4 points, 22-18 on the Boomers.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Save that drive when Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kick the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. Jordan Canellis with you on this Saturday night, taking you through the action of the basketball. Firstly, we had the women's rugby sevens a moment ago where Australia beat the United States 17 points to 7 to claim 5th place overall in the women's rugby sevens. Ash Barty and John Peers take on Nina Stojanovic and Novak Djokovic later on for the mixed doubles bronze medal in the tennis. Harry Garside is in action in the men's lightweight division in the round of 16 stage of the boxing, and then we have a triple header of athletics for you tonight. Henry Frayne and Matt Denny in the long jump and the discus respectively. Matt Denny is in the finals, so he's going for gold. And Rowan Browning, one of the best 100-metre sprinters Australia has produced for quite some years, is in the heats of the men's 100 metres. That's at 9:30 tonight. A lot of the athletics tonight is going to be later on, so past 8 o'clock, past 9 o'clock, so you can hang tight for that one. It's basketball, though, for now. Germany and Australia. The Germans lead the Aussies 26-23. Top point scorers right now for the Aussies. Jock Landale has 7 points. Paddy Mills has 6. And Dante Exum has 3. 2 rebounds for Joe Ingles. And that's it for the rebounds. And for assists, 2 for Joe and 2 for Jock Landale as well. Let's take you back. Start of the second quarter. Germany and Australia. 26-23. Germany up.
Saibu, they're just trying to swipe at that ball. Catches Delhi across the face and that'll knock you about a bit. And you look at Delhi's minutes. Dante Exum's actually playing more minutes than Delhi. They've been splitting the duties a lot, and that looks like a nasty, nasty hit to the eye.
And it's not a Delhi tournament unless he's got a scuff on his face, Drew. It just isn't. If he comes out of a tournament and Olympic Games and NBA Finals without any scuffs, he hasn't played hard.
Well, Dante Exum's played a combined 42 minutes in the tournament, a little bit over 40.
So not a lot in it, but splitting a lot of time. And I think Bogues is right. When you look at Dante and the way in which he's been able to contribute on the offensive end, if it weren't for the turnovers, he's having an exceptional tournament. Just Dante's turnover rate a little high.
Totally agree.
And the problem last time against Italy was that neither of them hit a field goal in the game. So Kay hands over to Mills, who's been doing it again. He has 6 of Australia's points so far. From close range, Nick Kay comes up with his first score in the game.
Great patience by Paddy Mills there. Didn't go gung-ho to take the first option. Let it eventuate. Nick Kay presenting well. Easy money for Nick Kay down there.
Boomers have closed to within one. It's a 7-4 start to this second quarter at the moment. Giffey getting some treatment as well. Attracted the double team. Took a long time to make a decision there. And eventually feeds it outside. And the three ball, the bottom of the net.
Could be a bit of trouble there, Drew. I don't think the Kobe hop step is allowed in FIBA, so might have got away with one there.
Germany with the answers at the moment. Nathan Sobey carrying the rock, found an opening, kicks the outside, tough pass, Bible controlled it. Mills will pull the trigger off the mark, and grabbing the rebound, Wagner. Saibu happy to slow it down here at the moment. Giffey, think about the three against Mills. Now 7 on the shot clock as they go to Bartel. Against Nick Kay. He reaches in, blocked a pass. Well done, Joe Ingles with the active hands. He saw an opening, works it to Mills in the corner, who makes a move to get a high percentage shot. Couldn't complete it, gets after the loose ball. Beaten to it though. And here's a chance for Bonga. Mura stepping into the paint, nothing on offer. Well done, Kay. Now feeding Ingles. Ingles decides to go solo, took them all on, and the finishing touch is provided by Nick Kay. Chance at a three-point play here for the Boomers.
A couple of sloppy minutes by both teams, just getting up and down the floor. That time, the loping steps of Ingles and Kay. You see it gets into the paint and just in the right place at the right time. Many players, or some players, work their tails off and just have the unique ability to be in the wrong place. And there's some guys that just have a nose for the ball, and Nick Kay is one of those. High basketball IQ, no-nonsense guy, the way he goes about it. Reads the play so well and gets to the right positions, and as such, comes up with nice plays like we just saw. That's pure and simply because he prepared himself and got in the right spot.
Leading the team in rebounds, Drew, 7.5 a night. If you did a fitness test and his vertical jump and all that kind of stuff, he wouldn't even be in probably the top 3 on the team.
Back to a one-point game. Almost 4 minutes played here in this second quarter. Coming into this game, Nick Kay had scored in 7 of the 8 quarters that he played as well. He's active. Benzing from outside, off the mark. Well done by Saibu to keep it alive, but now it's been dislodged, and a chance for Ingles and the Boomers. Mills wide open for the 3. Can't connect.
Some shades of Australia-Nigeria, the game of turnovers that opened the tournament for us. It's starting to flow a lot like that game.
And Paddy's on a mission. He's been a high-volume shooter. He's already taken the 9 field goal attempts, 2 of 9. And outside of a couple that were forced, there've been some pretty good looks. And although it was early, that last 3 comes down wide open. And usually, though, when you were involved, Bogues, that when he's in a not seeing the ball go in, you have these little sets, get him on a little backdoor cut, find something cheap, just so he sees that ball going through the rim, feels good about himself, and it makes it just psychologically makes those types of shots like that 3 ball we just saw a whole lot easier.
Germany by 1. Shot clock rolls to 5. Outside is a Footman firing. Couldn't get it to go from close range off the offensive rebound. The putback from Tiemann.
And this is the danger in switching units. You switch 1 through 5 at times, and you've got a smaller lineup that's more mobile. You get killed on the boards. And Germany are leading the rebound count tonight. We have 10 rebounds, and the Germans 17 rebounds, Rui.
Big factor.
Dellavedova, 5 on the shot clock. Isolated against Footman, decides to fire, can't connect. Landale doing a good job in the paint there, draws a foul on Benzing.
Delhi in a bit of a funk with his shot. I take my hat off to him. You see the closeout, and that's the offensive board you're talking about, folks. But take my hat off for Delhi for continuing to try and evolve his game and get better. But his shot, sure, with the changes that he's made, it's necessarily been for the best.
Ingles drawing contact.
I don't think he needs to be a volume three-point shooter. He's shooting 33% for the tournament the first 2 games. It's just knock that one down just to give yourself a bit more defensive pressure so they're not clogging up. I don't think he's going to be a 4-for-5 guy for our national team or ever really. But if you just knock one down to get that respect, I think it opens up the offense.
fourth team foul on Germany in this quarter now, middle stages, so an opportunity for the Boomers to exploit that as they come forward through low. Nothing on offer initially, so it slows it down. They're on top by 3. It's as big as 7 in the opening quarter. Because Obbs, all out of control, well, gets ball in the air, so that's going to be his second personal foul, and that's a call that you're not going to see much of in the NBA next season. They're going to outlaw that.
Well, it is. Well, you're certainly not going to get a shot for it, and I don't think they're going to give him a shot for it here, although you never know. I doubt very much that they'll count that as a shot. And he was fouled before he actually got into the act of shooting, even though he was throwing it over his head.
So Feibel sits down, having picked up those 2 fouls. Likewise, Ingles has 2 fouls. Nixon hands over to Paddy Mills. So Australia leading this quarter 10-9. They find Sobey in the corner. Penetration is good, and with the left hand, Nathan Sobey gets his first points at the Olympics.
Good drive, little head fake. Defense is running out, closing out hard, and Sobey does a good job to get in there. Good to see Chris Golding get a little, just make that shot, made his first basket on that quarter time break, got it going. He's a guy that when you're struggling to find points that can fill it up in a hurry.
Low in busted play, 2 on the shot clock, need it up quickly, and unsuccessfully it came from Footman. So Exon pushing the pressure, Mills in the corner, elevates, all the bottom of the net, Australia back on top by 2.
That is not the stroke of a man that was 2 of 9 before. Caught it in rhythm, elevates, nothing but cotton.
So Australia 33, leading Germany 31, 3:44 to play until half-time.
Time out in the basketball, so we'll take a break of our own. We'll join back with the action. It's Australia leading Germany 33-31, 60 seconds.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Tokyo 2020 on SEN. Jordan Canellis here in the night stage for Mate Communication and for Xero. Quick around the grounds look at what's been happening for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. Earlier in the afternoon in the gymnastics trampoline final for men, Dominic Clark finished with a score of 24.95. He finished 8th and last in the final after qualifying quite high actually, but a couple of mistakes in his routine had him at the bottom of the tally. And in the diving, the women's 3-metre springboard semi-finals, Esther Chin finished 8th and is into the final, while Annabelle Smith finished 14th and narrowly missed that final 12 cut-off mark for the final tomorrow, but she will go into the final as a reserve. So if one of the other divers pulls out, then Annabelle Smith has a good chance to go in. So we look forward to that tomorrow for Esther Chin's sake, who is into the final safely. Around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles. Back to the basketball. Paddy Mills and Jock Landale lead the way for Australia as far as points go. 9 for Mills, 7 for Landale. And it is currently Australia 35, Germany 34 with 2:30 left in the second quarter.
Free throws.
Australia's done a good job of defending that three-point line. Germany, they You're averaging 13 and a half three-point field goal attempts made per game, and so far tonight they're 4 of 13. And it's not just the fact that they make them, they're shooting at 47% in their first 2 games. So conscious effort by Australia to take away the three ball.
Tried up a little for Germany. They were 9 for 16.
Pull a tip in from Landale, adding another 2 off the missed free throw. Big play from Jock. 9 points for Mills. And Landale's been impressive as well. So Australia by 4. Again, the defense was strong and they forced a tough shot, but Obster's equal to the occasion. The Boomers by 1 inside the last 2 minutes of the first half, and Mills pulls around for the jumper and comes up with the goods. He's into double figures to lead the Boomers.
It's a real good make, but if you're going to rely on that as a primary scoring option, it's going to be a tough night.
Here he is once more. Germany just losing their way a little bit. Landale picks up the dribble. This is Mills. In traffic, double team, getting plenty of heat. In the pass, and eventually they forced him into error. Bonga with it. Pass for Woodman. Took contact, no whistle forthcoming. Shot from low is off the mark, and that's going to be a foul on Footman in over the back there and send us to the free throw line once more. That was frustration. He thought he was fouled in a previous play. It was an obvious foul on the rebound count as we get another look at the 3 ball.
This is helpful because Australia as a team, really good free throw shooting team. 85%, they lead the tournament, in fact, in free throw percentages. And we're just trying to find our way. When you look at most of the numbers, Bogues, you normally equate the stats to a team that would have a 7 to 10 point margin, but some really good shooting in the last few minutes by Germany, and just the dominance by Germany on the boards has kept them in it.
Landale gets the job done, and we're going to see Josh Green check into the game for the first time. Used sparingly so far in the first 2 games. Josh Green, just 10 seconds against Italy and 6 minutes against Nigeria without scoring.
And looked good in that 6 minutes. Got up and down the floor, really impressive on the defensive end.
Hobbs shares it with Lowe. Seaman around the perimeter. Bonga, single numbers on the shot clock. Mills stripped him of it, and an offensive foul is called on Bonga in the process. Heads up play from Paddy Mills on the retreat, slapped down at the ball to dislodge it, and then took the charge as well.
That was good D. Moved his feet, saw Bonga in there, able to cut him off and gets the offensive foul and the turnover on Germany. Bonga, sure, he totally agreed with the decision.
I think he did. You look at the Aussies just really doing a good job switching and just getting around the floor. Germany with an emphasis to try and post those smaller guards. It's just not working right now.
Yeah. A lot of people questioning, well, Josh Green did look impressive in that first game. Why hasn't he seen more time? It's just a numbers game, and positionally and how in which you're going to work your combinations. And it's very difficult to play 12 guys. Now, we only have 11 available now, but very difficult to play 12 guys. And he's been one of the ones that hasn't seen some action, or hasn't seen a lot of action. But what we've seen of him so far has been pretty good.
Well, unfortunately, in Olympic Games, not everyone gets a trophy. That's just the way it goes. You can't play 11 deep ever so rarely, and if you do, it's spot minutes. It's not junior basketball where you got a parent in the ear making sure that everyone gets minutes. It's just the reality of being in an unfortunate position.
And speaking of a trophy, well, obviously at the Olympics it's a medal, and a lot of people have asked about Aaron Baines. Should he, he's not going to play anymore. Does he get a medal if Australia gets there? Well, he does. He's played, he's been involved, so he will get a medal if the Boomers get that far.
And of course he cannot be replaced, don't forget. A lot of people have asked that as well. Can he be replaced mid-tournament? No, once you take your squad into the Olympic Village for whatever sport it is, I believe, you can't fly someone in mid-tournament.
Some of the sports, because of the COVID situation, made some adjustments. I know hockey was one of them where they actually gave them a few extra players than they'd normally allow on their roster to cater for potential emergencies, but according to you folks, doesn't seem to be the case with the basketball.
No.
Well, Mills slipping and threw the ball on a foot violation call on Obbs, so we catch a break there. We set the clock to 14 seconds for the Boomers, who have been dominant in this second quarter. It's 24-15 since quarter time. Trailed by as many as 7 in that first quarter.
And once again, a 2-for-1 opportunity, Drewy. It's presented itself. We'll see if they take it.
Good pressure from Germany there. Inglesford a lot of time to restart. Green goes to Sobey. Single digits on the shot clock now as Mills. Extra pass, Kay. A good look, can't finish it. Green wrestling for the loose ball. Did a good job, but just out-hustled by Footman. The shot clock, 6 seconds inside the game clock as we head toward half-time. Fires a 3-ball and comes up with a finish. Big play from Germany. They close to within 2. Australia with the last play of the first half here. Mills gets it to Kay. High percentage play from close range. Nick Kay adds another 2. He's got 9 in the game. And Australia, after being down 4 at quarter time, go into the break at the half up 4. It's Australia 44, leading Germany 40.
John Casey, Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut on the call. It is a 4-point lead for Australia at half-time in the Boomers group match against Germany. So this is the last group stage game for Australia after playing and beating Nigeria and Italy. The Italy game was very close the other night, 86-83. But so we could be 3-0 by the end of tonight if Australia do beat Germany and go to the top of the group, because no other team in the group is undefeated like Australia currently is, and still could be by the end of this match, which would then obviously help the Aussies in their positioning in the knockout phase. The higher you finish in your group, you play one of the lower ranked teams of the other group, so that's always a bonus for the top place finishers in their own groups. Rightio, we'll take a break. We'll come back after this. Half-time of the basketball. There's plenty of other action to bring you up to speed with, and things that are just getting started as well. So the Women's Rugby Sevens gold medal match between New Zealand and France is about to commence. We'll recap what happened in the pool. We'll recap what happened on the track. All that and more coming up on our coverage of Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie-owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
If If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. Jordan Canellis with you. Half-time in the basketball between Australia and Germany. The Aussies up 44-40 on the Germans. Paddy Mills has 11 points. He is 4 from 12 from the floor, but 3 from 8 from three-point land. Jock Landale also with 11 points. He's 4 from 4 from the floor, shooting 3 twos and 1 three-pointer. Rebound leaders, Dante Exum has 3 defensive rebounds, and assists is 3 for Joe Ingles. He leads that stat with Dante Exum, Jock Landale and Paddy Mills with 2 assists apiece. Now, looking at the general team stats between both sides, Australia shooting just a little better than Germany at the moment, 49% to 47%. Three-point shooting is 33 to 40%, so Australia trailing that stat. We have 5 from 15 from outside the perimeter, and Germany are 6 from 15 from range. Australia 5 from 6 free throws, Germany 4 from 5 free throws, so not much of a difference there. Rebound counts, Germany have more on the rebounds with 19 to 17. Slim difference. Offensive rebounds are both 5 apiece. Australia's teamwork is probably best exhibited or best sort of epitomised maybe by the assist count, 11 to 5 assists. So Australia moving the ball around a lot better than what Germany are at the moment. Most other stats are pretty level, which is, I guess, reflected in the overall score line. The 10 to 7 fouls, the turnovers are 7 to 5 in favour of Germany, so it's all pretty even. At this current stage of the match between Australia and Germany. Looking elsewhere around Tokyo at the moment, there's a couple of live events happening at the moment, or one that's just actually finished is the men's bronze medal match between Novak Djokovic and Pablo Carreño Busta. Djokovic, who was going into these games looking for the Golden Slam, so winning all 4 Grand Slams in the regular tennis calendar, plus the men's singles gold medal here in Tokyo. Well, he's not going to do the Golden Slam. He's not going to win a medal at all. He hasn't, because he lost the bronze medal match a few moments ago to Pablo Carreño Busta. Carreño Busta from Spain winning 6-4. 6-7, 6-3. So the tiebreaker in the second set was Djokovic's only win, but Pablo Carreño Busta got the job done in the end. And Brett Phillips is with us here on our coverage of Tokyo 2020 to guide us through what is happening in the tennis tonight and what has just happened. BP with Novak Djokovic. He wanted the gold. He got nothing in the end.
Incredible, Geordie. I mean, we talk about Novak, being where he is in the tennis landscape and being almost invincible, but even the most invincible can get beaten. That's just littered through sport, as we know. And well done to Pablo Carreño Busta. I mean, he's always been a very, very good player. I've been a huge fan of the Spaniard for a long time. He made those couple of US Open semis, been top 10. A Spaniard that could play on any surface. Sometimes we just associate with the Spaniards with being very good clay quarters. That's what they traditionally grow up on. But he's one of the first that was able to really conquer the hard courts. Apart from Nadal, who's just in another stratosphere, and everyone else is in the shadow. But yeah, Pablo today, they played some taxing points. It was great tennis, really absorbing points. Djokovic hung in, he saved, obviously, some a match point in the second set. Got it to that third, and then Carreño Busta just had the nice little buffer that he created. He was able to hang on and take the bronze medal. So, disappointment for Novak, who's somehow got to pick himself up and come out and play the mixed doubles.
Yes, exactly, and that's not that far away against Ash Barty and John Peers of Australia. How did Novak look in the last couple of matches? I mean, the two losses in particular, now to Zverev in the semi-finals yesterday and Carreño Busta today. Was he just tired? Was it fatigue? Was he just off his game? What was it with Novak?
Yeah, look, there's a bit of all of that. I mean, it's funny with Novak, for someone who's such a good athlete as he is, there are times right throughout his career when he can get the wobbles. Novak, he can look a bit unsteady, and that service motion, which obviously has improved a lot. His serve, getting more free points off that serve in the last 2 or 3 years. But he can go through periods where he sort of falls right into the court. He loses balance on the serve, and then he just sort of lost his mental state for a little while there when he dismantled a couple of rackets. He threw one racket into the stands, he dismantled another racket, had to blow out some steam, which often helps Novak because the angrier he gets, it tends to get the ship riding in the right direction. But this time, it didn't. The margins weren't that much. Carreño Busta really went toe-to-toe off the ground with him, which is a difficult assignment to do against Novak because he's so steady and accurate and precise and doesn't give you much. But the small margins he had to work with, Carreño Busta found some little gaps and found some openings, and he played some great tennis.
And he'll have to suit up again to partner Nina Stojanovic in the mixed doubles bronze medal match against the Aussies Ash Barty and John Peers. So this will be shortly, I suppose, whenever Novak gets himself ready and we're able to get out onto the court. What are you expecting here in this mixed doubles bronze medal match?
Well, yeah, we're going to be fascinated to see how Novak pulls up because he spent, about 3 hours out on court in this singles match, coming off playing some big singles matches this week, particularly right in the heat of the day, Geordie. I mean, he's a man of steel in terms of his fitness these days compared to what he was a long time ago. So physically he'll have to find something. Let's hope the motivation level is still high considering he's missed out on singles glory at a gold, silver or bronze. He'd be very keen to try and at least win a bronze medal. But on the other hand, we say the same about Ash Barty. Not able to get it done in singles and doubles, and hopefully she can walk away with something around her neck. I mean, her and John Peers have had a terrific tournament. I mean, they went down by a very small margin, as we know, in that match last night. So hopefully they can just find a little edge. I mean, no doubt they'll try and exploit Stojanovic and try and hit all the balls in her part of the court and try and draw the air and probably steer away from Novak as much as possible, I would say, would be the overriding tactic tonight.
This is a rare moment in tennis, really. I mean, I'm sure we've had it before, but it's kind of not often that you see in mixed doubles the two world singles number ones play off against each other. So Djokovic for the men's and Ash Barty for the women's, they'll be opposite side of the net tonight.
Oh, it'll be a long, long time, Johnny. I can't even think in the generation I've been watching tennis. I mean, that's when, a lot of the singles players haven't played really that much doubles. Back in the day, it was part of who you were, back to Margaret Court's era through to, the early 80s when the great singles players were playing regular doubles and mixed doubles at slams. But, yeah, very far and few between now. So, no, it is a very, very rare opportunity. I can only think of a great setting of the Hopman Cup. What was it, the last edition when you had Serena on one side, you had Roger Federer on the other, in terms of big star players against each other. So yeah, we don't get these moments too often.
And a quick little preview of the women's coming up: Elena Rybakina and Elena Svitolina in the bronze medal match just kicking off, but Belinda Bencic of Switzerland and Marketa Vondrousova of the Czech Republic in the gold medal match, third up on centre court later tonight.
Well, Marquette's had a great tournament, and to take out Osaka, and she's been absolutely brilliant. The lefty from the Czech Republic, who has been trying to hold her ground the last couple of years. She slipped back, obviously, a bit after making that French Open final in a real surprise run against Barty a couple of years ago. So she dipped down to the 40s in the rankings, and it just lost a bit of that great ground that she made that got her inside the top 20. I mean, Bencic is a fine player from Switzerland. I feel like there's, at some stage, a little opening will come for Belinda Bencic, I think, to probably win a major in her career at some point. So I'm going to back in Vondrousova. I reckon she's been terrific with the lefty serve and just her power off the ground. I think she can put enough pressure. I think she's sort of running on top of the court at the moment. So, yeah, I'm favouring her to take out the gold medal, and we'll see what happens with Svitolina and Rybakina. And if Rybakina gets a look at some good stuff, I mean, she's the one that has got the firepower to blow Svitolina away. But if Rybakina's missing, Svitolina's the perfect counterpuncher who will just keep a lot of balls in play. So, yeah, very different game styles.
All right, Brett, thank you. We'll catch up again later on in the night once we know the result of Barty Peers and Djokovic-Stojanovic. We'll chat then.
Pleasure. Thanks, Geordie.
Brett Phillips with us, thanks to B Solar, where you'll never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Learn more about better solar energy by visiting B.Solar. Visit B.Solar. The men are back out onto the basketball court. The Boomers taking on Germany. 44-40 is the current score in this final group stage game. Australia pretty much guaranteed a spot through to the next phase from the group stage. I'll just double check that actually, because if Germany win, they might jump Australia. So I think at worst Australia will go through as a best third place qualifier, but let's not worry about that. Let's win the match and get through top spot, hey, on the in the group. 44-40 is the current score. They've just commenced for the third quarter. John Casey, Andrew Gaze and Andrew Brogan, your commentators.
Dellavedova, they swing it around the perimeter. Mills baseline. Go inside his man. Intelligent players. He got the better of Footman there. Adds another two.
Yeah, just a mismatch, and they identified it. Paddy identified it. Footman had no chance of staying or keeping Paddy in front of him, and Paddy was able to exploit it off the bounce.
Australia's biggest lead of the game. They scored the first 5, but now they enjoy a 6-point buffer. This is Obst. Gets into the paint. Left hand, tough shot. Never looked likely. Dellavedova grabbed the rebound, but also took out Tiemann in the process. He's going to pick up the foul.
And good to see Paddy just get a nice easy basket early in this quarter. Not shooting the ball well from the field, currently 5 of 13, but an easy look early. That 3 will feel much better.
So this is Maldo Low in traffic, needs help, provided by Obst. Rolling to the hoop, Tiemann, nothing on offer there, so they get it back outside. The 3-ball wouldn't work for Lowe. Mills the rebound, a chance for the Boomers to add to this 6-point buffer, and Mills goes solo from deep, knocks it down, chance at a 4-point play for Paddy Mills.
Well, it was one of those ones that if you missed it, you'd question the shot selection, but when it goes in and it goes to the line for a potential 4-point play, you say, well done.
No.
Yes. That's how we operate, and just really impressed at the mental application on this offensive end by Paddy. It's a good sign for kids. When you're out there and you're shooting the ball and things aren't going your right way, if someone walks into the gym, they shouldn't be able to tell from your body language whether you're 0 for 5 or 5 for 5. You've got to be able to, if you're a great shooter, you maintain that same approach, and he has looked confident, even though he started off at one stage he was 2 of 9 and just continues to chip away. And right now,
that touch by Footman at the free throw there, it'd be interesting to see, because if he touched that ball, it should be 2 points.
Well, credit him with the one. So Australia by double figures here. He scored the first 6 points of this quarter. And now the foul's going to be called on Landale. It's going to be his second personal.
The Germans really crushing that offensive board. We spoke about before the game. They have the size advantage here. But where that leaves them vulnerable is what we saw last possession, defensive transition.
Quick release from Obst, all the bottom of the net. They needed that. He cuts the margin to 7. 90 seconds played here in the third. Kay picks up the dribble and has Dellavedova available. Guarded by Lowe. Exchanges the ball with Landale. Shot clock rolls to single digits here. Dellavedova, no room for the shot. Ingles pass. Mills in the corner. Off the mark. Footman the rebound. Beats Lowe.
Very lucky there by the Germans, leaving Paddy Mills open 2 feet. Looking free, didn't go in.
Aggressive work there by Lowe. Landale was equal to it. He wanted a foul. Referee didn't see it that way though. Now Dellavedova. This is Nick Kay against Obbs. In the paint, Landale. Hook shot from range. A lap of honour.
Joe Ingles looking a little bit gassed right now. Not a whole lot of movement, kind of stagnating a little bit. We want to try to get him more movement, get him involved in the game. Here we go. Let's see what happens.
On cue, lob pass from close range of Landale. He's caught in a tough situation there with the basket as well.
They're the ones you're better off just catching, coming down and powering it back up. Tried to finish it with the alley-oop play.
Footman skip pass, Obst. Away from Dellavedova. Penetration came there from Giffey, and he stayed with it after he was shut down initially. So that's an excellent job from Giffey.
That's what it's all about, making a sports centre, mate. Getting on TikTok, Instagram, making a highlight. That's what it's all about these days. So you can't fault Jock for trying to throw that one down.
So the last 5 points scored by Germany, and a chance here for them just to edge a little closer after the Boomers enjoyed a 10-point buffer. Aldo Lowe. Giffey, did he travel? Well, he got the 2, and now they've scored. And they've got the margin back to 3. They've scored the last 7.
Perfectly legal in the NBA case. I don't think that's legal in FIBA. So I think a little bit of luck there. The Kobe hop step 1-2 is frowned upon in FIBA.
Mills off the mark. Good positioning there to win the rebound by Footman. And a foul going to be called on Nick Kay. It's going to be his first personal.
Well, just on that, folks, they have actually changed the rules. Perhaps not as loose as what the NBA is, but they do allow that gather step.
Well, you got a deflection, I think.
Yeah.
Not on that one. That one
there, that gather, it's a 1-2 stop, but they count that as a jump stop and a step through. So, yeah, it used to be called. I reckon if you went 2004, anything before that, that's travel. Since that then, or 2008, it's now legal. Still, the interpretation sometimes can be a little inconsistent.
And the Boomers get it back. Here's Mills. Bible. Now Reith as well. Played only less than 4 minutes in the first half. Reith short-armed it there. Comes up empty.
That's really not his shot early on. If that's in the last 4 to 6 seconds of the set, maybe, but not that early on in the offense.
Footman, another offensive rebound for Obst, who peels off another 3, and Germany have scored 10 unanswered points and are back on level terms. How quickly it changes.
It is, and to the O boards by Germany. They're 8 rebounds, they're 28 in total, and Australia with the 5 offensive boards and 19 in total, so Germany doing a great job on the glass.
Tale of 2 quarters. The first and the second was completely flipped. Germany dominated the rebounding. We turned it over too much, and then it flipped the script in the second quarter. We're seeing another first quarter-like performance in the third for Australia, where we're getting heavily out-rebounded, turning the ball over, just out of sync a little bit. So I need to clean that up.
Terrific fight back, isn't it? Given the fact that Australia jumped out of the blocks here, scored the first 6 points of the quarter. Now, had a 10-point buffer and plenty of momentum and starting to second-guess themselves, Germany, but they've come back and gone whackety-whack, whack, whack.
My word, and it's been impressive. They really spirited a lot of noise coming from their bench. They're incredibly engaged. As you could expect, there's a lot at stake for Germany as they still try to have their tournament stay alive.
And they've done it in the space of 3 minutes as well.
Looks to be a lineup now. We bring in Duop Reith just to go a little bit bigger and try to get those rebounds. It is an issue. We go that small ball lineups and switch 1 through 5. they're a bit light in the paint to get those rebounds.
Nick Kay hands over. Dante Exum by Lowe. Now Mills. Well, that's a foul. Quick step again, drawing contact. And Johannes Thiemann will come up with the foul. Second personal for Thiemann. Second team foul on Germany in this quarter as well. So Exum. Now Mills in the corner. Nick Kay has the ability to hit the three and shows us on this occasion.
Huge. Never takes a bad three. He's never going to be one that comes out there and forces up threes. But when he's wide open like that with his feet set, he's pretty reliable.
Footman dishes outside after attracting all the attention. And from close range, he cleans up the miss from Lowe. The offensive rebounds are killing Australia.
This is where, if you think of the Baines factor, Baines would help in this area. He's not the panacea to all the problems, but he certainly would help with the problems we're having on the glass this evening.
Footman doing it at both ends. He's putting together some good numbers here. Elevating Hobbs is off the mark. Reed's got a hand on that. Loose ball. Last touch by Giffey. And the Boomers will get it back. 4.5 minutes left, term number 3. Here's Nick Kay knocking down the 3 ball.
And that's the beauty of having someone like Paddy Mills. He's got his 17 points, but they both bite on the screeners man and the trailer go to Paddy because they know he's in that frame of mind where he's going to shoot it. Of course, the double team leads a wide open shot for Kay.
Exum back to Kay. This time off the mark. On the front of the rim. And a chance now for Germany. Retake the lead. Maldo Lowe. Guarded by Exum. Trying to lob it into the low post for Giffey with a mismatch against Mills, and they get it to him now. Reith supplies the double team. Good recognition, and the poor pass is picked off. Bible can jump upstairs.
In the lanes. That's his calling card. That's how he worked his way into the NBA. His offense is really improving. But on that weak side where he's got a guard too, if you're not crisp with that pass, he's picking it off.
Low. Is it the Thiemann who fires automatically, and he levels the ball game once more.
And a very interesting battle emerging. Germany are going the anti-small ball. They stay big. Yeah. Australia's gone small. It's kind of the way the game's going these days, and it's just a really intriguing battle to see who's going to win this one.
Joel Reed picks up the dribble. He needs help. Kay for Mills. Shot clock at single numbers. Mills, good penetration, and off the window. Paddy Mills adds 2 more. Puts Australia back on top. 19 points for Mills now. And 7 of 18 shooting. As we move inside the last 3 minutes of quarter number 3. Lowe lost it. Stolen away. Reith upstairs throws down the dunk. Australia by 4.
And they're getting it done on the defensive end. A couple of steals leads to some cheap, easy baskets on the offensive end. It looks like hard work for both these teams in the half court, and those transition baskets become even more valuable.
10 steals to 3 in favour of the Boomers. Shot clock to 10 here for Germany. And Giffey stepped out of court, and Thibault and Giffey is having a moment.
It is a real game of quarter of swings. And right now, Australia have got the momentum. Started out 10 run, and then Germany went on a 10-0 run. There you see Giffey stepping out of bounds, and now it's Australia's turn with a little bit of jaw-jacking going on. Gee, only that angle there looked like the heel was up. Just touching the line.
Touch and go. The referee got it right. It's for Australia, Drew. Come on, mate.
Spot on. Clearly out.
So Joe Ingles with the ball carrying duties for the moment. Then Thibault uses Exum. This Landale hasn't scored in this quarter. Ingles is off the front of the rim as well. And Landale, after being a perfect 4 of 4 from the field at half-time, is now 4 of 7. Saibu, he wanted to pass in the direction of Bartel, and it was way off the mark, and he turned it over. Under pressure again
from the Boomers. And the rebound count we spoke about, Voigtman leads the game with 11 rebounds, and for Australia, no one has more than 3.
It's a problem we have to address. With that bigger lineup, we've got to secure those rebounds. And the problem is when they secure a few of those offensive rebounds, they're for quick baskets and putbacks.
It's not just about the challenges we face here. As you look ahead and some of the going up against Spain or Slovenia with some of the bigs that you're going to have to deal with, the boards is going to be an issue.
France, yep.
Exum takes them on, draws contact, and he's off to the free throw line. 2 of 3 from the stripe so far. And it's just his athleticism and the dynamic nature of his game that creates problems for the D.
Just long strides from Dante Exum. Does such a great job from the perimeter, from the pick and roll of attacking the paint. The next level for him is, if that gets cut off, coming to a jump stop and making the right decision, which it looks like he's adapted to this game.
Played 6 years in the NBA. First Olympics though, and of course his dad Cecil played it with Michael Jordan many years ago. And speaking of North Carolina and Dean Smith, well, Henrik Rodel, German coach, was there as well.
He won a title there, as did Cecil Exum.
Welcome to all those stations who have just joined us around Australia on the SEN network. This is our coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Mate Communication, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and Xero online accounting to help you do business, but better, that's Xero. Jordan Canellis with you here on this Saturday night session, day 8 of the Olympic Games. We are currently at the basketball. The Boomers taking on Germany, and it has been a close match all the way throughout. It's an arm wrestle. It's currently 64-57. This is almost as big a lead as the Aussies have had after Jock Landau just knocked down a three-pointer then. 64-57. We're taking this match in its entirety. We'll keep updating you, though, on what's been happening around the grounds. There's plenty of Aussies in action tonight. The next one after this that we're looking forward to is Ash Barty and John Peers in the mixed doubles bronze medal match against Novak Djokovic and Nina Stojanovic of Serbia. Plus, we have plenty on offer in the athletics fields. From an Australian perspective, Henry Frayne in the men's long jump qualification stage, Rowan Browning in the heats of the men's 100 metres, and Matt Denny, who qualified with the 4th best throw in the men's discus. He'll be in the final later tonight at about 9:15, plus all of the action from around the 100 metre finals from men's and women's, and the 4x400 metre mixed medley relay in the mixed relay, beg your pardon, in the athletics. So that's just a little snapshot. We'll go in a little bit deeper into what's on offer tonight. For now, though, back to the basketball, the final minute of the third quarter. Australia up 64-59.
Now, the pass, well, that's an ugly play. It was a turnover waiting to happen, and eventually they succeeded.
It's like Joseph just in a little bit of a funk, just trying to figure out how he can contribute. And
well, even just picking the ball up where he did in half-court line with the kind of a little hedge from the big fella, it's not what we see from Joe. We see him turning that corner, not always at the quickest of speeds, but he gets to his spots. We need him to be a bit more aggressive for us offensively.
6th turnover for the Boomers. Germany has 13, and they've coughed it up again on Pew. Excellent. Golden to his down though. Thibault pulls the trigger on the 3. It's off the mark, and no rebounding at all there for the Boomers.
Play there, Joe, at the top of the key. Normally you're thinking about him letting it fly, but straight away he was touch pass straight on the Thibault. Just prefer Joe letting that fly than Thibault.
Well, Thibault strips Saibu of it, wants to go coast to coast. Easy finish, adds another 2, and the Boomers go into three-quarter time on a 7-point edge. Three-quarter time, Australia 66, Germany 59.
7-point lead for the Aussies at three-quarter time. This is, as I said before, almost 7-point lead is almost as big a lead as the Aussies have had in this match. It's been pretty close right throughout in this match against Germany. It's the last group stage game of the men's basketball competition. So straight after this into next week will be the knockout phase of men's basketball. Australia currently sitting in second with this extra game in hand in their group to Italy. So if they win this tonight, Australia will go through the the group stage undefeated, and they'll then top the group and go ahead of the Italians and get a good spot into the knockout phase into the next week. If you finish third, a handful, or I think 2 of the 3 best third-place teams will go through as well. So it's not all over if Australia lose this and potentially finish third here, although I think that's kind of unlikely to happen, but not impossible. But second is there, first is what we're gunning for, though, of course. So the basketball, three-quarter time, 66-59. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games for Mate Communication and for Zero. We'll come back after this. The last quarter is up next in the Boomers' final group game against Germany.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blue's prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you. We will head back to the basketball in just a second, but breaking news around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays. Big, where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. Breaking news from the tennis. So we had been looking forward to, pretty much after this basketball match is set to finish, the mixed doubles bronze medal match between Australia and Serbia, featuring Ash Barty and John Peers, was approximately going to start. The times are all approximate in the tennis schedule. It won't go ahead because Serbia have pulled out of the match. Novak Djokovic has only, in the last hour or so, stepped off the court in his men's singles bronze medal match against Pablo Carreño Busta from Spain, and has apparently cited, these are the early reports, has cited a left shoulder injury and therefore won't participate. So it goes down as a walkover for Serbia, and that means Australia have defaulted into the bronze medal. So Australia, Ash Barty and John Peers get the bronze medal without even having to take to the court. So we'll chat to Brett Phillips in a few moments. He's our tennis correspondent here on SEN about this latest development. The last quarter has just started in the basketball between Australia and Germany, and it's still a 7-point game, 72-65. But that's the latest news, literally in the last sort of 3 or so minutes, is Australia have got the bronze medal. as a result of not having to do anything on their part, Ash Barty and John Peers, but through Novak Djokovic withdrawing from the Serbian mixed doubles side. So Australia into the bronze. I think we're going to get to Brett Phillips in just a moment, so I'll just hang for a little bit. You can send through a text, of course, 0433 98 11 16 for temper. A match just like no other. On your thoughts on the Olympics today. Coming up later tonight, we'll have maybe just stepping into the ring now will be Harry Garside against Jonas from Namibia. So we'll keep you up to date with that. We'll get some highlights for you when that goes ahead. He's the last boxer remaining for Australia out of the 5 that we took to the Olympics. So Harry Garside against Jonas from Namibia is, I think, about to start. I'm just keeping an eye on the feed at the moment in the boxing, in the lightweight division. Athletics later tonight. Brett Phillips is with us here on SEN to bring us up to speed with what's just happened, BP. We've got a bronze without having to do anything.
Yeah, well, it's probably no great surprise, is it? I mean, I thought I was talking to you last time, Geordie, as we were winding up. I thought, gee, it's going to be interesting to see when the match will take place. And I was keeping an eye on the start time, which had been pushed back to about 8 o'clock, and obviously give Djokovic a bit more time. But nearly 3 hours out on court against Carreño Busta, and if I was watching that entire match, and he looked like he was on his last legs for the vast majority. He pulled out all his willpower just to get that to 3. So probably no great surprise. And to be honest, at the end of the day, I'm sure when he sat back in the locker room and taken a breath, a bronze medal for mixed doubles probably wasn't a big enough carrot to dangle for Novak Djokovic to want to step back out and play some more tennis. So, yeah, quite strange that the Aussies will get the bronze without playing. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I'm just sort of digesting it, to be honest.
Yeah. So the report that I've seen from the Guardian is that he cited a left shoulder injury. So I don't know if you noticed that in the bronze medal match, that it looked like that was apparent.
It was nothing majorly obvious, but you could see that he expended a lot out of himself, and he's played some incredible tennis all throughout this year. And that's the other thing too. I mean, for the tennis players, they're just right in the middle of their season. I mean, this is the difference, I suppose, with so many of the other Olympic sports where the players are absolutely trying to peak for their one big moment every 4 years. But for the tennis players, it's another stop on the tour on their way to more tennis to come for the next 3 to 4 months. So there's some wear and tear normally starts to set in about this time, leading towards the road to the US Open, when players get a little bit more fatigued and niggles. So, yeah, it was nothing clearly obvious. He didn't have any sort of medical time out or anything, but you could clearly tell that that match had taken a fair bit out of him.
And we mentioned earlier before when we spoke about half an hour ago that this was, or would have been, one of the very few times in history, at least for the last couple of decades, that the respective world number ones for men's and women's, Novak Djokovic and Ash Barty, would have been on the same court across the net from one another, taking each other on in mixed doubles. So we get denied that little novelty, I suppose, or piece of history, if you like, tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, and it doesn't really happen, as I was mentioning earlier. Mixed doubles now at the majors. It's you've got a lot of pairings who are winning mixed doubles titles or making it pretty deep, who aren't the biggest names certainly in the sport. They're players that often are playing men's or women's doubles, who also play a combination of mixed as well. They're players who are ranked a lot lower who excel in that sort of format. But very rare do we see the absolute best playing mixed doubles. You really can't do it with the physicality of the game now, unlike, back in the day when players would play singles, doubles and mixed, which you think back now was quite extraordinary.
And before we let you go, BP, we spoke earlier, but just for our new audiences who have joined us, that doesn't mean that that's the end of tennis for tonight, because we still have the completion of the women's singles, so both the bronze medal match and the gold medal match to come tonight. The bronze medal match already underway. What are you expecting from these two matches in the women's singles?
Yeah, well, Rybakina's got a nice little break on Svitolina in the opening set. Got a double break there. So, look, she's the bigger hitter. She's a fine young player who I think at some point is going to be top 10 in the next year or so. Rybakina, she's tall in stature, hits the ball big. We remember that French Open match where she defeated Serena Williams. She played a great match on the clay on that particular night. ran Serena Ragged. So, yeah, she's certainly got the firepower, and we know how Svitolina plays. She does absorb that power and can be more consistent than a lot of those bigger hitters who can be a little hit and miss with their margins. But, yeah, she's got some work to do, Elena Svitolina, that's for sure. And then, yeah, Bencic and Vondrousova should be a great battle coming up. But as I said earlier, I think Marketa Vondrousova, for mine, with her firepower, the way she's played during this tournament, huge chance to take the gold.
Thank you, Brett. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Geordie.
Brett Phillips with us. Thanks to Yonex, celebrating 75 years performance product crafted in Japan. Check out their latest range at yonex.com. So that's the latest news. Is there'll be no bronze medal mixed doubles match between Australia and Serbia. Novak Djokovic withdrawing from the doubles pairing with himself and Nina Stojanovic for Serbia after he ran and unfortunately lost his bronze medal singles match against Pablo Carreño Busta earlier. So he'd been going for the Golden Slam, which hasn't been done for the men's singles in the Open era. Novak Djokovic of winning all 4 regular tennis Grand Slams in the year, plus the men's singles gold medal at the Olympics, hasn't been done. He was going for it this year. He's already won the 3 tennis slams that have happened so far. The US Open still to come in about a month or so, less than a month from now, and the gold medal at the Olympics is a no-go. So not only did he not win the gold medal, but he didn't get any medals after Pablo Carreño Busta beat him earlier today. The gold medal match still to come later on in the week, and tomorrow will be the gold medal match in the men's singles. In the basketball, right, after all that, let's take you back to the basketball. Australia have got themselves out to a 9-point lead in this last quarter. The Boomers leading Germany 81-72. There's 5 minutes left in the last.
Stages of the final quarter. They're exactly where they want to be.
He's also got 5 assists.
Lowe wants to go solo. Flat-looking 3. Caught the front of the rim and Landale the rebound. Only his 3rd quarter of the game, but he's got 14 points. He's Exum. That's to the top. Back to Mills. Good screen from Kate. Now rolls. Landale did well. Got an open shot and fills it up. Landale's got 16 in the game.
And an efficient 16 as well. 6 of 9 from the field, and that looked like real comfortable. A little shot fake. They close out because he's made that 3 earlier on, and the one dribble into the shot. Beautiful action by Landale.
11-point lead's the biggest in the game. Andrew Bogut wanted a travelling violation, but it's going to be free throws instead for Footman.
And for Jock to continue to making that shot, I know that for a fact there's NBA scouts watching this, there's going to be potential offers on the table. It's all about timing, right? But showing that inside out, he can offensive rebound, he can run the floor, and he's gotten better defensively. I would not be surprised if he's in the NBA next season, Joey. Not a big call, but it all needs to line up.
No, absolutely. There's a lot worse player running around in the NBA than Jock Landale, and I guess you've got a comparison down the other end for Germany in Wagner. Similar type characteristics, and I think Jock more versatile than someone like Wagner, and Wagner's a very good player.
Still some work to do for the Boomers. A little over 4 minutes left on the clock here. Mills gets it from Exum. Shot clock to 10. Started by Tiemann in a mismatch. Mills likes his chances, takes the bump. Sobey back to Mills in the corner. They left him open. Can't complete it. Landale keeps it alive. Exum does well to retrieve it as well, and then dances through the German bench. As the Boomers reset, well, they didn't need the foul there called on Sobey.
Yeah, that's just a big guy in Footman, just the sacrificial foul. Great hustle by Dante Exum.
Auditioning for the high jump as well.
Looks like Germany have made no adjustments on these ball screen action. They continue to switch when they have that opportunity and put it big on Paddy, just like we saw.
Well, Mills can't complete it, but Nick Kay's tip in is good enough. 14 now for Nick Kay.
It's been a masterclass by Paddy Mills in this last quarter, either with his own shot or the way he's dealing with these on-ball situations, just creating for his teammates.
Shot clock to 6. Good defensive pressure coming from the Boomers. Offensive rebound to Tiemann, though. They'll get another chance here. And Germany at the moment on a game. Johannes Tiemann keeps it alive. But still, Germany struggling to come up with the target as low. Against Nick Kay, likes his chances here in a mismatch. Kay stays with him, and then a travelling violation is called on Lowe.
And that is fantastic recognition by Nick Kay. He knew Lowe loves to get to that step back from the three. He broke the three and was trying to hedge back, but Nick Kay did not bite. Most big guys would usually back off a little bit and give him some room for speed, but great job by Nick Kay on that scouting report.
See someone like Lowe, the scouting report, he's averaging 18 points a game in his first 2 games, and tonight they've really the Boomers have blanketed him. He's 2 of 11, only has the 6 points.
And for those questioning what Daly's role is, and I've heard some people griping, why is he playing minutes, why is he starting? That is why. He's there to be a bulldog defensively and shut down their best player.
Germany had turnover problems in the first game as well, as Ingles comes up empty, but Kay is there with the offensive rebound. They're averaging 70 turnovers a game, Germany, and they've got 17 again here against the Boomers. As Mills looks for Kay, who started it with the offensive rebound, and he's going to finish it with a bucket as well. 16 now for Nick Kay, including 6 in this quarter.
We're starting to see a familiar pattern with turnovers of teams we're playing against. It might not be that they're so much loose with the ball. It might be that we're stepping up our defensive effort and getting steals.
Spot on, Bo.
Germany with a long road ahead of them now, but they keep firing away here. Tiemann looks inside Nick Kay. That's off the mark as well. Kept alive by Lowe. Queuing up here, Obbs. He's off the mark. They're going for the 3 ball and trying nothing inside. Lowe fires. He missed the lot. And another offensive rebound, though. This time, Tiemann draws the foul.
For the second possession in a row, I think they've had 4 offensive balls in the one possession. So, dominating the glass, and those long rebounds when they're shooting threes. And, of course, it's tough when you're coming off an air ball, but it's where your fundamentals have got to kick in. A little undersized, get a man, stick your butt into someone so you can box them out.
Well, I'm not sure if Germany think there's a 10-pointer. They had a few offensive rebounds and an opportunity to just lay it in, and they're kicking them out for threes. It's only 3, my fellow Germans. You're not going to cut the lead down to 87 apiece with 1 3-point shot.
Well, they're 2 of 9 from deep in this last quarter.
I will say I'm not great at math, though. Maybe there is something missing here.
No, you're right, and it's just that they're throwing caution to the wind now, and they're going to just try and laze away, shoot their way out of it.
Margin 12. Giannis Tiemann. You see closing in on a double-double. And Joe Ingles will restart. Minute 40 on the clock. Nick Kay.
And no real full-court pressure here from Germany. I mean, you need to try and get a steal, make them turn the ball over, get a quick bucket, but no real resistance there in the full court.
Yeah, Brian George in the background. Run it down, Joe. He wants this shot in the last 3 or 4 seconds of the shot clock. I would suspect.
Landale from close range in the dunk. We'll take that every day of the week.
Yes, we will.
And the mean mark, Jock. Tell him all about what you just did.
Landale with 18 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Getting it done again. Australia by 13, and they've turned it over again. 18 turnovers now for Germany.
Bit of a tragic Johnson pass there by, is that Lowe?
Look at the pass. Sobey finds Jock, and
he's very sneaky athletically, Jock Landale. He's athletic, we all know, but people kind of don't give him the respect he deserves from that front. He can get up there and throw him down.
He does, and just really good defensive effort by the Boomers in this one, holding Germany to 43%, but it's those 18 turnovers, and as you alluded to, folks, a lot of those are forced turnovers because of the defensive pressure that Australia's applying.
Well, yeah, 13 steals by us proves that. You know, we can get easy offense generated by steals. We've seen Matisse Thybulle in the open court with easy dunks. It takes a lot more pressure off a Joe Ingles or a Paddy Mills to score in the half court. You can get 10, 15 of those a night against a Spain or a France. You've got a good chance to win that game.
And this is going to end Germany's tournament because they will finish the pool with just the 1 win. Italy have 2, and Australia's going to have 3. And Germany came in as a hot team just 3 weeks ago. They went through qualifying and they knocked over Russia, the number 9 team, Brazil, the number 11 team, Croatia, the number 14 team.
They do Case, have you done the maths? Have they got a chance to be one of those highest placed third teams?
Well, yes, indeed they will. In terms of, yes, thanks for the correction. They came in with an opportunity to even top the group here if things went their way. But now they are going to have to rely on the other results.
And that's why it's very important for them to finish this game off the right way. They might not get the winning here, but getting it down to a 5 or 6 point loss can probably get them into the second round.
They lost to Italy by 10 and defeated Nigeria by 7. So the Australians again will take their time here as we move inside the last 60 seconds of the game. Mills, he'll fire the 3. Caught it deep. And Tiemann the rebound. And a chance now for Germany through Maudi Low. Again, they're trying to get Tiemann posting up against Thibault. It wasn't on offer from close range, though. He missed what he should have made there. Tiemann knocked down out of court, and he and Thibault just getting a little unhappy.
The old wrestle after the whistle is always an interesting one in basketball. It doesn't really matter, it's useless, but it's more I'm stronger than you. And Matisse said, you want the ball, mate? Here you go. Take the loss with you along the way.
Just lock arms. Matisse just saying, well, we probably can't repeat exactly what he said, but if you're any sort of reasonable lip reader, you'll appreciate there was a few, what are they called, adjectives as far as thrown in there about what he thought.
Bogues, and what was your plan of attack if it came into a wrestle for the ball there at the end?
I'd always just shake his hand and wish him the best. But I'll tell you what, Matisse has some fire to him. That's the second time he's got into it with someone. That's Boomers' culture and DNA. And we didn't really know what to expect from Matisse coming into a Boomers program. No one really knew much about him. Wasn't around a lot as a junior. But what I see today, he's got that fire and that passion. And you need a bit of that. That was unfortunately me the last few campaigns. A bit of argy-bargy never goes astray. And we're going to need that further down the tournament.
Well, what else he has done, it really looks like he's bought into his role and he's being a good teammate. His body language has been outstanding, whether he's on the floor or on the bench, really embracing that Boomers culture. Seems really grateful for the opportunity to pull on a green and gold jersey. So I love everything that I've seen from a long way away, of course, but it's been fantastic.
And for those that aren't aware, he actually was born in the United States, went to Sydney as a 2-year-old and lived there for about 7 years, and that's why he has the opportunity to play for Australia. And great to see him in the village with the boomerang out.
Yes.
A little confused.
He was, but he was having a crack.
Well,
it's a dangerous thing to try, isn't it?
The only thing is that when he threw it, there was an almighty bang.
It didn't come back.
And he might have caused a little bit of damage, but we love the effort.
So back to the game. Just on 30 seconds remaining. Outside Obbs from deep. Off the mark and getting after it, Sobey. Again, the Boomers with an opportunity to slow it down here. It's been impressive by Australia. Shot clock and game clock almost in unison here.
They'll just run this out.
And they'll be happy to, because for the first time ever at the Olympics in their 15th campaign, the Boomers are going to win their opening 3 games, and they will finish on top of their pool. And obviously we'll go into the pool with the other leaders from Pool A and Pool B and the second best second team.
And some luck with the ping pong balls, Case.
They need that. That can come in handy. Mills is going to be happy to run this out. Australia have come up with their highest score in Tokyo and have prevailed here by 13 points. Full time, it's Australia 89, Germany 76. They came with a job in hand to finish top of the pool, and they've conquered that, and now we move on.
Definitely, you just want to keep that momentum going. They're playing very good basketball right now, and they've kind of gone up and down by figuring things out from the Nigeria game. They didn't turn the ball over as much in the last 2 games. Offensive rebounds were a bit of a problem in this game, but they've got a big win here, and we'll move on to the top 8.
They trail by 4 at quarter time. We're back on top by 4 at half time. Up to 7-point lead in that third quarter and outscored Germany 23-17 in the final term to come up with that 13-point victory. Australia too strong for Germany and complete the pool games 3-0.
Thanks, John.
Success for the Boomers. They win 89-76, a 13-point win for Australia, and that means that the Boomers have completed the group stage undefeated. They beat Nigeria in the first game. They sneaked past Italy in the second game by 3 points, and now pretty comprehensively in the end against Germany by 11 points. You call that comprehensive. I know 11 points in basketball means you've kind of stretched it out towards the end. Sorry, 13 points, I beg your pardon. 13 points is the difference. But, they streaked it out after what was an arm wrestle of a match, really. It was a close game pretty much all the way through. Germany were up in the first quarter, led by 4 points at quarter time. They were leading for, a good portion of the second quarter, but Australia outscored them 26-18 to take the halftime lead. And then into the second half, and Australia just continued to put the hammer down. And down the stretch, they were far better than their German opponents. So that's the final score, is 89-76 from the final basketball group stage match at the Saitama Super Arena for Australia. Just looking at some of the statistics here. Paddy Mills, top scoring again with 24 points, shooting 9 from 23 from the floor, 5 from 15 from outside the perimeter. Next best was Jock Landale with 18 points. He was 7 from 10 from the floor and 2 from 2 from outside the three-point line. And Nick Kay with 16 points, the big forward who has done a great job for the Boomers. He's been fantastic in green and gold across the 3 group stage games. Nick Kay had 16 points with 7 from 10 from the floor, and was just the 1 from 2 from outside the three-point. Not an outside shooter is Nick Kay, so did a lot of his work on the inside. Rebound leaders, Joe Ingles had 5 rebounds for the Boomers. Next best was Dante Exum and Nick Kay, who had 4 apiece, and the assist leader was Paddy Mills, as you'd expect, with 6 assists. Paddy Mills. The overall team stats, the shooting percentage, 50% for Australia from all field goals. Germany, 41% from outside the three-point line. 11 from 32 Australia at 34%. Germany, 11 from 33 at 33%, so nearly identical. And free throws, not that big of a difference as far as percentage goes. Australia, 8 from 9. Germany, 13 from 14. The rebound count, Germany did a lot more heavy work on the O boards, 18-9, the offensive rebounds. And overall, they out-rebounded Australia heavily in the second half, Germany, but they weren't able to get a lot of those, or many of those, second chance points from the offensive rebounds. Total rebounds was 45-28 in favour of Germany. So Australia fell away a little bit in that count in the second half after it was almost even at halftime, the rebound count, but 45-28 for Germany in the rebounds. But that doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because Australia have the win 89-76, and it means that the Aussies finish on top of Group B after beating Nigeria 84-67, beating Italy 86-83, and beating Germany 89-76. So into the bracket we go, into the group stage, into the knockout phase we go, and the knockout matches will begin on Tuesday. So Australia's next match will be on Tuesday. All quarterfinals will be on Tuesday, and I think the final placings for the bracket is yet to be determined. Just having a look here, because I think there are still other matches to be played across the groups. United States still to play the Czech Republic later tonight at about 10 p.m. We might even take a bit of that game once we get deeper into the evening. And Group C is still to be sorted out in their last matches. So our group, Group B, is the first group to be completed fully, with every team having played their match. And the other games still will decide how the final bracket looks. So Australia's into the quarterfinals. That's all we need to know. And we'll know who our opponent is in the next 24 to 48 hours. Quarterfinals begin on Tuesday. Success for the Aussies. That's one done. There's more success from the Aussies elsewhere. We'll find out how we've gone in the boxing right after this on SEN's coverage of Tokyo 2020.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kick the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates a 4 and 20 pie. Oh!
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Games, Tokyo 2020, right around the nation on SEN. You can send through your text messages, 0433 98 11 16, all thanks to Tempur, a mattress like no other. So we are pretty much down to the athletics now as far as Australians are concerned, but plenty of other sports still going on around Tokyo, and we'll bring you those live events as they come throughout the night. But our next focus now is on the athletics. It begins in a couple of minutes in the long jump, the qualification stage of the long jump featuring Henry Frayne of Australia is what we'll look at first. So the way the long jump works is pretty much like all the other the other field disciplines. So shot put, discus, long jump, high jump, they all work in the qualification stage in 2 groups. So they split the athletes into two separate groups. Henry Frayne of Australia is in Group A, and then you either qualify by reaching the minimum threshold or by being the next best handful of competitors who were outside the threshold but qualified high enough in your group to go through. So for the long jump, the qualification rules are that if you qualify with a jump of 8.15 metres as a minimum, which is quite a long minimum, so it's there's not going to be many of the jumpers who get that far because it's quite a lengthy jump. But not to say that they won't get there though. 8.15 is the qualification threshold, or the next best 12 performers qualify for the final. So basically, at an absolute minimum, Henry Frayne, the Aussie, has to be in the best 12 competitors in his group to qualify to the final. Now, does this mean next is 12 from the one group or 12 from both groups combined? So he's either going to be in the top 6 or the top 12 in the group, combined anyway, across the two groups. So there's 16 competitors in his group. As long as he's in the top 12 all told, he'll be into the next stage. So it's definitely doable, and Henry Frayne is one of the world's best. He's been an accomplished Olympian before, has Henry Frayne, and he's won a couple of medals in the World Championships and Diamond Leagues and the like. So he's been around the traps quite a bit. Henry Frayne, he's been there for a while now for Australia in the long jump. After that will be the discus at 9:15 in the final of discus. So Matt Denny qualified overall with the fourth best qualification throw, or the combination of throws all up. So 60 metres across his throws yesterday, all told. So he qualified into the final of the discus, and that'll be at 9:15 tonight. And then the 100-metre sprints are on tonight as well. The women's final will be the last events on the athletics program tonight of the 100 metres. They've got the semi-finals as well, which starts in a couple of minutes from now. So we'll take those semi-finals when they come through, and then we'll get to the men's heats as well, which features Australian Rowan Browning. So Rowan Browning is one of the best 100-metre sprinters that Australia has produced in quite some time, and he is going to be in the 7th and final heat of the first round of the men's 100-metre sprint. That's coming up tonight, and his heat will be at approximately 9:30 this evening. So that's what we are looking forward to from the track tonight. Gold medals on offer from the athletics program will be, as I said, the men's discus, the 4x400 metre relay, the mixed relay. So 2 men, 2 women across the mixed relay. Australia aren't competing in this one, but Ireland, Great Britain, Germany, the United States, Poland, the Dominican Republic, Netherlands, Belgium and Jamaica is the field for the mixed relay, the 4x400 mixed relay. And then, as I said, the women's 100-metre final will be the final program on the athletics, or the final event on the athletics program tonight at about 10 to 11 Eastern Standard Time. We're with you all the way through to midnight, so there's we'll take that and we'll be able to get that for sure. There's a bit of boxing happening as well. We are into the round of 16 phase in the men's lightweight division. Harry Garside from Australia is competing. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll get a couple of those women's 100-metre semi-final heats, and then we'll see how Harry went in the round of 16 tonight. Rowan Browning, as I said, one of Australia's best 100-metre athletes that we've had in a little while. He is the first Aussie to contest the men's 100 metres in 17 years on a huge day at the athletics, as Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price bids to win an unprecedented third women's 100-metre Olympic title. Tokyo 2020, live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. We'll head out to the track and fields venue next, Tokyo 2020.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Daisy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, always tyre power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish. Gee, protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you, taking you through the night session. Good to be in your company. You can send us a text 0433 98 11 16 over the course of the night. We are at the athletics track now. We are getting into the 100-metre sprints. It's the women's semi-finals tonight and the men's heats. The semi-finals will lead into the final, which will be the final event on the program in this day 8 night session of the Games. Semi-final number 1 is about to go. They are just lining up. Semi-final number 1, Bruce McAvaney is on the call. Let's head out to the women's 100-metre sprint, semi-final number 1 of 3.
So fast. I think this race is going to set the tone of how fast the times are going to be for this evening. If we see a 10.7 from Elaine, could we be in for one of the world's fastest time we've ever seen?
So Thompson 3 from the right. Asher Smith 3 from the left. Elaine got out pretty well. She's not leading early. Asher Smith away well with her body. She's leading now though. Thompson stretches away 2-3 metres in front. It has to be oh so quick. It's got to be. She's thrashed them. She put them to the sword in the first 50 metres and put world-class athletes in the dust, didn't she?
Bruce, didn't she just make that 10.76 look super easy? She reacted really well to the gun, and when she gets up and running, she's got that really bouncy, upright style. But she was just pulling away from them even when she switched off. Yeah, that final is going to be super fast. Look how calm and relaxed she looks. Usually you'd be ecstatic when you see a 10.76 in front of your name, but she knows that the job's still not done. She's got to go back to that warm-up track and rest.
So Del Ponte's got through by the look of it, the Swiss in front of Asher Smith. Asher Smith will have to wait for the other ones here to work out whether or not she qualifies. Well, Thompson's really put the marker down there. She ran so quickly in the first 50. She wasn't the absolute first up out of the blocks. She never is, but she's so powerful. And this acceleration was quite remarkable here. She just puts top-class athletes, puts a space between herself and them.
You know, she didn't get the best dry face, Thompson. She popped up and then she put her head back down because she knew that she'd popped up. But look how beautifully she's moving right now. There is such relaxation through it. And she's pulled up with 20 metres to go, Bruce, and she is still running away from them. Look how great she is through the knees. Oh, she's going to run a special time if she runs as relaxed as she's run there, and with some pressure from the other women in that final, we could see a very, very fast time.
So Elaine Thompson-Herah wins the women's semi-final number 1 of the 100-metre sprint from Jamaica with a time of 10.76. To say that she absolutely smoked the field is an understatement. Tamsin Manu was correct, is that she pulled up with about 20 minutes to go and walked the last 20 pretty much. Oh, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. That's how easily she won the semi-final. Isla Del Ponte from Switzerland came second. Dina Asher-Smith from Great Britain was third, and Jenna Prandini from the United States was fourth in a field of 7. So Elaine Thompson-Herah is the number 1 qualifier so far with a time of 10.76, which, by the way, the Olympic record set by the great Florence Griffith-Joyner back in 1988. The Olympic record is 10.62. So I know it comes down to tenths and hundredths of a second when you get into the 100-metre sprint, but that's really not that far off. Elaine Thompson-Herah is 10.76 her time to 10.62, so 0.14 off the Olympic record for Thompson-Herah. So that's great. The top 2 qualifiers go through automatically. So Thompson-Herah and Del Ponte from Switzerland are through to the final, and the next 2 fastest times will go through. So Dina Asher-Smith is the next one in line here from semi-final 1, so she'll have to wait for the end of all 3 semi-finals to see if she gets through. Semi-final number 2, not far away. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and return to the track with Bruce and Tamsin after this.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNT AFL Game.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games brought to you by Mate Communication, Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59. And for Zero, online accounting to help you do business, but better. We are going back to the track and the field as we look towards the athletics tonight. This is the main events of this evening. The basketball done. Australia, the Boomers, 89-76 winners over Germany. They topped the group and they are safely into the quarterfinals of the men's basketball competition, finishing first in their group, undefeated 3-0. The field events, I was right the first time. The field events have begun from an Australian perspective. Henry Frayne in the men's long jump. His first jump just a few moments ago registered a distance of 7.82 metres, which places him fourth in the group overall, with a handful of jumpers still to come. So he's one of the first to go, and there's still about 10 or so jumpers still to go. So he is, with a 7.82, fourth in the group. Semi-final number 2 of the women's 100 metres sprint is about to go. The top qualifiers here, the ones to look out for: Mary-Josée Talou from Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast in Africa. She's the third best sprinter in the world, and Javianne Oliver from the United States in lane number 9 is the world number 8 in the sprint. Bruce McAvaney, Tamsin Manu.
Conditions are terrific. IE next to her, they know each other so well. Jackson, that's a bit like what Fred Curley's doing for the men, coming down from 400 to 100. We'll see him later tonight. She's good enough, Jackson. She'll be giving them a start. Talou right in the centre here. Here we go. Talou away well. Just leads Jackson. IE got a pretty good start. Talou about a half a stride up. Jackson gets up alongside of her. Can't quite get past her. Nearly. Oh, Talou just equals the African record, I reckon. 10.78 is what she ran today. And Jackson, oh, so close to her in the slightest of headwinds.
Oh, Talou just didn't look as relaxed as she did yesterday. It's a fabulous time, but it's all about how effortlessly you do it in that semi-final. I think Jackson looked just that little bit better. She switched off and she was really relaxed through that back end of the race.
So it's rounded out to 10.79, so just a tiny bit slow, and Jackson actually has been given the same time here. It was a great contest. IE left in their weight runs 11 seconds dead. There's IE, so IE's got a good chance of making the final. She's quicker than Asher Smith at 11.05, so I reckon she might get herself in there, but it was such a great contest, wasn't it? Talou could never break away from Jackson.
It was a fabulous contest. You know, we expected Talou to really be up on Jackson in the first 10 to 20 metres after that drive phase acceleration, but Sharika Jackson got her bottom up really high in that set position and did pop up, but Talou reacted and she just didn't get away from Jackson. At any point in that race, she couldn't get that lead, and when Jackson was, we'll see it here. See, Jackson's bottom is really high in that set position. She does come up. Talou just looks tense through the shoulders and the face the whole way through this race. The occasion's so big for her that she needs to go back now and just relax and just think she's in shape. It's just another race, even though it is the Olympic final. But don't you think Jackson just looked that little bit better?
Agreed. And you'll see it here, won't you? I mean, the grimace on Talou. And look at Jackson, much more relaxed. Doesn't dip at all. And Talou does. So the Jamaican there, oh, the Jamaicans, they could clean sweep. They could clean sweep after we've seen Thompson with Fraser Price to come. I think he'll get through. Well, we'll see what happens in the next one. There might be two faster losers. Burkhardt's had a really good championship. She was fourth in 11.07, the tall German. So that result board's about to come up. It'll show that Talu and Jackson, as we have one more look. Oliver dropped away late, didn't she? She was in the frame here, the one closest to us, the American, but Burkhardt's able to get past her, and so does IE here as she tightens up. But Jackson, the 400-metre bronze medalist behind Miller and Felix 5 years ago, and now as good as most at the 100. A real chance for a medal.
I don't think you can write Jackson off for the gold medal. You see Talu's face, it's incredibly tense. Oh, she needs to have her coach tell her, Anthony Coffey needs to tell her back on that warm-up track, just stay relaxed, because the more you tense up, the slower you're going to run. In complete contrast, you have Jackson, who is just super smooth. She's got such confidence over her speed at the moment, which is, it's unheard of to drop down from the 400 and be going so well at the 100 metres like Jackson is.
Confirmation of the results. Talu and Jack in the final, IE sits and waits.
So that's semi-final number 2 of the women's 100-metre sprint. So Marie-Josée Talu, who I mentioned before the race, number 3 in the world, did win, but they actually, it was a dead heat, I guess, in the top 2. So 10.79 they both ran. Talu was in front for most of the race, but the analysis of Tamsin Manu was spot on, was that Talu's body language just looked a lot stiffer than what Sharika Jackson's did. Sharika Jackson of Jamaica was second in the heat, and they'll both go through as the top qualifiers. Michelle Lee IE with a time of 11 flat is her season best, and she actually ran faster than what Isla Del Ponte did in the semi-final number 1, so she'll probably go through as the next best qualifier. Semi-final number 3 right up after this.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. Jordan Canellis with you. Semi-final number 3 of the women's 100 metres about to run. This features the world number 1 and the gold medal favourite, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce of Jamaica. She runs out of lane number 5. Also in the race is Tiana Daniels of the United States, the world number 11. Muriel Ahure from Cote d'Ivoire, who's the world number 9. And Daryl Nater of Great Britain, who has run a season best 10.96, which is among the best in this semi-final. Semi-final number 3 about to go. Back to Bruce and Tamsin.
Tiana Daniels, third at the Olympic trials, 10.99 in 2019. She'll need all of that, you would think, to the Americans have been in the shade here. Here's Kambunji, 10.95 behind Thompson. The national record, as we said, had it broken by Del Ponte. She made the semi-finals at this stage 5 years ago. Very good at 200 as well. Ahure, now she holds the African record with Talu. They're both from the same country, the Ivory Coast. They've never won a gold medal in track and field. One medal only, Gabrielle Tiako, and that 400 metres that Darren Clark led into the straight in 1984. So they're looking here. And Wakocha here, who ran a personal best behind Shelley in the first round of 11 seconds.
Oh, it's a big, big semi-final, isn't it? They would have seen how fast the 2 semi-finals have gone before them. And it's a little bit about mind games. You need to put a marker down. And when you've seen such fast times, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce is going to want to put it down here that says to the others, hey, I'm still here. You got to watch me.
Let's see how she goes about her work. She's quick off the blocks. Beautiful technician. She is regarded even before tonight as the greatest 100-metre female sprinter in Olympic history. Well, she could go to another mountain this evening. Let's see what she can do here. She needs to run very well here, I think, for the confidence after what Thompson did. Let's have a look. Shelley got out well. She's just in front of Daniels. Kimbunji's got away pretty well. Fraser Price clearly in front. How fast will she be? She's drawing away. Is she as quick as Thompson? Oh, 10.73. Oh, that is so quick. The Jamaicans have really marked her down, haven't they?
Well, Kimbunji, I think, has come through for the second place there to make that final, which will be a huge, huge performance for the Swiss athlete. You can see her waiting here for the results. Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. You know what the main difference, Bruce, was between the other semi-finals and Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price? The start. Her reaction and her acceleration out of the blocks is better than the others, and that's where she's going to win that final. If she gets a good start and puts pressure on the other athletes early, and Kimbunji's got that position. What an effort to get Switzerland into that final. Effort by Kimbunji. It was a fabulous race.
So there you go. Semi-final number 3 is done in the women's 100-metre sprint, and we'll get those final standings for you in a second. But Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, the world number 1, goes through with the best time of 10.73, which was the fastest time out of all 3 semi-finals. And Mujinga Kimbunji from Switzerland with a 10.96, I think just gets her in. Sorry, does get her in because she finishes second, and Tiana Daniels might just squeeze in from the United States. In fact, I think she will into the final as well. We'll get the full field for you in a moment. Australia's latest medalists at Tokyo 2020 is Ash Barty and John Peers, and it's because of a walkover, because Novak Djokovic and Nina Stojanovic had to, Djokovic himself had to pull out of the bronze medal match after playing his bronze medal singles match a little earlier. Ash Barty and John Peers join us live from Tokyo right now. Ash, John, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
How did you find out that you wouldn't be taken to the court tonight?
We were just starting to get ready to go on court, and one of the supervisors came over and gave us the news that we're Olympic medalists.
Did they give you a reason why? Did they say why it had happened?
No, they just said he's had to pull out, and we haven't found that out yet.
So I guess how does it feel to have an Olympic medal around your neck, or soon to be?
Yeah, I think for both Johnny and I, this was an event that we earmarked to really want to do well in, and we weren't here to make up the numbers. We wanted to come here and win a medal for Australia and add to that medal count. And I think for both of us, even though it's a little bit of a bizarre outcome and kind of the way around, it's exciting, and I think being able to contribute to Australia's medal tally is really exciting, and I think for both of us it's just awesome.
Ash, for you, it sort of caps off a pretty decent summer for you, a Northern Hemisphere summer after your achievements at Wimbledon. Was I mean, obviously every Olympian wants to go and achieve a medal, and you did that in the mixed doubles. How do you feel now at the end of this summer period for you after what you've achieved so far in the last couple of months?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I think this first Olympic experience for me has been nothing shy of remarkable. It was a very unique Games, and I think everyone had to come into it with an open mind. And I think being able to come here and really compete hard and represent our country to the best of our ability is exactly what we wanted to do. And to be able to walk away with a medal now is really exciting. I know it's been a long time since the tennis team has brought home a medal, so I think to be able to do that for our nation is really, really neat.
John, for you, achieving the bronze medal and walking away with an Olympic medal now, for us, how does detail your journey to the Olympics and how certain you were to even go to Tokyo in the first place?
Yeah, it was an interesting period just before Tokyo with the Olympics. So I was meant to play with Alex de Minaur, then unfortunately he had to withdraw, and then it was sort of a very nervous, probably 36 hours to figure out that I would get a chance to play with Max. And once I knew I got here, as Ash said, we did mark trying to play mixed together here and win a medal for Australia. And so the first step was actually getting here. So yeah, first of all, be definitely playing with Demon, and then Demon pulling out, and then not having a partner, then having a partner, and now to walk away with an Olympic medal is something really special, and definitely been a rollercoaster ride for myself.
John, was being an Olympian something that had ever been on your radar?
Yeah, definitely. It's my second Olympics now. I went to Rio and now with Tokyo. It's the Olympics is something really special, and the way the whole Olympic team comes together really shows you how much it means to Australia. And it's something that you dream of as a child to be an Olympian, and to represent Australia is just something amazing. It's something which is just something we want to do from a child growing up, and now to be sharing with Ash here is great.
Ash, how content do you now feel leaving Tokyo with the medal, even despite, I guess, the early knockout from the singles? You achieved a couple of round wins with Storm Sanders in the women's doubles, but how content now do you feel walking away from Tokyo with this medal?
Oh, I think no matter the result here in Tokyo, I know that I did everything in my power to try and do the best that I could for my nation. And Stormy and I played exceptional tennis all week. We got a little bit unlucky not to be in with a chance in the medal rounds, but I'm proud of the way that we went about our doubles this week. I was excited to play with Storm. I'm proud of Storm, and obviously I'm very proud to be playing with John, and now to be able to call ourselves Olympic medalist is really, really cool.
Aside from or away from the tennis courts, guys, what's your Tokyo experience been like?
It's been amazing. The way the Australian teams come together, the way we support each other in the village. We wake up every morning, go have a coffee downstairs, and the game starts. We watch the swimmers always race off early in the morning, then the rowers have been going off. So, the way the Australian team comes together is something amazing, something we definitely cherish and don't take for granted, because everyone's there supporting each other, no matter the sport you're doing it in. And for us to be able to add to the Australian medal tally and do Australia proud is something amazing for us.
Ash, had you been looking forward to playing Novak? I think it's been decades and decades. We were talking before with a couple of our tennis experts here, Brett Phillips, on when the last time the two world number ones on the men's and women's singles rankings had faced each other across the court. Had that been something that had sort of crossed your mind of how cool it might be to face Novak Djokovic on the same court?
Not him specifically. I think I was excited for the challenge that was going to be today of John and I fighting for a medal. And I think regardless of who was on the other side of the court, we wanted to go out and play our way, play the Australian way, and fight right to the end. So I think to not be able to do that tonight is disappointing. But I think we've certainly put ourselves in a position where we've earned this medal, and we take nothing but positives from it today.
John, for you, what's next on the tennis agenda? Because tennis is it's a week-to-week sport; it never ends. So what's your next move on the tennis calendar?
Fly to Washington on Monday. Get ready to go over there.
And Ash, for you, similar?
To the American summer.
I'll head back to the States on Monday and look to play Cincinnati before the US Open. So it's obviously, like you said, the tennis calendar never stops. But for Johnny and I, we'll hit pause over the next 24 hours or so and celebrate something really special that we've achieved here this week.
How long do you think the celebrations will last?
I think we'll see how we go. Obviously, it's awesome for us. It's awesome for our team, for the whole tennis team that's still here, and to be able to share it with everyone that's around, and of course, still get around our athletes. We've got a big second week coming up here as an Australian team, and hopefully those medals keep on coming.
Absolutely. Guys, congratulations. Olympic bronze medalists in the mixed doubles. Enjoy the rest of the evening ahead and the remaining week in Tokyo. Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Ash Barty and John Peers with us on SEN after taking the bronze medal in the mixed doubles after Nina Stojanovic and Novak Djokovic pulled out from the bronze medal playoff match. So automatic bronze medalists. And that's another one to the tally now for Australia. So we do a quick update on the medal tally, all thanks to Rebel Sports. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at Rebel Sport. Australia's medal count now jumps to 27 in total, 10 gold, 3 silver, and now 14 bronze medals. And that one is the last one to be added to the tally. Ash Barty, world number one. John Peers, who is an experienced player, seasoned player on the doubles courts around the world, and they achieved the bronze medal. They obviously had a pretty good tournament coming all the way through the stages. They beat the likes of Stefanos Tsitsipas and Maria Sakkari in the quarterfinals. They went down to Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova and Andrei Rublev in the semi-finals, which meant they were pushed into the bronze medal encounter to take on the Serbians. But they walk away with the bronze as a result of Novak Djokovic withdrawing. So a walkover win, bronze medal, another medal added to the Australian count. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll continue watching what is going on at the track. Actually, I'll just quickly bring you the updated leaderboard. So finalised standings now, and the final qualifiers for the women's 100-metre final. So now that these semis have been done, they've just gone through the replays, and the officials have done what they've needed to do. And the final the final group of runners for the women's 100-metre final tonight. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price goes through with the best time. Elaine Thompson-Herah from Jamaica, her compatriot, goes through with the second best time. Also does Shericka Jackson. So 3 Jamaicans into the final. And as Bruce alluded to, I think at the end of the second semi-final, he said that the Jamaicans could very well clean sweep the medals tonight in the last events on the track. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, Elaine Thompson-Herah and Shericka Jackson go through with the best 3 times, as does Mary-Josée Talou from the Ivory Coast. Mujinga Kambunji from Switzerland qualifies as well. Tiana Daniels goes through just as one of the next best times, as does Daryl Nita, and I believe Michelle Lee Ayi from Trinidad and Tobago just misses out, even despite running her season best. She was outperformed by Tiana Daniels and Daryl Nita. So Michelle Lee Ayi, who had been one of the favourites going in, or one of the more highly profiled sprinters, misses out, and Isla DuPont goes through as well. So Fraser-Price, Thompson-Herah, Talou, Jackson, Kambunji, Daniels, Nater and Del Ponte will be the final 8 to run in the women's 100-metre final later tonight. We'll bring you that on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games, which continues right after this. We'll continue with the track and we'll head to the boxing rings as well. That's next on SEN.
Pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dean Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. Our future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 20 pie. Oh.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
The Tokyo 2020 Olympics on SEN. Jordan Canellis with you for Mate Communication, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from $59 and Zero online accounting to help you do business but better. We are going to we'll go to the 100-metre sprints in a few moments for the men's. The heats are on. We are more focused on the last sprint of the night, heat number 7, which features Rowan Browning of Australia. We're also keeping an eye on the long jump for you. Henry Frayne is in the qualification Group A for Australia. His first jump, as I brought to you before, was 7.82. So was his second jump, 7.82 for Henry Frayne. So he's doubled up on the same distance, and it currently places him in 8th position so far, 8th position out of 16. So he's looking okay at the moment. Is Henry Frayne, but some of the top jumpers have gone way past not only him but the rest of the field with 8.17, 8.13, and 8.10. The 3 top jumpers so far. So actually, Yuki Hashioka from Japan has, with 1 jump, already qualified for the next round because he got past the 8.15 threshold that I was talking to you about before. So 8.17 for the native Yuki Hashioka, and he's into the final of the long jump. And we just await Henry Frayne's 3rd and final jump to see if he gets through and how he stacks up to those in Group B. Rowan Browning, as I said, Matt Denny is in the discus final as well. And we'll get to that in about 20 or so minutes from now, that discus final. Matt Denny is 9:15, so about 25 minutes from now we'll bring you those finals as they come through from the track. Around the grounds, win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. Harry Garside of Australia took on Jonas of Namibia in the men's lightweight round of 16 clash. We joined the fight from the second round. Harry Garside looking to progress to the quarterfinals.
Round 2. Australia's Harry Garside in the red. Jonas of Namibia. Big shout of nice coming out of his corner, and that's what he's got to keep doing now. Set the tone in the first. This is much more of a pace than the first round. And that is because Jonas is trying to give us a little bit more. He's changed the tempo. He's changed his mind. They've measured each other up. Holding. They had 3 minutes of it. Stop. And I think there's been more thrown in the opening minute of the second than we saw in the entirety of the first. Side found some success in that first round in just keeping his opponent at bay and picking him off. He's finding Jonas coming at him more frequently and a little quicker as well. Tempo change from the Namibian. Means that Garside is just catching a few more than he was, and that's a good return with the left though. Jonas is going to step on the front foot. Garside will be looking to take advantage. Stuck up against the ropes here, and a huge shout from the Slovakian referee Simon. And from the Gold Coast, holds his glove up to acknowledge that, but then finds one of those blue gloves that belongs to Jonas coming his way. As well to get out of the way. And again, no holding. Feel like Garside has the better of the blows when he lands them. Far more accuracy from the Australian. Final 30 seconds of the second round. Okay, just trying to stay out of reach of the Namibian and impose his own style on the contest.
No holding.
He had every single one of the judges in the first round on his side.
Nice watching, Harry.
He might fancy he's done it again, but could be a little tighter. Certainly better work from Jonas. He was certainly wanting to try and chase Garside around. Only 2 of the 5 felt that Jonas had improved enough. It means that the Australian can't rest on his laurels.
No holding.
He's got to do pretty much the same as he has so far in the first 2 to try and get out of this round of 16. Second contest here in Tokyo. A bye for the Namibian. Outside already into the swing.
To the back of the head.
Activity. He's just been said that's the last one. This is last warning. Some good stuff there from Garside, who slips over to the ground. Really well delivered blows just before that. Now it's the Namibian's turn to have a sit down. Just over a minute and a half. Jonas to do something to impact the result of this one. Garside has been a little bit more aggressive in the third, probably more so in this one than he has in the opening 2. Maybe deciding that he wants to make sure, without any doubt in the minds of this result. African Championships light welterweight winner in 2017, Jonas. Never been able to compete at a World Championships. That's a good one to hit at this point in time. Less than 60 seconds to go. That blow from Jonas will be fresh in the mind of the judges. Boxing, says the referee. Eventually goes for the break, but time ticking away, you feel, for Jonas. Now, Garside will know he's got 20 seconds or so just to avoid he didn't there. His arms are very low. Very confident approach to this Final few seconds and don't do anything silly now. And that's exactly where Harry Garside wanted to be towards the end. Well, he raises his fists in delight, not anger. He thinks he's done enough. He goes over to the Namibian corner. And as he comes to his own, he seems the happier of the two. Well, Jonas had to keep swinging, had to try and connect, and just didn't do it enough. You feel that he won't have changed those judges' minds with that third round performance. He did land a couple on Harry Garside, but if you are scoring it on the way it was controlled, Garside did that beautifully. Let's find out officially.
Unanimous decision. 勝者はユナニマスディシジョンにより In red,
Come on, he shouts as his name is read out. And he'll have his name read out at least once more as he goes into the next stages. It's a unanimous decision as well. He'll be happy with that, delighted in fact. You can see the man with the ballet skills has
So Harry Garside gets through to the quarterfinals of the men's lightweight. Henry Frayne in for his second jump. This was the replay from earlier.
So top 12 go through to the final if you can get over that blue line of 8:15. That's the automatic mark. And that's going to be pretty close to the same distance for Henry Frayne, 7:82. World champion TJ Gale has fouled his first jump, but other than that, it's proceeding pretty much to the form book at the moment. This qualifying round, you get 3 attempts. They take the top 12 through if you don't get over the 8:15. There's Mike Barber, coach of Kelsey Lee Barber, the world champion javelin thrower, who's helping out Henry, given that his coach Gary Bourne's back in Queensland. Here's TJ Gale, and well, he was just superb at the World Championships in Doha. He's at 8:69 to win the world title. It was the longest jump in 10 years. He was only 4th at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast, and a year later he's the world champion. He's coached by Usain Bolt's coach Stephen Francis, and he's been running super fast this year. He's taken his 100 time down from 10:42 to 10:10, but he doesn't look that super on the runway, and that's big problems for the world champion. Fouled his first jump. He's a loper as he comes in, but he's in trouble. We saw Ishivari is 8:50. Gale has been in good form this year. Second in the Monaco Diamond lead. He had the longest jump of the day, but they have this very strange format there where they have a final 3. You take one final jump, and he ended up being beaten, but he had the longest jump. He won the Jamaican trials. He won in Stockholm, but that's problematic. Doesn't look like it's a hammy. Perhaps problems with the knee. Got okay to here, but then it went sideways and just got the leg stuck. Maybe just hyperextended the left leg. He's in trouble here, the world champ. So 6:72. At the moment, Henry Frayne's in 12th place with his 7:82, but there's a gaggle of jumpers around him. There's a stack of them, so we'll keep an eye on that. Here's the discus. They're just warming up. Don't get too excited just yet. Alert but not alarmed, Bruce. They're not underway. They're not underway. They will be starting shortly, and Matt Denny's right in it.
So there you go. That was a bit of Henry Frayne and a bit of the world champion TJ Gale of Jamaica, one after the other. So Henry Frayne's second jump there was 7.82, as I mentioned to you before. That was the replay of it. Then TJ Gale, the world champion in the long jump right after that. And he jumped 6.72, but as Dave Colbert on the commentary said, he sort of loped in, not looking quite right with his approach. And then when he actually hit the sand, it looks like he might have injured something. Perhaps a hamstring was being suggested there. So those were the two jumps, one after the other. And they mentioned Matt Denny just doing a few discus warm-up throws. His final begins in 15 minutes. 9:15 Eastern Time is when the final of the men's discus commences, and Matt Denny qualified with the fourth best cumulative distance thrown overall in the discus in the qualifications yesterday. So his final is set to begin in 15 or so minutes, and he will be in the running for a medal, you'd hope, for Australia. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll continue through, and as we just heard before, I had to rush from one to the other, but Harry Garside in that boxing fight, you heard the last two rounds. He beats Jonas of Namibia, and Harry Garside, our last boxer standing, he lives on in Tokyo. He'll go into the quarterfinals of the men's lightweight division, and he'll fight again on, actually I'll just get the bracket up and find when his next match is. Harry Garside, his next bout will be on Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He'll take on Saifulin from Kazakhstan. Zakir Saifulin from Kazakhstan Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. in Tokyo. Harry Garside in the lightweight boxing in the quarterfinals. So well done to Harry. He continues on after our other boxers in Tokyo were knocked out in the earlier stages. Alex Winwood and Polo Akuzo in the men's, and Sky Nicholson and Caitlin Parker in the women's. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We are building up to the discus final, where Matt Denny will be going for gold for Australia, and Rowan Browning later on in the men's 100-metre sprint heats. They are going through the heats at the moment. They're up to heat number 3, so heat number 7 not far off with Rowan Browning from Australia. All that and more to come on Tokyo 2020. We're with you all the way through till midnight Eastern, so plenty of action still on the way on your radio. 2020 Tokyo Games.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points for difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31.821. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you for 3 more hours, taking you through what is happening in Tokyo. We are mainly looking at what's happening on the track and field because we have a couple of Australians involved. Matt Denny is about 7 minutes away from his final starting in the discus. Henry Frayne in the long jump. And the 100-metre sprints, Rowan Browning is up shortly for Australia. We are into heat number 4 of the men's 100-metre sprint. We'll actually take you out there now with Bruce McAvaney and Tamsin Manu for heat 4 of the men's 100 metres.
Half of these athletes have been under and the other half have been oh so close. How quick is the night? Well, the women made it feel very quick. I'm not sure if the temperatures dropped at all, but the men haven't been super quick. I say that Jacobs broke the Italian record, so maybe it's just been the way they've been going about it. Leotella here. Tamsin talked about him in Rio. He's got his time down to 9.94. He won 3 races in Europe too after running well in South Africa. Kamara, he carried the flag at the opening ceremony. Here's Sue Bintan. He's 9.91. He's an associate professor in economics at Guangzhou University.
And he's desperate to beat that 9.90 mark, which, well, if he can do that, it's rare.
Here's another one that you were talking about, the Indonesians. He was a world junior champion from Indonesia, Zohri Hyman of Cayman Islands, made the Gold Coast final, and here's Koike. So Japan will be desperate to get one semi-finalist out of the 3.
Yeah, I think he's better at the 200 metres, and I think this race for him will be good to just get those cobwebs out, because even though there's not a crowd there, it's still your home Olympics, and they will be feeling that pressure of it being a home games.
Jason Rogers carried the flag at the opening ceremony for St Kitts and Nevis. He's a big chance. He's run 10.01 in Miami this season. And then Kakuro of Fiji, who's closest to us. We saw him in the preliminaries today. He's a big, powerful unit. He'll be giving these a start early.
Spends a lot of time in Australia as well, so Australians watching will be familiar with him.
Sue gets set. So there have been a couple of big shocks, none bigger than Brumell, who may still make it to the semi-final, but it's no certainty. This is the 4th heat. So Sue got a pretty good start. Leotella not that well away, the South African over on the right, but now he's starting to gather them in. Sue's in front, having a good run as Rogers out wide, but he pulled up Sue and maybe Leotella got through. It's so close. 10.04. They were safely home, and I think Rogers is probably the 3rd man there.
Well, Koike was really fast at the back end, showing his 200-metre strength, so it's going to be close on the line. Let's say yes. Leotella's pretty happy with that race.
How did he look to you? I mean, he wasn't the best out, was he? But he had good speed through the race, and Sue, by easing up on the line, has allowed Leotella to get through into the 1st position. And the Japanese runner was getting home hard. And do you think he got over the top of Rogers in the end? Not sure.
No.
Rogers hanging on for 3rd, perhaps, yeah.
I think Rogers just had that low start, that long dry phase that's typical of Rogers. He doesn't look happy with his run, does he? You can see here Rogers 2nd from the left. He has that really long, low dry phase, especially for a big man. He's not even up yet, where Sue from China reacts so well to the gun. You know, we know that he's super fast in the indoors at 60 metres, and he did exactly that. He got that reaction. He got the fast 60 metres, and he was able to look across on his left and say, you know what, you can take this one because I'm going to go faster in the semi-final.
He did ease up. South African running through and having a good look, and Kaliki has missed out, and the time won't be fast enough for him to get through. So this is working quite well for Bromell at the moment, and it might work well for Rowan Browning later on. He's in heat number 7. Leotella's happy about that. So we've had 4 heats of the men's 100 metres. A couple of the favourites still to come, including the number 1 South African who broke the African record earlier this year. He's the Commonwealth champion as well. So we're a bit everywhere, aren't we, there for the moment as Leotella goes up. And I reckon we might check that results board in just a moment. We know that Sue's got through, and so is Leotella, and Rogers will join them.
So that's heat number 4 of the men's 100 metres sprints. The heats, the semi-finals will come up in the coming day, but these are just the heats tonight, the semi-final stage, and then the final stage, or the final, is to follow in the days ahead. So the qualifiers so far after 4 heats. Lamont Jacobs of Italy is through with the fastest time of 9.94, and Enoch Adegoke from Nigeria are the 2 runners so far to have posted a time of less than 10 or sub 10 seconds. So Lamont Jacobs from Italy and Enoch Adegoke from Nigeria. Next after that is Femi Ogunode from Qatar with 10.02. Ronnie Baker from the United States, Jarnell Hughes and Oblique Seville from Jamaica are the top 6 qualifiers so far. That heat number 4 was taken out by Gift Leotella and Su Bingtian from China were the 2 fastest, and Jason Rogers from St Kitts and Nevis were the 3 qualifiers there. So the times that are being posted so far are, sorry, let me go back to the leaderboard. So I'd say the average, if I was to average out the time, it's probably about 10.3, 10.2, 10.28 is probably the mean time of what's been posted so far, about late 10.2s. So you compare that, and I say that because you compare that to Rowan Browning and his season best. So what he's done in the last year or so is 10.05. So he is right among the pace. And obviously, as the heats go on, normally the way it works is you have the higher ranked. They try to spread them as evenly as they can, but normally it's some of the higher ranked runners go towards the end of the heats, and so Rowan Browning is up there with his season best of 10.05, which is very, very good. So he is right among it. As I said, the average is about 10.2. What will qualify you is probably closer from the top runners is closer to about 10.1 and a half, so 10.15. So Rowan Browning, if he runs at his absolute peak, he's getting through. But even if he runs something under 10.2, he's probably getting in as well, just through the top 3 in his heat. So that's just from what's being run so far and how fast the track is. That's what the times are being posted at the moment. Heat number 5 about to commence. The discus throw is about to commence as well. So we'll go to heat number 5 firstly. The discus will bring you Matt Denny's throws. This is the final of the discus. Matt Denny was the top 4, or was the 4th highest qualifier, so he is right among the medal mix, and Henry Frayne as well. In fact, Henry Frayne is jumping his last jump, so this is the 3rd jump in the qualification stage for Henry Frayne of Australia. He's jumped 7.82 in both number 1 and number 2 jumps. This is jump number 3 for Henry Frayne.
I'll be excited if Henry Frayne can eke out a few more centimetres and get himself up into the top 12. He's in 13th place at the moment across the 2 pools with his 7.82. So this is his last jump for Henry Frayne. Toot. He needs to produce something here. Lopes in on the board. Pretty good. Close to 8 metres. Gets the all-important white flag. So if we look at the overall scoreboard at the moment, there's a whole stack. He's going to improve, but can he get himself up out of the danger zone? It won't be an automatic qualifier, but we won't have enough of them. In fact, we've only got 3 so far. Nishibaria, Tintoglu and Hashioka, who we've seen. So 7.93's up into 11th. A few more jumpers to come. It's going to be on the edge of our seats for the next 10 minutes or so.
Indeed, it will. So 11, so the top 12 go through to the next stage. So Henry Frayne is right on the bubble. And I'm just trying to find the update. I've got that many tabs open on my computer, so I'll sort myself out. In the meantime, I'll go to heat number 5 of the men's 100 metre sprints. Rowan Browning in heat number 7, but heat number 5 here with Bruce and Tamsin.
Obviously, DeGrasse, and you've got Curley. Amura's fascinating. The Kenyans have got 2 very fast sprinters. This guy's a 10:01. Here's Tortu. So his father's his coach and his grandfather. They were both terrific sprinters, weren't they, Tamsin?
Yeah, from a family of Italian representative sprinters, and an athlete that's had a lot of talk around him in Italy about being the next superstar.
We've already seen a Nigerian sprinter do something, haven't we?
And this guy's really famous on social media for his interviews. He's such a character, Bruce, such a character.
We wait and see. Here's Fred.
Yeah, you know, he's got so many awards. This athlete is such a star. In track and field news, he was actually the heaviest and tallest man to break 44 seconds. I'm not sure if that's his favourite award, but he's a big man.
Al Harvey saw today, Harvey, Amura. So he's run 10:01, the Kenyan. And then Al Hamadi and Presco and DeGrasse.
I'm interested in Presco because he had struggled through lockdown. He put a lot of weight on, and in the trials he did not look good. So he said he was doing too much Call of Duty and cake and food. But tell you what, Andre DeGrasse certainly looks in shape. He's had a really good season.
He's been building, hasn't he? He's had a couple of bad years in terms of injuries after Rio, where we thought he was maybe the heir apparent, didn't we, to Bolt at that stage. It hasn't quite worked for him. Canadians have got a great history. Donovan Bailey upstaging the Americans in Atlanta. You don't get a better result if you're a Canadian than that by breaking the world record on the 100 metres in the United States of America. So there's Curley. He's a fine-looking young fellow, isn't he? And there's DeGrasse. How quick will they be? Jacobs has been the quickest at 9.94, the Italian. Fifth heat, men's 100 metres. How quick is Curley, Eric? Oh no, they're coming back now. This is interesting. We saw a fair bit of this morning. And we spoke with Brian Rowe, the Australian who's a leading technical official, and it's not so much about braking. Well, there will be a break here. Presco. So have a look at Presco in lane 8. The reaction time's under the 0.1 for him. It's 0.093 now. He's going to be the one they're going to be looking at here, but it's the pressure they've been putting on the blocks is the reason they called them back this morning, Tamsin, not because of a break. So Presco, they're going to have a good look at him. So here's the reaction time. So am I right in saying the rule is under 0.01 and that's a full start?
Under 0.1 and it's a...
0.1, that's
yeah, but I think he's going to be a little bit shocked here because it wasn't that clear to the naked eye. I mean, when you look at it, it kind of looked like it was just a really good reaction. He's going to be shattered when he sees this. It's one of those moments where you don't want your face on the big screen.
So we wait for his fate. The red card, so to speak, come out. Saw a full start in the preliminaries today, which was just shattering for an 18-year-old from Angola.
Oh.
So he's been given a warning. Looking at the replay, I think that's a good result. I think that's a really sensible decision.
So am I, because it is such a loaded heat. It's the Olympic Games, and to the naked eye, it really just looked like he got a good reaction, but he didn't look like he got away before DeGrasse next to him or anyone else in the field.
I reckon Rainey Ball sitting back on the Gold Coast and Noosa thinking, boy, oh boy, I wish I'd had that bloke in 1976.
We wish that she had that bloke.
So a second chance for Reese here. He was second in the Europeans 3 years ago. He went over to train with the Holloway group, didn't he, in America? Prescott, and went back this year. There's DeGrasse. Has he been unsettled by all of this? I don't think so. Look at him. Otaduru. 986, 1973 in the one-day Otaduru at the NCAAs, the Collegiate Championships a few years back. Eugene Curley there looked really unsettled, Curley. He didn't break, but he was moving backwards almost. He was the one I was watching. Who'd you have your eye on?
I was looking across the whole field, and again, nobody jumped out.
So we're looking at reaction times, and there's not a problem in terms of an automatic disqualification.
Let's have a
look at Curly. I reckon he moves a bit. 3 from the right. See that?
Yeah, but he only moved because lane 2, Otaduru moved forward and then pulled back. I think the only one with the issue in that race was Otaduru, but I still think that he's okay.
It's just come up, the new one. So I was looking at the other reaction time. So Otaduru is under the 0.1, so to speak. So how lenient are they going to be here? To your eye, was that a break or not for Otaduru?
No, so it kind of looked like his foot came off that brake pad, the blocks pad, and then you see Fred Curley react, because that's what you do. You react to whatever movement in the gun that comes out. But we'll see what they do. I think that it'll be really unfair to give him a red once you've given the green to Prescott.
In the old days, you could have 2 breaks. Ben Johnson broke in a semi-final in Seoul before the infamous, I should say so. Oh, boy. He's going to be, well, we can see what he's going to be. That's so close. So his reaction time was 0.096. Prescott's reaction time was 0.093.
Yeah, so his was slower. I think he's going to have a good fight on his hands here, because if you've set the precedence, but there'll be a reason Brian Rowe, the good doctor from Australia, Tasmanian, he will have a reason for why that disqualification stood over Prescott's in the first round, when the reaction is pretty similar.
So one of the favourites out before getting a crack at them. So such an unsettling effect. Rowan Browning sits with the others and waits. This is heat number 5. Curly's got to settle again now. You would have seen Bramell's poor run. Baker looked okay.
Fred Curley is incredibly confident. I think that nothing could unsettle him.
Gee, I hope we get a clean start for everybody's sake here. De Grasse out wide, Curley down low. Third time lucky. Yep, Curley's okay. O'Meara got away well from Kenya. You can see his unusual action, having a great run. De Grasse out wide. Curley, De Grasse, it's De Grasse. Clearly, oh boy, that's a great run. 9.90. That's as good as he's ever run, I reckon. His personal best is at that 9.90. It's now rounded out to 9.91. He's got the timing right. The man that was behind Bolton Gatton in the final. He's got the timing right coming into Tokyo.
Well, he knows how to get it right in Olympic Games, doesn't he? Now, De Grasse, he looked relaxed, as did Curley. You know, with all the issues with the start leading in, they got their drive phase right. Curley was still down and just popped his head up at the end. De Grasse's drive phase was the best of the fields. He's got that open arm action. He's working really hard with his arms on that downward movement. And does what he did to Bolt. Looked across at Curley and said, okay, yeah, I'm here.
No, he looked fabulous, didn't he? The Kenyan, so powerful. He's rugged, though, isn't he? Amura, and he's run 10.01 earlier this season. And I think he might have equalled that national record for Kenya. So De Grasse in 9.91 and Curley 9.97 and Omura in 10.01. They are the top 3. There you are. He's equalled his national record. Going to take a break. There are 2 more heats remaining.
So that was heat number 5 of the men's 100-metre sprints. We are now 1 away from Rowan Browning, who's in heat number 7. So Andre De Grasse, who is one of the best in the world, posts a time of 9.91. Fred Curley of the USA, 9.97 he posts. So a handful of the limited handful who have posted a time of sub 10 seconds in these heats, of which there have been 4 so far now. Andre De Grasse, the fastest in the heats. Lamont Jacobs from Italy with 9.94, Fred Curley 9.97, and Enoch Adegoke from heat number 2. He posted 9.98. So those are the trendsetters so far in the men's 100-metre sprints. That's what's been going on on the track. Around the grounds, you can win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. We are looking at the women's singles bronze medal match between Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan and Elena Svitolina of Ukraine. Rybakina took the first set 6-1. Svitolina fought back with a tiebreaker in the second set, won the tiebreaker 7-5. It's currently on serve in the third set after Rybakina had a break earlier on, but Svitolina broke back and back on serve in the third and deciding set at 4 games apiece. So that's what's happening there. An update from the long jump. Henry Frayne, we were keeping an eye on him as to how he would go in the long jump, and he has narrowly missed out on making it through to the final. And by narrowly, I mean by 3 centimetres. He's missed out by that much. So the top 12 go through, and he finished 14th. That's how close he was to getting through to the final, Henry Frayne. So his best jump, you go through as a result of your best jump. Henry Frayne's best jump was 7.93 metres on the long jump, and he's just missed out. The next best ahead of him was Emiliano Lassa from Uruguay, who also missed out with 7.95, and then 1 centimetre ahead from them was Fabian Einli from Germany, Huang Changzhou from China, and Christian Puli from Finland, who all jumped 7.96. So 3 of them on 7.96, and Henry Frayne was 7.93, so just misses out on making the final. But 3 magnificent jumps, and he was that far off from qualifying, but he did exceptionally well, did Henry Frayne. Tajay Gale, who sort of injured himself in the second jump, recovered to line up for his third jump. This is his third jump, Tajay Gale, after it looked like he pulled a hammy on the second jump, but he's come back, he's risen from the ashes, and here goes Tajay Gale from Jamaica.
So Henry's okay. He's got a couple of spots up his sleeve, but he's going to be on the bubble. Just get the feeling that 7.93 might not be enough. They do get a wriggle on, but Gale, what can he do here? He's got a little grimace. He comes down. It's not his takeoff length. That's a good jump. And you can see he's in trouble. So even if he is able to make it through here, can he make it back on Monday morning for the final? You'd have to say the answer to that's going to be no. So okay on the board. Automatic qualifying is 8.15. We've only seen a few of them. Eshabaria 8.50. Tentoglo, he's in big trouble. 8.14 is an amazing jump on one leg. But I can't see the world champion coming back on Monday for the final.
So that was from a few moments earlier. Tajay Gale posting a time of 8.14, which qualified him in the 4th best jump in the long jump, and he's done it basically on one leg. He's got his left knee all bandaged up. It's all strapped up. He's hobbling and limping around. I don't know how he took off and actually sprinted down the track for the long jump, because he can barely walk. But there you go. He's qualified with the 4th best time. But as Dave Colbert says on the commentary, who knows if he actually turns up for the final. If he doesn't turn up for the final, I'm not quite sure. There's no listed reserves here on the official sheets. Normally some events around the Olympics in any sport will list a handful of reserve athletes who might be able to come in for injured athletes. Now, there's no indication of that here in the long jump, but you hope that maybe if there is. Now, Henry Frayne would need 2 athletes to go out, and obviously you don't wish for the worst on anyone, but Tajay Gale probably won't line up for the final unless there's a miraculous turnaround, but that still wouldn't get Henry Frayne in if you do have a reserve athlete. Emiliano Lassa from Uruguay would be the one in, because he's the next best. But Henry Frayne, for now anyway, we salute him for what he's done. 7.93 is a mighty fine effort, only a couple of centimetres off from qualifying for the final. Matt Denny is almost ready to go in the discus. The discus final is underway, and we'll get his throw for you in a few moments. Heat number 6 is about to jump. What we're going to do in the 100-metre sprint, what we're going to do is we'll take a break and we'll get ourselves ready for Rowan Browning's heat number 7 in the 100-metre sprint, because that's coming up in a few minutes. That's next here on SEN's coverage of Tokyo 2020. Rowan Browning, the Aussie, one of the best we've had in almost 2 decades in the 100-metre sprint. His heat, the final heat of the night for the men's 100 metres, up next.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. Tyrepower.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Tokyo 2020, Heat 6 has just run, so the next one up in the men's 100-metre sprint is heat number 7, Rowan Browning. Before we get to that one, this was what happened just a few minutes ago in the heat number 6.
Alongside the favourite Simbini. So the South African got a pretty good start. He's showing his clean heel to Sissay. Now Sissay gets away from Simbini. He's quick early, Sissay. Simbini strong late. The Brazilian getting through. He took a while. He was with him early, then behind him, and then got past him. Not bad. A little bit of a headwind. Not bad. Not as good as what we've seen by a couple of others, De Grasse and Jacobs particularly.
Yeah, Simbrini looked like he didn't start running until 10 metres to go, whereas Sissay was really strong until that last 10 metres. He kind of almost looked like he got shot because he went backwards through the field really fast. But I think he'll be safe, Sissay, in that second position. But wow, his last 10 metres was slow compared to Simbini's.
Yeah, he'll qualify. He'll be second. I think Camilo, the Brazilian, did get through for third. He ran a great race, but well, job done. He's got through okay. Bramil looks like he's got a good chance of getting through. We'll have all of that in a moment. Rowan Browning not.
So there you go. That was heat number 6, and Akani Simbine from South Africa, who is the highest ranked sprinter in the world at these Olympics. Justin Gatlin is the world number 1, but not at the game. So Akani Simbine is the highest world ranked 100-metre sprinter at the Olympics from South Africa. He is into the semi-final stage with a time of 10.08. Arthur Sissay from Cote d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast, is into the finals, or into the semi-finals, I beg your pardon, as well, with a time of 10:15, and Paulo Andre Camilo from Brazil with 10:17 is into the semi-finals also. So we are now getting ready for heat number 7. This is live, and this is Rowan Browning, the final heat of the night, the 100-metre sprint, heat number 7. The Aussie, Rowan Browning, is in lane number 1. His PB and his season best, his season best he achieved this season, is also his all-time personal best, is 10:05. So if he runs a PB, he'll get into he'll probably most likely get into the finalists. There's 3 others in the same heat who qualify with a sub-10 time, but that hasn't happened yet in the heat so far. But you never know. So he needs to get through to the semi-final stage, and to progress Rowan Browning is to finish in the top 3 in this heat. So the top 3 finishers get through, and if he's not in the top 3, he'd have to post a time that is all told. So when you combine up all of the runners across all 7 heats, the next 3 best qualifiers. So right now that threshold is at 10:05, 10:05 is the best qualifying time outside of the 3 winners of a heat, and then the next best is 10:10 and 10:12. So he'd have to go better than 10:12 basically if he doesn't get in the top 3 in this heat, Rowan Browning. But the first point of call is finish in the top 3, and then we worry about the tie-breaking methods after that. So top 3 is the minimum first, and then we'll worry about the tie-breaking afterwards for Rowan Browning. In this heat for Rowan Browning, he has Johan Blake, one of the all-time great sprinters in his heats, in lane number 5. Kojo Musa from Denmark, Jijindo Uja from Great Britain, Jan Volko from Slovakia, Benjamin Asmati Kwaku from Ghana, Rodrigo do Nascimento from Brazil, Mario Burke from Barbados, and Yakel Elias Romero from Nicaragua. Rowan Browning, lane number 1, 100-metre sprint, final heat of the night. Let's have a listen. Bruce and Tamsin.
The dry face and staying relaxed. It's very difficult to do in an Olympic heat, but just try and stay relaxed under pressure, because his form says he can make that semi-final.
Blake's been running into some good form. He's won 10 out of 13 races this year. He's raced a lot. He's been getting quicker. He's not the athlete he was. He won the World Championship in 2011, stretched Bolt to the limit in 2012, 4th in 2016 in Rio. But he's still formidable. Uja in lane 3, Browning on the right for Australia in lane number 1. And Rowan's out pretty well here. Uja got away well, so did Blake out wide and Azadi. Browning's having a terrific run. The first 3 to qualify. You betcha! Not the first 3. It's a 10:01 or something. Oh boy, oh boy. We've got one. We've found one.
That was so brilliant. Rowan Browning, take your hat off. That was just fantastic. Australians, we have a sprinter that has just made the semi-final. He won the heat and he beat a quality field. And he didn't just win it, he won it easily and in style. He was so relaxed, Bruce. Sorry, very excited.
And he's faster than Matt Shervington. Only Patrick Johnson now is quicker than him. It was a personal best of 10:01. So close to the magic mark. He did everything right. Have a look at him in lane number 1 right of screen.
He reacted beautifully and he was so relaxed through the drive phase. What he did wrong in Doha where he tensed up, he's learned from it. Look at him relax. Even when Uja comes up to him, he opens up that stride and he uses his arms brilliantly. He was straight down that 100-metre line and he has crossed that line. Johan Blake's looked across at him and you know what he's thought? Who is that in lane 1? I've been beaten by an Australian. Yes, you have, Johan Blake.
Well, an historic run. It really is. 10.01. No one's run anywhere near that time. No Australian male has run anywhere near that time at the Olympic Games. We've had medalists. 1956 the last time, a finalist in 1956. Can you dare to dream after that? Can you dare to dream after that? Could he make the final? He can. Richo, let's go down to you. I reckon Rowan's not too far away. Jason will be there in just a moment. Anyway, Richo, I might grab you anyway, mate. We're looking at the replays. How good was that?
That was incredible, Bruce. He's because he's won the heat, he has to clear the Olympic commitments first with the Olympic Channel, and then he'll be coming over to us 10.01. What about the extraordinary reaction? You and Tamsin have described it perfectly. Fastest we've seen from an Australian. We've got an Australian sprinter who has mixed it with the best in the world, and he has shown them something really significant. And he's 23 years of age. I can imagine everyone in Sydney is in lockdown at the moment, would be beside themselves. To Andrew Murphy, his coach, what an unbelievable job he's done. So Rowan is not far away, Bruce, and we'll grab him.
We'll wait for you for a sec, Richo. This is a remarkable night for us. So Rowan Browning at 10.01, Johan Blake. 4 Olympic medals, including 2 gold ones with Bolt and then Ujar. They're the qualifiers. Bromell will get through, but right now I don't care whether Bromell gets through, but I will tomorrow.
Do you know, is there anything that Rowan Browning can't do? He got 99.3 for his ATAR at Sydney Uni. He's studying arts and law. He speaks a little bit of French and he plays the guitar, and he's a very popular team member on that Australian team.
And he's on the first page.
Oh.
He's on the first page of the qualifiers. Boy, there is going to be a build-up to the semi-finals tomorrow night. So, Richo, we're just looking at the qualifiers. Bromell got through, Richo. Jason, I'd like to be you right now.
Oh, I'm in the best seat in the house. If you don't mind, Rowan Browning, we are in awe of what you just did, mate. Describe that experience.
Look, Richo, I was saying to the other guys, you know, when you're in lane 1, you don't get a personalised introduction. And I was definitely trying to harness a bit of that underdog spirit today. Yeah, I don't think I've helped my stall handicap for next year.
That was an incredible performance. You looked to your right, and Johan Blake looked to his left. He looked like you thought, who's this Aussie kid in lane 1?
Yeah, he probably did. You know, I doubt a lot of those guys would have any idea who I am. But it's, you know, I've been patient this year. I've just been training and racing in Australia. And I've been dying for a bit of world-class competition, so that's what I was looking forward to today. I had a look at the start list when the heat came out, and I thought, geez, you know, I've probably got one of the stiffest heats. But you'd rather do it the hard way, Richo, because it's much more satisfying that way. And you've got to front up to everybody at some point anyway.
Were you tempted at any stage to go over to Europe to try to get that competition leading into here?
Oh, well, actually, about 6 weeks ago, I had 3 cortisone injections in my knee. So, to try and fix up a little problem that I had off the back of the national championships. So, you know, I had a lot of trust in my coach. He got me back in shape. Yeah, I'm very happy with that one.
No Australians run faster in Olympic Games. I know you're not about history, but you're now second Australian all-time, 10.01. First page, you're starting to dream and starting to think finals a possibility.
Well, yeah, without a doubt, finals and beyond, Richard. I mean, you know, there are a lot of media pundits who are writing up really well-meaning stories about how great it would be for me to make a final. But, you know, I've never been here just to make the final, no matter what the bookies say, the pundits or the punters. So I hope there are a few more believers tonight.
We cannot wait to continue this journey with you, mate. You've done us all proud. That was sensational.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Murph, my coach, for getting me in shape.
I'm blown away. Rowan Browning, the Aussie in lane number 1, the 23-year-old from Sydney, wins the heat, but he wins it. Well, I'm not going to say in a canter because he won it by 0.05 of a second, but he won, and he clearly won. It wasn't a photo finish. He clearly won ahead of Johan Blake and Chijindo Ujar from Great Britain. That's his personal best. I was talking about he'd have to be at his peak to qualify 10.05. He's done 10.01. That's his best ever run. Rowan Browning, no wind assistance either. So I think he ran a sub 10, but that was wind assisted back at the start of this year. So this was minimal wind assistance in this one. So more of a genuine time. So 10.01 is his personal best. Rowan Browning. That is extraordinary, unreal. The Aussie kid in the bright canary yellow, the Aussie gold in lane 1, has taken out the heats. He beat Johan Blake, the great Olympian from Jamaica, and Chijindo Ujar from Great Britain, who's a damn fine runner himself. And Rowan Browning's he's beaten a lot of them. He qualifies then for the semi-finals with the 6th best time out of all qualifiers. So I'm not exactly sure how many qualifiers go through, about 16 or so. It's either 16 or 18 qualifiers who go through to the semi-finals, around about that number, and he's 6th. He's 6th overall, Rowan Browning. That is, that's astonishing. That's one of the best Australian performances that won't get a medal, I guess, because we've had some great Aussie performances already in the pool and such, and Jess Fox and all that, these Olympics. But as far as non-medal events go, the Matildas the other night beating Great Britain, and Rowan Browning in the heat number 7 in the 100 metres. You can mark that down as one of the best non-medal performances that Australia has had already in these Olympics, and this is only the heat phase. He might do even better in the semi-finals. Who knows? That is astounding. That's a clear, no dispute. He is, he started so well as well in lane number 1, got out to a good lead, and then the others were catching up a little bit. You could see Johan Blake through the middle lanes, Jijindu Ujar as well, coming through, and they had a bit of pace. They were accelerating, they were getting faster, but Rowan Browning just maintained his speed, and he was able to hold that lead by about a body length ahead of Johan Blake and Ujar. So astonishing, absolutely astonishing. 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. If you have any reactions, any thoughts to what Rowan Browning has just done, any memories of past sprinters. Matt Shervington's name was brought up. Patrick Johnson's the only Aussie to do sub 10 seconds back in the 90s. Does it elicit any memories or evoke any memories from those days? This is one of the, it's only the heats, so there's still plenty more to come and still more meaningful races ahead for Rowan Browning, but that's just blown us away. So well done, Rowan Browning. Attempt number 1 for Matt Denny in the discus gold medals. Let's have a listen.
Qualifying round. In he comes. That goes straight down the middle. That's a big throw. It's flying out there. It's over 65 metres. That is a magnificent start to this final. The big man from Ella in Queensland. Family are there, all watching. Beautiful balance. Great to watch how hard he hits it. He can hit a golf ball over 425 metres. He likes to use the fast and long driving to fire him up. Australian coaching staff happy with the distance. It's a great start, 65.76, so that's better than he threw in the qualifying, and that's the best an Australian's ever thrown in the discus. Goes past his own best from the qualifying round. That is a fantastic start, and he's put them under pressure. He is the favourite. The world champion, Daniel Stahl of Sweden. He's a giant of a man. 200 centimetres, 130 kilograms. That's not going to go past Denny, who's leading the competition with that 65.76. So Stahl. See a few different sizes and shapes in this discus. There's a lot of Daniel Stahl, the world champion from Doha. He's won 12 of his 13 competitions this year, and he only lost a couple last year. He's been dominant, but 63.72. And Matt Denny has got them under pressure early in this discus final.
Well, there you go. It's been a great night for the Aussies so far. That's just attempt number 1 for Matt Denny, but it puts him in. That's a leading throw so far, and more throws to come from Matt Denny, who is the 4th highest qualifier from the qualification round yesterday. So he is right in contention if he can put some good throws down. He's right in contention to medal. So he's in the lead at the moment. That was from a little bit earlier. Daniel Stahl from Sweden. Simon Pedersen from Sweden and Lucas Weisenheidinger from Austria are the 3 other major contenders in the men's discus throw. So this is the final of the men's discus, and so the medals are on the line tonight in the men's discus. Matt Denny from Australia. So Rowan Browning with the best sprint time that an Australian has ever posted, and then within a couple of minutes, Matt Denny with the best discus throw that an Australian has ever posted, breaking his own record, of course, Matt Denny. So there you go. It's been a historic couple of minutes on the track and field for Australia at the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo. More coverage from the track and field coming your way next on SEN.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When meatloaf overcooked it and Green can save that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie he makes a 4 and 25. Oh, yeah.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you in the night session. We still have 2 more hours of sport to broadcast to you live from Tokyo. So the heats of the men's 100-metre sprint have come to a conclusion after that astonishing heat number 7 where Rowan Browning from Australia won the heat. There's still some more significant stages to come though. The semi-finals will be on the way and we'll have that for you on SEN from tomorrow night. So join me again on SEN tomorrow to bring you the semi-finals. They get underway at 8:15 in the evening tomorrow. 8:15, and then the final will be on later that same night. So the 100-metre final is tomorrow night. So we'll bring that to you on SEN on your Sunday night. So the top qualifiers from the heats so far into the semi-finals. Andre de Grasse from Canada, who has been up in the medals before. He qualifies with the first the number one best time, 9.91. Lamont Jacobs from Italy with 9.94. Fred Curley from the United States, 9.97. And Enoch Adegoke from Nigeria, 9.98. Those were the four runners to qualify with their heat time of sub 10 seconds. Next best was Ferdinand Omurwa from Kenya and Rowan Browning of Australia with 10.01. After that, it was Femi Ogunode from Qatar with 10.02. Ronnie Baker from the United States with 10.03. And then Janelle Hughes, Seville, and Gift Leotella from South Africa with 10.04. The lowest qualifying time was 10.21. Jason Rogers from St Kitts and Nevis. But the average qualifying time was probably about 10.0, if I was to round it out, 10.06, 10.07. So Rowan Browning is certainly ahead of what the mean time was in the heats with a 10.01. So if I was to, I'm just estimating about 10.08, maybe 10.1 is probably the average qualifying time from the heats in the 100-metre sprint. So there you go. Rowan Browning certainly in the he's qualified with the sixth best time, or equal fifth best time, as a matter of fact, equal fifth best time, but separated just by, I think, reaction time was the tie-breaking method between him and Omurwa from Kenya. So the 100-metre heats are done. We still have one more 100-metre race to go. That will be the women's 100-metre final later tonight in about an hour from now. So 10 to 11 tonight from the Olympic Stadium. You can stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. And of course, we're here thanks to Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. Some events happening around the grounds at the moment. Team USA are about to hit the court as well, so we'll bring you some of that match as they take on the Czech Republic. I think that match is to start in about 3 minutes from now. Yes, 3 or so minutes from now against the Czech Republic. In the United States, final game of the men's basketball competition. A update on where they are at the moment. The United States are sitting in second on the Group A tally, or the Group A ladder or standings. So second on the standings with a 1-1 win-loss record. So they take on the Czech Republic, who are also 1-1. So this is a pretty meaningful match. So if the Czech Republic win, they will jump the United States and will go into second, which means the States have to hope to qualify as one of the best third-place teams, which I think they already will. If it's decided on, and I'll clarify this, if it's decided on points difference, then it'll be they'll be fine because they have their points differential. Unless they get absolutely shellacked tonight by about 70-plus points, which is highly unlikely to happen. But if that does happen, then they won't qualify. But even if they lose tonight, the United States, it's 99% likely that they'll go through as one of the best third-place teams into the knockout stage. But you don't want to go through to the knockouts after a loss. They're hoping for a win, so can they do it? In the tennis, the bronze medal match on the women's singles side has been run and won. Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan came oh so close to winning a medal for the Kazakhs, but it was Elena Svitolina instead for Ukraine who took the bronze medal with a 1-6, 7-6, 6-4 victory against Elena Rybakina, who's been in pretty good form of late. The last couple of weeks has been good. She played and beat Sam Stosur earlier in the week in the second round, I reckon that match was. Elena Svitolina finishes with the bronze medal for Ukraine, so the Ukraine win another medal. Svitolina also beat an Aussie en route to the bronze medal matches, Ayla Tomljanovic, and the gold medal match, which is set to start at any moment now. In fact, it just has. First point has just been won by Marketa Vondrousova. Marketa Vondrousova of the Czech Republic and Belinda Bencic of Switzerland are in the final. Would have a chat to BP at some point, either during or after this match of the gold medal contest, to see what happens and his breakdown of the game. Better minds than I to dissect the tennis match. So Brett Phillips will be with us at some point later on. Round 3 of the men's golf completed a couple of hours ago. This is where we sit at the moment at the end of the third round of the golf. Xander Schauffele had a pretty good day. He shot 3 under for the day, including and that was in the second round. He shot 2 eagles in the second round. That was a great round from him yesterday, but today he was 3 under. and is currently leading the tournament 14 under. One shot ahead of Hideki Matsuyama from Japan, who is in turn one shot ahead of Paul Casey and Carlos Ortiz of the UK and Mexico respectively. Our Aussies, our best placed Aussies, Cam Smith is tied for 11th at the moment. He shot 5 under for the day and is 9 under for the tournament. His 5 under for the day was among some of the best in the field, not the best. Im Sung-jae from Korea was 8 under. Tommy Fleetwood shot 7 under to be tied for 9th. Thomas Peters from Belgium shot 7 under. Mackenzie Hughes was 6 under. And then Cam Smith was in the next group to shoot 5 under for the day in the men's golf. So, as I said, Xander Schauffele from Hideki Matsuyama, from Paul Casey and Carlos Ortiz. And then Cam Smith is tied for 11th. We are keeping an eye on the discus and what's happening there. The Austrian has just thrown his next attempt and has gone past 65 metres, which is about the mark that Matt Denny set earlier. So as soon as the next thrower comes up, we'll take you back to the discus with Matt Denny in contention for a medal in the final. 0433 98 11 16 if you'd like to send us a text at any point over the course tonight for Temper, a mattress like no other. And I reckon Matt Denny might not be that far away. Regardless, let's go back to the discus anyway with Dave Colbert out in the field at the Olympic Stadium, where 2 Swedes and an Austrian are competing along with an Aussie to go for a medal. Here we go.
That opens up the second round here in this final, the men's discus. And here's Denny. He's got a circle in the backyard, coached by Ben Thompson, Jeff Thompson's son, Tomo. Good throw, another big effort. Pretty close to that opening round throw, the 65-76. That's great consistency. Reminder, no man has thrown further in an Olympic discus competition for Australia than Denny. Little puff as he let it go. The discus is 2 kilograms, so it's not that heavy, but the problem is it weighs about the same. So it's about the same size as the plate, not the dinner plate, the other one, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. It's big. 65-53. So not an improvement, but he's well placed. He's still in second. Simon Pettersson of Sweden is 27 years of age. He was 9th at the World Championships last year. Denny finished 6th there, so he's in the mix. That's a big throw. It's down the right-hand side. Does it stay in the sector? It does, and that might move into the lead. Might be just short. Swedes have got a strong hand here. They've never won the event. They did win a bronze back in 1972. Ricky Bruch. A bit of a character, old Ricky. He was a poet and an actor. Not a bad discus thrower. That's how long it's been since I've been on the podium here. Australia never on the podium. Ben Harradine, our best, 9th place. And at the moment, Denny's be unlucky not to make it through to the final 3 throws here, top 8. So 66-58 into second, shuffles Denny back. So it's exciting. Well, here's Daniel Stahl. He's the world champion. And his opening effort wasn't that impressive. He's a bit slower. He likes it, though. Loosens the larynx, and that's a big throw. So that might get him into the lead. 66-65. Weisheitdinger is leading. And he's understated, the big man. There's Weisheitdinger. Gee, they're having a stare-off. Wouldn't want to get in between the two of them, would you? Across the circle. He's a giant of a man, Daniel Stahl. Almost untouchable in this event the last couple of years, but he's under pressure here with some big throws, and it was set up by the young Australian, Matthew Denny, who's having the competition of his life. The coach is up off his seat. The distance comes up 68-90. So Stahl's in front from Weisheitdinger, Peterson, and Matt Denny is in 4th place in this discus. Stay with us, plenty more to come. Women's 800 not too far away, and the discus final will continue.
Absolutely, they are. We'll take you to those 800-metre sprints as well. It's not quite a sprint, it's 800-metre runs from the women's semi-finals. And so those were the batch of second throws in the discus from the top four athletes so far. So Matt Denny with 6.53, just about 0.2 of a metre shy of what his first attempt was. Lucas Weisheidinger with 66.65, Simon Pedersen with 66.58 for third, and Daniel Stahl with 68.9 puts him in front. So Matt Denny's just on the very brink of getting the medal. He's fourth or about fifth at the moment, so we'll bring you those throws as they come to hand. We'll actually update you on what's been happening from around the Australian competitors on the other side of this, and we'll continue to bring you the action from the track and also from the basketball courts, because America has just gotten underway. The Team USA in their match against the Czech Republic, hoping to win this match to qualify in the top two positions in their group in the men's basketball tournament. Frog in the throat. So we'll get to some of that a little bit later on as well in these final 2 hours of our coverage in the night session, SEN Tokyo Games 2020.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to our coverage of Tokyo 2020. Jordan Canellis with you in the final couple of hours. We've still got 2 more hours of sport to bring you. So I say the final 2 hours. We are in the final third, but there's still 2 hours of sport to go. Plenty to bring you from Tokyo 2020. We are keeping the main focus tonight is what is happening on the track and field. And we are about to cross into the first of the women's 800 metres semi-finals. Let's take you to Bruce McAvaney and Tamsin Manu, who are introducing the athletes.
John Fix was 5th in Rio 5 years ago. Bello of Italy, Italian out and indoor champion. It's loaded. They'll all be loaded. We'll be saying and thinking the same thing about the other two. There's Riki. They're good, the Scots, aren't they? They're tough. First of 3 semi-finals. Gould stepping back almost at the start, wasn't she? So the Jamaican I'm talking about in the middle of this lane, in the familiar Jamaican strip. She'll go forward though, Gould. That's her way. And Riki pushes hard early. Wilson not far away. And Moira from the outside. So the favourites, Tamsin, showing up early in this race.
Well, you're right, Riki, the Scottish athlete. She is tough. She has a fabulous 1,500-metre personal best to her name. It's possibly where she'll end up running. But she trains alongside Laura Muir and the Scottish athlete who's such a fabulous 1,500-metre runner with Andy Young. And she went to the front, but she's really slowed it down, Bruce.
It's messy. It feels messy. I mean, Wilson's not happy. She's out wide. Moira, there was a bit of checking there. There's always a bit of checking. I think Gould's in a good spot for her. So, yeah, interestingly, Riki went at the front, but was quite happy now to sort of hand it up. And this will be a slow sprint at halfway.
Well, there's a big danger when it's a slow pace because the 3 big names, Wilson, Gould, Riki, they are at the front, but only 2 make it through. And if it's slow, they run the risk of having one of the favourites not make it through to the final.
So 61.6, not quick, is it?
It's way too slow. And athletes of this experience, they should have known to make it through faster so that they could get more through.
So where's the best spot to be right now? Up the front, do you think, if you're Gould and Wilson and Riki?
I actually think 10 metres in front of Gould would be the best place to be, but Gould's in the best place because she can get out and she's got that beautiful speed and we know that she's in shape.
The Kenyan's got some work to do. Moira, who's been in really sparkling winning form throughout this season. So Gould to wind it up. Riki's got her back. Wilson outside of Riki. First 2 to qualify. And you would think the other ones are going to be faster than this, the other heats. Moira's making up a lot of ground, but she's left it very, very late. Don't know if she can get up to first, second or third. Gould looks up at the big screen. She sees Riki alongside of her. I reckon we've got the first 2 sorted out. Wilson behind them and then Moira. So this is not going to be quick. It's going to be a quickies last lap for sure, but they're going to run about 1:59 then some. Yep, 1:59 and a half. And Gould and Riki go through, and then Wilson, Moira. And it's going to be interesting. I don't think anyone but the first 2 will make it.
I mean, a massive negative split, Bruce. They've worked really hard in that back end of that 800 metres. As we see Ajay Wilson on her haunches, she's not the athlete that she once was, but she went into that Doha World Championships as the favourite. And you don't want to say that an athlete chokes, but she possibly did choke a little bit. She's definitely not the athlete that she once was, but she should have been smarter than that.
And that can dent your confidence if you're going as a favourite for a world title and you're not able to quite get the job done, can't it?
Yeah, but what you should do as an elite athlete with experience is you should bring in the smarts to the race. And the smarts for these athletes would have been to make it faster because I don't think many will qualify from this heat.
Moira didn't bring the smarts, did she, the Kenyan? So she's back in 5th place now. She just left it all too late. She actually gets past Wilson in the end for 3rd spot, but I don't think it's going to be enough for her. How did Gould look?
Gould looks super relaxed. That's an athlete with supreme confidence. She didn't only back the fact that she's got great pace to go fast. She allowed the pace to drop off, which made me quite nervous because I wasn't quite sure how she'd re-accelerate off that slow pace, but she can do it from either way, and that's a really strong 800-metre runner. Her biggest memory in track and field was her bronze medal from the Commonwealth Games. I don't think it will be that after the final of the 800 metres.
No, she's looking strong. Riki, nothing wrong with her performance as well. So the first of the semi-finals of the women's 800.
So semi-final number 1 done for the women's 800 metres. Natoya Gould from Jamaica qualifies through with a time of 1:59.57. The first 2 from each heat qualify to the final, and then the next best 2 after that, when you combine all the finishes for all 3 semi-finals, the next 2 best finishes after that go through to the finals. So Natoya Gould goes through and Gemma Reekie goes through from Great Britain. Mary Mora and A.G. Wilson from Kenya and the United States, respectively, have the next 2 best times. So they'll be awaiting the results from semi-finals 2 and semi-finals 3. We'll cross in and out of the athletics because there's less and less happening. We'll bring you the throws from Matt Denny and the top runners, I guess, the 2 Swedes and the Austrian from the men's discus as they step up to the circle in and out. But we'll make Team USA one of our focuses now. Team USA in the men's basketball, who are currently trailing in the first quarter, the Czech Republic 18-21. So we'll take this game now and we'll come back to the track as needed as they step up to the blocks or to the discus circle throughout the course of the night. Basketball, Team USA, Czech Republic.
And Bosik is fouled. Nobody in the bonus, so inbound ball. Saturansky bounces it inside again. Beautiful left-handed shot by Patrick Auda. Nice soft touch, the floater. Levine for 3. He just needs the shot clock to be expiring. Saturansky and Auda. Auda backing in. Saturansky. He'll throw it back in, and the big fella just can't get that one to drop. That was Vesely. And Jason Tatum into the U.S. lineup draws the foul. There's a little left-handed floater by Auda. Very hard to defend that kind of shot. And the Czech Republic and Auda are all smiles. So with a 5-point lead and about a minute to go here in the first quarter. Great opening quarter for the Czech Republic. Willard goes for the steal, and it'll be off the Czechs, so the U.S. will get it. Andre Schenel comes in. There's a good look at Damian Lillard, the 6'3", 30-year-old guard, plays for the Portland Trailblazers in the NBA. And he's a streaky shooter in the last one. Wide open in the corner. And Draymond Green corrals the rebound. Tatum loses the handle. And tries to save it. Jason Tatum, a little hustle there, but couldn't quite corral that pass. 33 seconds left in the first quarter. It has been all Czech Republic. And a very unhappy Greg Popovich. Auda's going to have a seat. So will Saturansky. Down low, kind of hiding was Lillard. Lillard for 3. And the Czech Republic can run this clock down. What a great opening quarter for the Czech Republic. U.S. came out completely flat. And one more time. What a quarter.
Quarter time, Team USA 18, Czech Republic 25. This is the final stages of the semi-final number 2 of the women's 800 metres.
To go around again at this pace, and the Ethiopians safely through as well. How much inside the 2 minutes? Or a fair bit, and she eased up. And you can see Alamo's absolutely thrilled with that. And Bell probably will get through. So the Brits have got one through with Reekie. They've got one to come with Hodgkinson. But Well, if she's not favoured for the gold medal, I'm not sure who is.
Well, I think that Alex Bell, if she does make it through, should buy a Thing Mo a drink, because taking it out that fast has meant that we've got athletes who are going to be really close. We could, you're right, get 4 through from this semi-final because it was super fast. But let's just talk about how a Thing Mo makes 57 look slow. She was so relaxed. Did she even get out of first gear?
Probably not. So there you have it. Thing Mo, Abatam Alamu and Alexandra Bell. Looks like she might get through with that. Dave, let's go back to the discus. We've got Matt Denny, who's in the mix. What a final it's turning out to be.
We're into round 3. Matt Denny is in 4th spot. This is Weisheit Dinger. Well, he gives it a big scream, and it flies. That's going to be better than the 66-65. The leader at the moment is Stahl from Sweden, 68.90. He's been very consistent, the mid-65s. His best the first round, 65.76. But this one from Lucas Weisheidinger gets his supporters up off their seats. Waits for the distance. So 67.07. That puts him into 2nd spot. So here's Denny. What a competition. Look at that. 65.76, 65.53. One of 8 kids. Discus circle in the backyard. Hits it hard, stays in the circle, I think. That might be an improvement. This is a tremendous competition from Matt Denny. Australian coaching staff look on. Have a look at the balance and the poise. You have to have the balance of Baryshnikov to be able to do this. Has he improved? He has. 65.94. It's another improvement. He's into 4th place here. What a competition he's having. He's knocking on the door of a medal. There's the standings after 3 rounds in the discus. Stay tuned. Plenty more to come. We'll finish this off right after this.
So those standings after the 3rd attempt from each of the throwers has Daniel Stahl, Lucas Weisheidinger and Simon Pedersen. So Sweden, Austria, Sweden in 1, 2 and 3, and then Matt Denny of Australia in position number 4. We'll take a break. We'll come back on the other side of this and we'll bring you the latest from the women's 800 metres and the men's discus with the 4x400 mixed relay to happen on the track as well, and the women's 100 metre sprint final. That's later on this hour. All that and more on the way on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bronson Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 25.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, we're a lovely party, mates of 4 and 25.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
That was at a bio shot, and there's Tatum slapping that away. You see the field goal percentage difference. And still, it's only a 2-point lead. So the Czechs maintain possession. 33-31. Giving the U.S. all they can handle. Not one fast break basket for the United States. Sadaransky. Take it himself. Kevin Durant just pulls it up for 3. And the U.S. has taken its first lead of the game. Durant with 8 now. Now then. Lennox down low. The shot won't go. We got a whistle away from the ball. You can tell who the foul is on. Andre Balvin. Here's the last series. Durant loses the handle and says, "Oh, shucks, I'll just go launch one." He's got such a beautiful touch from outside. He was doing that at the university level, and there's the foul, and then a little shove and retaliation. U.S. up by 1. Durant up again. And again, he buries the pointer. And the U.S. comes from way down to take the lead by 4. We've got a timeout, 37-33. Kevin Durant lifting the U.S. He's had some huge games in the past. Take a listen to Greg Popovich and company here.
You can get in the camera if you move back.
Good look at number 11, Blake Shook, coming back on the court for the Czech Republic. He had 11 points in the first quarter. Durant now with 11 for the U.S. Five and a half minutes left to go here in the first. The Czech Republic in control until a couple minutes ago when Kevin lifted the United States up. He had good defense from Jason Hayden. There's a look at Drew Holiday. U.S. would be favored in this game. Sure didn't look like it as the Czechs went off 25-18 lead after the first quarter. Holiday with a steal. Holiday. And Holiday rolls one in. He was a big spark in the first game. The U.S. lost that one to France. 6-point lead now, biggest one for the United States. Schill. This time it won't go. Durant for the rebound. Tatum in the corner. Tatum pulls up. Can't get it to fall. Satoransky advances it. Boschik takes Durant down low. Gets his own rebound, keeps it alive. And a floater by Vesely, and he slams his own shot back in. Jan Vesely. That got everybody's attention. Durant. Wide open. Holiday, he can't get it. Down by 4 now. Boschik brings it up. Alden. Nice drive to the hoop. Got a timeout as Satoransky makes the basket. And the U.S. on top by a couple, 39-37. There's the runner by Vesely and quickly follows his own shot and jams it in. Very impressive. Watch him. 13 high flyer. And now we're running in Ginsburg.
Let's go again next time against Buza. Okay? Free head is to go to straight two. One time you take this to go straight two, but not in the beginning. Okay?
Satoransky with the pull-up jumper. And again for 2. And the point guard, Tomas Satoransky, having a great game. He's had 3 of 5 shots, has 6 points. So does Balvin. So does Vesely. But Schill still leading the Czechs with 11. Just under minutes left to go here in the first half of this final preliminary round game between the United States of America in white and the Czech Republic in blue. U.S. down for much of this game now with the lead.
Right, let's cut in from the basketball and go back to the discus circle where we have the next batch of throwers up to attempt number 4, I think we're up to now. Let's head back to the circle with Dave Colbert for the discus.
206 centimetres, 118 kilograms. He's a giant of a man. He's a student of agriculture. He's on his parents' farm and he gives new meaning to the eating out of house and home back at Slovenia. He's a big man. So 66, 62. So he's up into third. So it's really tight here. Denny, round 5. Consistently in the 65 metres. Another big throw. Does he stay in the circle on his toes? What a competition he's having. Talk about consistent. 65.76 in the opening round. He improved to 65.94 in round 3. And this is going to be close to that as well. Have a look at the balance. Remember, no one's thrown further than this in Olympic competition for Australia, and this might improve. It has 66.06. He's into 5th with 1 round to come. He's in touch. It's so tight. 67.07 is where the medals are at the moment. Here's the Swede, Simon Pedersen. His teammate leads, Daniel Stahl. What can he do here? Pedersen, he likes it. Yes, he says. Yes, indeed. Sweden. They might move into 1-2 here. Jay applauds. The virtual graphic would indicate that that's going to be enough to go past Vice Heidinger's 67.07. Well, Sweden, who knew, hey? ABBA and discus throwers. It's not your usual combination. It's been a while since they finished 1-2 in Olympic competition. You have to go back to London in 1948. But never won the discus. Pedersen likes it. Has he moved up into the medals? He has 67.39, 1 round to come. Yes! Indeed. Nothing more needs to be said. Bruce, it's all happening. Have a look at that scoreboard. Matt Denny in 5th place. 1 round to come. Sweden 1-2.
That young Australian really becoming something, isn't he, Denny? Such a reliable competitor. Superb at the World Championships and now here on an even bigger stage. What a competition day we're having there.
So that was the 5th round of the men's discus, where Matt Denny, as a result of the Slovenian, who was the first thrower you heard, has jumped up above the Aussie. In the women's 800 metres semi-final 3, we didn't get to that because we can play a replay for you later on, but that was won by Keely Hodgkinson of the UK, and Wang Chunyu of China also got through with the 3rd best time. So we'll get the final standings of the women's 800 metres. That happened during the basketball. Now time for the 4x400 metre mixed relay. So this is men and women together in the mixed relay 4x400 metres. They've just jumped.
Dominican Republic, Poland, USA, who I think would start favourite when you look at their lineup. Germany, Great Britain, and Ireland tucked away in lane number 1.
Now, Poland is probably the one to watch. Them and Netherlands are the 2 teams that qualified through the fastest from that heat. Now, USA is lucky to be there, Bruce, after they were disqualified initially for changing outside of that changeover box, but they were reinstated when they argued that the official had put them there.
So Netherlands having a great run here. Bonavicius had a superb season. You can see Trevor Stewart coming through strongly for the United States. He'll hand it over to Kendall Ellis. And their names are just the strongest on paper, but he didn't get any advantage there, so the Dutch are away. So Klaver to go. So it's Femke Bol, the next Dutch runner, isn't it? The 400-metre hurdler and 400-metre star.
Yep, and they ran their strongest runner on first, male runner on first. Their weakness, I mean, you don't want to say a weakness, but their weakness possibly is the athlete that they're putting in last. So they're going to want to give their 4th runner a big lead, which with Femke Bol on 3rd, hopefully they will. But as we say that, you can see that USA his car's starting to move around.
Yeah, that's Kendall. So Dominican Republic, both Dominican Republic and USA were disqualified and reinstated. So Dominican Republic having a great run here. Paulino, she's run 49.99 this year, Paulino. Has broken the national record. Ellis in hot pursuit, Poland. So we stay now with the women. Femke Bol gets it now for the Dutch. Oh, huge problems there.
Looked like they managed to get the baton around, but after they'd passed it, there was, that was rough, and that's what happens at changeovers. Germany and Jamaica have hit the track. So we're off and running, and Dominican Republic are doing absolutely brilliant because they ran off with a really strong runner in Feelers, who is fantastic 200-metre speed. And Femke Bol, she's holding back, but I think she'll come home with a really big late charge.
So Bol's the big one that may run down the Americans of the 4x1. So the Dominican Republic coming back to them, but here Medina, they're starting to close. Bowles running a magnificent leg here, and the Americans still not where I thought they might be. Kaylin Whitney hasn't quite got the job done. So off goes the Dominican Republic. The last lap, this historic 4x4 medley. You think it's down to the first three. Certainly the Jamaicans, the Irish are out of it, and those top 3 or 4, they're 4 up the front here.
Well, Netherlands runner has Angela on their last leg. He's run 46 this year, but the one to watch are definitely the Polish athlete, and Norbert for the United States running that last leg. He has a 44 mid to his name this season. It is going to come down to the wire, Bruce.
Dzinski of Poland, there's such good Red A runners. Norbert certainly has got the CV to run them down, but it's the Dutch in front of Poland. The Poles are going to be hard to beat here. They've got a lead. They've got the meter up on Norbert. He can't quite get him at the moment. Poland hanging on to Dzinski, and they've turned the Americans over. And Dominican Republic might have even got second. What a finish. And look at the celebrations here. Medals for the first time in the medley relay. I've got to say, it was a big success.
Well, Speedy Erstich, the Polish athlete, ran brilliantly, but their second runner, Natalia Kaczmarek, she's been having a fabulous season, and I think she broke this race open for them. Polish with the gold medal.
So celebrate left, right and centre as the Germans get over the line. We'll check those final results. The women's 100-metre final is not too far away.
So there you go, the 4x400-metre relay, mixed relay. So it started with male sprinters at the start, then we had 2 legs of women's sprinters, and then finished off with the men. And Poland get the win ahead of the Dominican Republic, the United States, the Netherlands, and Belgium were the first 5 over the line. Great Britain then came next, with Jamaica, Ireland, and Germany finishing the sprint off. So let's have a go at this. Karol Zalewski started us off. Natalia Kaczmarek, Justyna Swiatek-Edistek, and Katian Dujinski were the 4 sprinters for Poland who got the gold medal for the Poles. There you go. So Poland, Dominican Republic, the USA, Netherlands, Belgium, Great Britain, Jamaica, Ireland, and Germany. The women's 100-metre sprint, the main event of the night on the track, is up next. Well, it's up next, about 10 minutes away, but it is the next event on the track. The 8 women in the final, to recap from the semi-finals we brought you earlier in the evening. In lane number 2, it'll be Daryl Nater of Great Britain. It'll be Tiana Daniels of the United States. Elaine Thompson-Haraf from Jamaica. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, the world number 1, and one of the all-time great women's sprinters in Olympic history is in lane number 5. Marie-Josée Tarlou from Ivory Coast is in lane 6. Sharika Jackson from Jamaica in lane 7. Isla Del Ponte from Switzerland in lane 8. And also Mujinga Kambunji from Switzerland in lane 9. So those are the 8 runners, and we'll bring you that final as it comes to hand in about 8 minutes from now, and we'll bring you the full player profiles when Bruce and Tamsin go through it when they do the lineup. So that's coming up in about 10 or so minutes from now, 8 or 9 minutes from now, and we'll do a quick medal tally as well on the other side of this, and recap what's been happening throughout the day from an Australian perspective and otherwise. All that and more on the way, with still over an hour of great Olympic content coming your way on SEN Tokyo 2020.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. finishing early, or experiencing dysfunction? Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. Xero.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games. Jordan Canellis with you. You can send us a text at any time, 0433 98 11 16, thanks to Temper. The SEN Olympics for Mate Communication, Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from just $59. Search Mate online. And for Zero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. That's Xero. The 4x400 metre medley relay final medals for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. So that final standing again from the 4x400 medley relay had Poland winning. It had, hang on, let me get the standings up again. Dominican Republic finished with the silver medal and the United States in the bronze medal position. So that's those are the final medal tallies. Yes, we are about to go to the sixth throw of the men's discus. Let's take him. Matt Denny's up first.
Matt Denny's had the competition of his life. He's in 5th spot. He needs to throw 67.07 to get up into the medals. It's a huge throw out. It goes. Oh my! It is close. What a throw. 67.07 is Weissheidinger from round 3. What a magnificent competition this has been from Matt Denny. I reckon this is going to be a PB in the Olympic final. His lifetime best, 66 metres 15. He knows it's close. Has he got himself onto the podium here? 67.02, 5 centimetres. It's a personal best. Measure out 5 centimetres and have a look at it. Nothing. What a competition. Here we go. Che was in 4th. Now back to 5th. Can he improve? Oh, it's quality. So they go in reverse order here. So Denny was 5th. Che was 4th. They've swapped positions. Weissheidinger still to come. Then Pedersen and Stahl. Final round. What a competition from Matt Denny. 67 metres 02, a personal best. 3 times he's...
We'll just hold that for the moment. We'll come back to the discus in a second. Matt Denny's in a good position here, but can he hold on to a potential podium spot with some very good throwers still up on the way? Daniel Stahl, Simon Pedersen, Lucas Weissheidinger. The women's 100-metre sprint is about to begin, which is why we are cutting into this. It is the main event of the night, the women's 100-metre sprint. Bruce McAvaney and Tamsin Manu about to bring it to you. The stadium's gone dark. Oh wow, there's a light show before the race. Let's bring you some of this with Bruce and Tamsin.
Looks to be Thompson and Fraser Price in front of Talu and Jackson. Jackson maybe in front of Talu. Jamaica did clean sweep in 2008. They went gold, silver with a dead heat for second. It's the only time any country's ever clean swept this race. The Americans, for all their might, have not been able to do it. There's every chance tonight they'll get 1, 2 and 3.
Which, if that happens, there'll be heartbreak for the Ivory Coast, because Talu, I think if that is the thing that's going to happen, will possibly finish in that 4th position again. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, she used to... It's fantastic how they're putting the names along the track, as you see. Daryl Neita. What a great effort to make the final for her.
Every one of these women in the race, bar Thompson, has run their personal best this season, and Thompson only won 100 out. Nita broke 11 seconds for the first time. Daniels, the lone American, ran a personal best in the semi-final of 10.98.
And she looked better. She looked like she improved through the rounds. And if she can do that, well, who knows? She does have a fast personal best, and I think she's just a little bit underneath the four in the middle.
So we go to lane 9. Kabunji is on 10.95 and 10.96 to get here. The Swiss have got 2 in the final.
Isn't that just a remarkable effort? And that's why, Bruce, their 4x100 metre team is super, super strong. As we see her fellow countrywoman, Del Ponte.
So she's the new record holder at 10.91 and backed it up with a great run in the semi-final. Jackson, could she do what Betty Cuthbert and Irina Zavinska have done at the Olympics only, and that's win a medal at the 400 and 100? It's rare, isn't it?
It is. And you know the thing that she's got going for her is that people are talking more about the other three, and that means that she's got that relaxation that she can bring in that the others can't.
Can the Ivory Coast break through and win a gold medal for the first time in athletics?
Well, there's a lot of people that would want this lady too. She's very popular on the circuit, a very, very kind-hearted woman, and I think the goal of wanting to leave a legacy for African girls is hugely important.
So the champion from Beijing, London, the bronze medalist from Rio. Can she become the first woman to win the one event on 3 occasions? No one's done it in any athletic event. No female.
Doesn't she look relaxed?
She does, and here's the defending champion, Elaine Thompson. So for the first time, Tamsin, ever in a final of the women's 100, we have 2 women in the race that have both succeeded in the event. We've got that gold medalist and the one alongside has won twice. We've never had 2 women run in a final that have both won it before.
Oh, well, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce and Elaine Thompson, they used to be training partners, but Shelly-Ann has left that MVP group. I think she wanted to just break free a little bit from the rivalry, because it is very tough to train alongside one of your main competitors.
The start's going to be vital. Shelley's going to have to lead Elaine. You know, Elaine's back-end speed will be slightly stronger. Can Talu relax tonight? And could Jackson run over the top of all of them? Here's Nita. So the Brits don't get the finals they expected. Daniels, the American's not as strong. And then the might of Jamaica. And the African in between. And then the surprising Europeans. A colossal event. There's been a big build-up. We thought it would be special, and it's turned out to be just that. It's history left, right and centre here. That arguably Fraser-Pryce, well, if Talu wins, she's great. If Thompson wins, she's an all-time great. And if Fraser-Pryce wins, she's the greatest.
Well, I think if Fraser-Pryce gets her trademark start and is away well, I don't think they're going to catch her, Bruce.
So those nervous moments. And they've been there and done it. This one hasn't. She was 4th. Centimetres behind Fraser-Pryce 5 years ago. Behind this woman. Years of age is the oldest that anyone's won this race. Fanny Blankers-Cohen, a mother herself in 1948. Shelley's 34. And with a 4-year-old son. The 2 champions, side by side in Talu. Fraser-Pryce got a better start than Thompson, but Thompson's quickly up to her. Fraser-Pryce and Thompson, and then Jackson. It's Jamaica 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Thompson. She does the double, gets the 100 for the second time, does what Shelley did in 08 and 12. Have a look. She's broken Flojo's Olympic record. And they look on. It's Jamaica 1, 2, 3. She couldn't get away from her, Shelley, could she? She couldn't get away from her.
She looks disappointed, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, but, you know, it's another Olympic medal to add to her collection, and it took a quality athlete and a quality run to beat her. Elaine Thompson-Herah, an Olympic record, 10:61. You know, the difference was that Elaine Thompson, brilliant start. She reacted well. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce just did not get away from her. The three Jamaican women are on that podium together.
That was interesting. There wasn't a whole lot of love, was there, between them? But they're great rivals. Second fastest woman ever now. She's now the third fastest woman ever. She ran great, didn't she, Fraser-Pryce? So 2 golds, a silver and a bronze. Only Otti had 3 medals from an Olympic final. Fraser-Pryce now has got a couple of golden ones and 2 others to go with it. And for Jackson, she joins Betty Cuthbert and Irina Savinska as a medalist at 400 and 100. It's just been a race for the ages and a race for Jamaica. I wish I could see Usain Bolt's smiling face right now.
Can we mention the elephant in the room? Talu.
4th again.
Oh, she's going to be heartbroken. But, you know, it took 3 quality Jamaican athletes who ran super, super fast to keep her off that podium again. You can see the times here, Bruce.
So second fastest ever, but the fastest ever at the Olympic Games over Fraser-Pryce. And Shelley is gutted, isn't she? That's what a champion is when they don't win what they think they deserve to win.
So Fraser-Pryce and Jackson are good mates. They're really good mates. And you can just see here the reaction. Fraser-Pryce was okay, but she didn't get her trademark drive phase out, and she knew it because she can sense that Elaine Thompson was right there with her. She tried to hold it and hold it through that middle, but Elaine Thompson just got up and running, and when she went away with it, didn't she go away with it beautifully? She's going to run a great 200 as well. Celebrates well before the line. Oh, great run.
It was. Shelley knows her fate now. Jackson getting over the top of Talu, grimacing. And here's where it all hangs out. What they've done for the sport. So Jamaican women, 10 of the last 12 medals from 2008. 10 of the last 12 medals. They clean sweep here. They clean swept in Beijing. We thought we were on for a fast race, and we got all of that. At halfway, there wasn't anything between them, but you knew that Shelley had to be in front of Elaine to win. She's really disappointed. It's impossible to think she'll be back again. This one might be. She's only 29 years of age. Could she do the triple that Bolt did all in a row? It's only 3 years away. Who knows? But for Shelley, 4 Olympic finals in the 100, it's astonishing. And she ran a great race, but she just couldn't assert any superiority. She couldn't make Thompson nervous. Thompson's a half a stride away, and now she's up with her.
And that's why she's disappointed, I think. Not just because she got the silver medal, which shows the incredible competitor that we're talking about. She's disappointed because she didn't execute the race as well as she knows that she can. She's run a personal best this year at 63, and so she knows that she's off her best, and it's just because she just didn't quite execute her strength of the race, the early part, and put that pressure on Thompson like she should have. But it's all about this woman on the screen, Thompson-Herah. You know, she's added the hurrah. She's got married to Darren Herah, the 400 hurdler, 400-metre runner. Stephen Francis, her coach from MVP, Maximum Velocity and Power Track and Field Club out of Jamaica, has said that he has never seen her in better shape, and he was right.
Nobody has run this fast for 33 years. It's the fastest 100 metres for 33 years. Only Flojo in 1988 with that rare season that she had. So she is an all-time great. And she might do the double again. No woman's ever won the 100, 200 at 2 Olympics. She's the favourite.
Well, I think if I was Shawnee Miller-Weibo, I would choose the 400 after watching this. Because the way that Thompson is moving off that ground, that beautiful knee lift that she's got and relaxation at top speed, she ran away with that, which is just an ominous sign for the 200 metres.
So what a wonderful race, Dave. We've had a colossal night. Rowan Browning and Matt Denny. What did you make of all of that?
Well, that was magnificent. Thompson-Herah, so composed under the most incredible pressure. But can I mention Peter Bowl, national record as well for the day? Danny Stevens, unfortunately, that team co-captain didn't make it through, but Matt Denny was superb. A personal best to finish 4th in the discus, and Rowan Browning was just tremendous, and I might come back tomorrow.
I hope you do. Tamsin, hang tight, because we're going to be joined by Andy, Gazy and Lisa. How are you, boys and girls?
So there you go. That's the 100-metre women's final. Jamaica, gold, silver and bronze in the women's 100-metre final. Elaine Thompson-Herah goes back-to-back in the women's 100 metres at the Olympics. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price gets silver and Sharika Jackson gets bronze for Jamaica. So Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, who has sort of long been seen as the sprinter of the modern era in the women's game, with 2 back-to-back gold medals in Beijing 2008 and London 2012. Well, she's now been equalled by her compatriot in the lane alongside her, Elaine Thompson-Herah, who's now gone 2016 Rio and 2021 Tokyo with the gold medal at the women's 100 metres. So they are now level on gold medals, and they get the clean sweep. Jamaica, Elaine Thompson-Herah in a time of 10.61, so 10.61 is the final time, which is an Olympic record and breaks that long-standing record that Flojo set back in 1988. Florence Griffith Joyner from the United States back in 1998 at the Seoul Games. A long-standing record for nearly, almost just shy of 40 years, 30-something years, 33 or so years. And Elaine Thompson runs faster than that. So Olympic record broken. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price with the silver, Sharika Jackson with the bronze, with the PB of her own. And then the next places after that was Marie-Josée Tarlou from Ivory Coast, Isla Del Ponte in 5th from Switzerland, Mujinga Kambunji from Switzerland in 6th, Tiana Daniels from the United States in 7th, and Daryl Nater from Great Britain in 8th. There you go. That's the 100-metre sprint. The first one done. The men's 100-metre sprint is tomorrow. Rowan Browning is into the semi-finals after running the 6th best time in the heats with a 10.01, his personal best and the fastest an Australian has run at the Olympics, 10.01. 0433 98 11 16 if you would like to send in your text messages on the temper text. Michael from Vermont sent one in saying, Browning's heat was insane. He is a talent. If he can make the final, that would be an achievement itself. Wasn't really into the Olympics this time, but I'm hooked on all the athletics now, says Michael from Vermont. So there you go, a couple of text messages off the temper, 0433 98 11 16. Jordan Canellos with you. The SEN Olympics are for Mate Communication, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online. And Xero. Invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero. We will come back on the other side of this. We'll hear from the end of the men's discus final, and so we'll start to wrap up the day's action from today and look ahead to tomorrow for day number 9. All that and more on the way on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au. Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games, the Olympics 2020. This has been a fascinating night. It's been a really fun night, actually. It's been full of action and adventure on the track and in the field. Matt Denny, we were listening to him just a few moments ago in the closing stages of the men's discus final. We'll bring you that in a moment. You can stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. Looking at what's happening around the grounds, we are in the middle of the gold medal match in the women's singles tennis final. At the end of the first set, it was Belinda Bencic who took the set 7-5. So 7-5. So it was set up for the Swiss. Belinda Bencic against Marketa Vondrousova from the Czech Republic, and they've just commenced the second set. So that's the gold medal match. We'll catch up with BP later this hour as we start to close things out in the final hour of our coverage of the Tokyo Games. So around the grounds, the Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. In the basketball, America have started to take a bit of a stranglehold on the Czech Republic. It's 66-56 with 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. We might catch a bit of the end of that game. But before we do that, in the men's discus final, Matt Denny of Australia, the best discus thrower we've had at the Olympic Games. He set a personal best with his last throw of 67.02. We might actually go back and just get a bit of that last throw, and then we'll hear from how the last couple of throwers do. The two Swedes, Daniel Stahl and Simon Pedersen, and also Lucas Weisheidinger. But we'll go back and have a listen to the last couple of throws. Firstly, of Christian Shea from Slovenia, Matt Denny of Australia, and then the Austrian and the two Scandinavians. This is the men's discus final, the closing stages in the sixth and final round.
What a throw! 67.07 is Weisheidinger from round 3.
Final round of the men's discus. Matt Denny's had the competition of his life. He's in 5th spot. He needs to throw 67.07 to get up into the medals. It's a huge throw out. It goes. Oh my! It is close. What a throw. 67.07 is Weissheidinger from round 3. What a magnificent competition this has been from Matt Denny. I reckon this is going to be a PB in the Olympic final. His lifetime best, 66 metres 15. He knows it's close. Has he got himself onto the podium here? 67.02, 5 centimetres. It's a personal best. Measure out 5 centimetres and have a look at it. Nothing. What a competition. Here we go. Che was in 4th. Now back to 5th. Can he improve? Oh, it's quality. So they go in reverse order here. So Denny was 5th. Che was 4th. They've swapped positions. Weissheidinger still to come. Then Pedersen and Stahl. Final round. What a competition from Matt Denny. 67 metres 02. A personal best. 3 times he's produced the longest throw ever by an Australian at the Olympics in this final. 66.37. Good competition from Che, but he'll be disappointed he went into the second ranked. Weissheidinger knows he's got a medal with that 67.07. 5 centimetres ahead of Matt Denny. And this is another one over the 60-metre mark, but he's got the medal for Austria, which means that Pedersen and Stahl know that they're 1 and 2. They've got one more throw still to come each. Austrians celebrating. What a competition this has been. So, Weissheidinger, first medal for Austria in the discus in Olympic competition. Can Pedersen force Stahl to have one more? Had a good competition. It's a long way down the right-hand side. Not sure it's going to improve. It won't. So he is going to get the silver. Stahl will get the gold. You're allowed to smile, big man. Have to go back to 1948. They had some meet in 1948, Sweden. They finished 1st and 2nd in the 1500, 1st and 2nd in the 10k walk, and went 1, 2, 3 in the steeplechase. Bruce Stahl has got this. We might come back and show his last throw later, hey, because I know the women's 100's on and we're all up and about. It's going to be a barnstorming sprint. Matt Denny.
So there you go. That was a little earlier in the night, right before that the final throw of the men's discus and the women's 100 metres crossed over at the same time. So that was the replay from earlier. Matt Denny, he played that one live. He didn't get there 5 centimetres, as Dave Colbert emphasised, was how much Matt Denny missed by from a medal. Lucas Weissheidinger of Austria got the bronze with the 67.07. Matt Denny of Australia, 67.02 was his best discus throw. He came at the very end as well, a personal best for Matt Denny, just further establishing himself as the best discus thrower Australia has seen at the Olympics, 67.02. So he improved out of sight, really. He was throwing 65s, mid-65s through the qualification stage yesterday and then in the final today, and 67.02 was what he finished on. So he really gave it everything at the end. That is as much as you can ask for, really, from an Australian athlete at the Olympics. I know I'm personally, just speaking out of individually, I'm proud of him. That's enormous for him to do that, to be the best Australian discus thrower we've seen, and to really give it his everything and compete with these heavyweight guys from Scandinavia, from Austria, from Central Europe, and be right in the mix. And just 5 centimetres shy is that's phenomenal, really, for Matt Denny. The gold medal does go to Daniel Stahl of Sweden with his best throw of 68.9. So he was miles ahead of the field, really. He was incomparable from the rest of the athletes. Daniel Stahl, he was over a metre and a half better than the next best throw, which was his compatriot Simon Pedersen with 67.39. So 68.9 was the winning throw, 67.39 was the silver medal, and 67.07 was Lucas Weissheidinger from Austria. So Daniel Stahl, if you want to round it up and round all the numbers to whole numbers, Daniel Stahl was 2 metres better than the bronze medalist, which is just amazing. It's astonishing, to be honest. Matt Denny finished ahead of Christian Shea of Slovenia, and then they were really in their own group. Christian Shea, he really pulled out all the stops from Slovenia to get that 66-metre mark, and then the rest of them really fell in behind after that, with the next best were 64s and 62s. So Matt Denny was in pretty much an exclusive club in this final of getting to 67 and above, so that's just how good he is in the top 4 in the world, which is phenomenal for Matt Denny in the discus final. But no medal is what happens, I guess, at the end of that, with the 2 Swedes and the Austrian getting the gold, silver and bronze. An updated look at the medals that have been won today on day number 8. There's still one to go, one more set of medals to be handed out, which is in the women's singles final in the tennis, with Belinda Bencic up a set, but down a break in the second set to Marketa Vondrousova. The medals that have been won today, just the golds so far. So we'll go alphabetically from sport to sport. In archery, the men's individual gold medal in archery was won by Mete Gazoz from Turkey. In the athletics, the men's discus, as we just heard then, Daniel Stahl from Sweden. In the 4x400 metre mixed relay, Poland beat the Dominican Republic and the USA. In the women's 100 metre final on the track, Elaine Thompson-Herah from Jamaica out-sprinted her compatriots and opponents, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price and Sharika Jackson. In the badminton, the men's doubles was won by Chinese Taipei ahead of China and Malaysia. In the fencing, the women's team sabre was taken out by Russia ahead of France and South Korea. In the fencing, sorry, I beg your pardon, I got my wires crossed there. In the men's doubles of the badminton, I think I said that, Chinese Taipei from China and Malaysia. The fencing, women's team sabre, Russia, France, South Korea, gold, silver, bronze. Now I'm back on track. The gymnastics in the trampoline, the men's trampoline, Ivan Litvinovich from Belarus beat Dong Dong from China and Dylan Schmidt from New Zealand. In the judo, the mixed teams event in the judo, France, Japan, and then a combination of Israel and Germany took the bronze. So France gold, Japan silver, Israel and Germany got the double bronze. In the rugby sevens, New Zealand beat France in the final. The final score, from memory, was about 26-12. I'll just double check that. Don't want to get my facts wrong, but that's what I saw on the screen ahead of me. It was 26-12, the final, New Zealand beating France in the rugby sevens earlier this evening in the women's, and Fiji took the bronze. 2 sailing medals were given out today in the windsurfer. Now, these are the 2 sailing disciplines that Australia are not in, and the finals of the sailing disciplines that Australia are in are coming up over the weekend, and we are dead set, a good chance at a couple of these sailing medals, so keep your ears peeled and your eyes peeled even for the sailing medals over the weekend. But these sailing medals today were the 2 that Australia weren't in. So the women's windsurfer, Yunshu Liu from China, Charlene Picon from France with the silver, and Emma Wilson from Great Britain with the bronze. But the Chinese woman, Yunshu Liu, took the gold. In the men's windsurfer, it was Kieran Badlow from the Netherlands, Thomas Goyard from France, and Kun Bi from China with the gold, silver and bronze respectively. In the shooting, the mixed team trap, Spain took the gold, San Marino took the silver, which is their second ever medal after they won the individual, they won a bronze, I think, in the individual women's trap. So they've done well for themselves here, San Marino, getting their first ever medals at the Olympics. And the USA took the bronze in the mixed team trap. In the women's 50-metre rifle, 3 positions, Nina Kristen from Switzerland took gold, Yulia Zykova from Russia took silver, and Yulia Karimova from Russia took the bronze. In the swimming today, the men's 100-metre butterfly was won by Caleb Dressel from the States, Christoph Marlak from Hungary took the silver, and No Ponti from Switzerland took the bronze. In the women's 200-metre backstroke, Kaylee McEwen from Australia took the gold, Kylie Mass from Canada took the silver, and Emily Seaborn with the bronze. In the women's 800-metre freestyle, the great Katie Ledecky won the gold medal here, with Ariane Titmus not that far away, to be honest. It was about a 2-second gap maybe in the silver medal position for Ariane, and Simona Quadarella from Italy took the bronze. In the mixed 4x100 medley relay, Great Britain took the gold, China the silver, and Australia, storming home with Emma McKeon anchoring the swim, took the bronze. In the mixed relay triathlon today. Great Britain, USA and France were gold, silver, bronze. And in the weightlifting tonight, in the men's weightlifting, the 81 kilogram division, Liu Xiaojun from China took the gold. Zacharias Bonat from the Dominican Republic took silver, and Antonino Pizzolato from Italy took the bronze. And in the 96 kilogram group, so the real heavyweights of the weightlifting, Fades El Bak from Qatar took the gold. Kadamar Viania from Venezuela took the silver, and Anton Piles Noir from Georgia took the bronze. So there's still 2 medals to hand out, the gold and silver in the women's tennis singles, which will be decided at the end of this match between Belinda Bencic from Switzerland and Marketa Vondrousova from the Czech Republic. That's the medal wrap today for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. We'll bring you more from around the sporting world next, with the last quarter still to play in the basketball match between Team USA and the Czech Republic. Team USA have a comfortable lead, though, 84-60 in the last quarter, so we'll bring you as much of that as we can in the final hour of the show. We'll also bring you some replays of the swims earlier today, where we medalled in the 200-metre backstroke and the 4x100-metre mixed medley relay. That's on the way, Tokyo 2020. Our coverage on SEN for mates and 4-0.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on, because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely economy makes a 4 and 20.
just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Tokyo 2020 on SEN for Mate Communication, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online. And Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO. We're in the final hour. We've pretty much done for most of the big events. Not to say that that's completely over for the day. Day 8 of the Games has been a fun one. The 31st of July, 1st of August in a couple of hours. So getting into the best month of the year. Just quietly, my birthday. I don't know why I brought that up. Anyway, the live sport on the moment, Belinda Bencic, it's still 23rd hour of the day. We're getting there. Belinda Bencic and Marketa Vondrousova in the final. Score update here is Marketa Vondrousova has gone up a break in the second set. So 2-1 in the second set, looking to level things up and take it into a decider, but still the early stages. Belinda Bencic took the first 7-5. The other live matches on at the moment, we've got in the men's basketball, Team USA and the Czech Republic. We'll head there in a second. And then there's a couple of other dribs and drabs around the place. Handball, Norway and the Netherlands on at the moment in the women's handball. Second half there, Norway leading the Netherlands 18-16. I know my producer was very keen on taking the handball, so he might even do that with his directives. And beach volleyball as well in the men's lucky loser rounds with the Chilean pair, the Grimold brothers, taking on Adrian Heydrich and Mirko Gerson from Switzerland in the lucky loser. Our Aussies, just to update you on what happened to our Australians, Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann, unfortunately finished bottom of their group. They went winless through their matches, so this was the only, we've got one pair of players in the men's and women's respectively. So our men's beach volleyball players, Chris McHugh and Damien Schumann, went 0-3. The only set they won was in their first game against the Norwegian Vikings, they called them, of Mol and Sorum. So we took a set in that first match and then were clean swept in straight sets in the second and third matches in the beach volleyball for our men, so they didn't get through to the lucky loser round or the best third place qualifiers, unfortunately. And then our women are doing a little better. Let me get the updated standings here. In the group phase, go on. Here we go. Group phase. Mariafe Artacho Del Solar and Taliqua Clancy are sitting in second overall, or sit in second overall, and have qualified for the next phase. So Artacho Del Solar and Clancy have a 2-1 win-loss record through the group phases, and they are now into the knockout bracket, the knockout phase of the women's beach volleyball, and they will go ahead tomorrow at 10 p.m. and take on the Chinese pair of Zhu and Wang in the round of 16. So they are still alive, our Aussie women in the beach volleyball, but the men are done for. Let's take the end of this basketball game. There's 5 minutes to go. Team USA, this is as comprehensive a victory as I'll get in these Olympic Games. 97-68 is the lead for the States with 5 minutes to go in the last quarter from the Saitama Super Arena.
On fire. El Fuego, 100 points for the USA. Back the other way, Schill. We have not heard from Blake Shilb in a while. Tatum can pretty much feel it. The rim looks like a giant basket to him right now. Almost like a trash can when you're that hot and that locked in. Tatum now with 24. The U.S. still playing very aggressive defense. This time a foul by Adebayo. He feels it. Jason just red hot. He's hit 4 of 7 3-pointers. He has 24 points. And Jeremy Grant comes into the lineup for the U.S. This is his first action in the game. Also haven't seen JaVale McGee play. Jason Tatum been one of the stars of the second half. He and Kevin Durant, they've combined for 47 points. And the refs are going to do a video review. So in Group A, France has advanced. Looks like the United States will be able to hold off the Czech Republic. They will be 2-1. They'll move into the quarterfinals. The Czech Republic then would be tied at 1-2. Germany also 1-2. Argentina 0-2. Japan 0-2. Nigeria 0-3. Iran 0-3. So fighting for the last couple spots will be the Czech Republic and Germany, and the winner of the game between Argentina and Japan. 8 teams will advance out of the original 12. Andre Balvin try to make one more. Standing 2'17", 7'1". Levine will set things up. And there's our first look at JaVale McGee, number 11. And McGee, on cue, mashes one home. McGee added to the squad late when Kevin Love bowed out. And Keldon Johnson, number 4, added when Brad Beal failed a COVID exam right before he was about to get on the plane for the U.S. There's nice give and go and give back. Assist Levine. And JaVale McGee with the bucket. United States on top 105-72. I don't know if you heard Greg Popovich said, no quitting here. Finish the game strong. And with this huge lead now, I don't think he needs much more motivation. There's a look at McGee. He's played for quite a few different NBA teams in his career. Zach LaVine, wide open, hit that 3-pointer. As we look at some highlights, Kevin Durant kicks it back out. That was Draymond Green from the outside. United States behind, started to come back. Damian Lillard from outside. He had a tough shooting go at the beginning. Booker answered for 3 of his own. 18 of 36 from the 3-point line. That is a huge differential. 50% shooting from the 3-point line as they adjust the nets. Could ask Jan Vesely to just walk up and do that. I don't think he needs a ladder. And there's the difference in 3-point shooting. 12 more 3-pointers for the U.S. Satoransky's had a good game. 10 points, 8 assists. The Czech Republic will look to end this game on a bright note. Balvin. Nice touch from the big guy. And Air ball from Jeremy Grant. And over McGee, almost gets the roll. This was very close through the first half. Saturansky pulls up. He's used to playing against some of these NBA players on the U.S. Grant looking to get on the board, and we've got a foul. This was the best season for Jeremy Grant of his professional career for the Detroit Pistons. U.S. will inbound. Big lead. Under 3 minutes to go. McGee doesn't see Saturansky behind him, but JaVale will take it to the hoop. And a nice move by JaVale McGee to the basket. Watch 7-footer draw the foul. Foul on Balvin and running one-hander. He was an unknown going to college, played for the University of Nevada, Reno. His mom, Pam McGee, played for the U.S. national team a long time ago. She was a good player. Probably still is. Under 3 minutes now. Tomas Fiorel, number 4, now in for the Czech Republic. Chanel has it slapped away by Grant. And a whistle, stoppage of play. Reach-in foul on Fiorel. The U.S. has scored 90 points in the last 3 quarters. And these are 10-minute quarters. Back Levine. McGee tries to take it again inside and rolls it in. McGee feeling it. Doesn't get a lot of playing time, taking advantage of the few minutes he's in. Vasily. And Halisa for 3. Keldon Johnson now in for the U.S., number 4. Levine will take the 3-point, and the 3-pointers just falling like raindrops here. Minute and a half to go. The U.S. will advance and move into the quarterfinals, but not before they were tested. You wouldn't know it by the score now, but oh my goodness, they just could not miss. Tatum with 27. The United States has made 23 points in this one. Alvin hits. 1 minute to go. Now standing third and fourth quarter from the U.S. McGee down low again. He gets fouled, and he will go to the free throw line to shoot a couple. McGee's only played 3 minutes and has 7 points. Very happy U.S. bench. We're in the final minute. Never thought the score would end up like this after the way the Czech Republic came out and dominated the opening quarter. Fioro looking for his shot. Fioro. And a rebound by Keldon Johnson. U.S. can almost wipe out this whole clock here, but they're not going to wait. Tatum's almost piling on. And they can run out the clock. But no, Tatum wants to shoot again. Tipped up and in by McGee. And a three-pointer at the end will count. And that'll do it. So the United States of America gets a scare in the first quarter, becomes storming back, led by Tatum and Kevin Durant. They combined for 50 points, and the United States turns this one around, flips the switch, and runs over the Czech Republic 119-84. So the U.S. will head into the knockout round.
119-84, the final score from the Saitama Super Arena. And so they have done that pretty easily in the end. It was looking pretty easy from about the end of the second quarter and certainly the second half onwards. Some of these stats from the match, 119-84, the final score. Top scorers for the United States, Jason Tatum with 27 points, Kevin Durant with 23, and Zach LaVine with 13 were the top three scorers for the States. The top rebounder for the USA was Kevin Durant with 8, and he also had 6 assists as well. So pretty high numbers there for Kevin Durant, even in a shorter length game than what they have in the NBA. So there you go. That's the around the ground scores and the end of that basketball match between the United States and the Czech Republic. So that win means that they will finish second in their group, the United States, after losing their first game to France, 83-76. They then demolished Iran 120-66, and they've pretty much demolished the Czech Republic. Well, they have 119-84. So two heavy wins for the United States. Means they, after losing their first game, they actually finished with a points differential of 82, which is by far and away the best points difference at the end of the group stage, with still Group C to play their matches. But Slovenia have a points difference of 53, and they could absolutely extend that, although their next match is against Spain, who are pretty good as well. So I don't think, I don't know if Luka Doncic is going to be able to hammer the Spanish as Slovenia did to Japan in their game the other night. But yeah, pretty much United States, after looking a little wobbly in the warm-up matches and then in their first game to France, have done a number on the much lower ranked, to be fair, Iran and Czech Republic, and have a points difference of 82. But as I said, it's just group stage. It'll get a lot hotter once we get into the knockouts. For Sportscraft, reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this. We'll hear back from some of our swimming medals earlier today, and we'll look ahead to what's coming up tomorrow. That's next on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Games.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our support. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
Watched as Taylor kick the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oh!
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jordan Canellis with you for the final 15 minutes of our coverage tonight. SEN Olympics for Mate Communications, Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, that's Xero. Australia today won four medals in 3 events. We won them all in the pool. It was Kaylee McEwen who took gold in the women's 200-metre backstroke from Kylie Mass from Canada, and Emily Seebohm of Australia in the bronze. Ariane Titmus took silver in the women's 800-metre freestyle, and then our relay team, our mixed relay team in the 4x100 metres medley took bronze. This was how Kaylee McEwen's win sounded in the 200-metre backstroke final earlier today.
High up on the wall, both of the Aussies, traditional Australian starting style. Kaylee McEwen, lane 2. Emily Seebohm, lane 4. Riding with Seebohm at the moment. Got away smartly. Even better, though, Kaylee McEwen.
She's put her stamp on it already, just from the first, a little bit off the blocks. Kylie Moss as well, lane 6, has got up and stroking nice and fast. Kaylee McEwen sitting in a good position. Emily Seebohm knows how to set up a good 200, so watch for her in the second 100.
So go round first. It is Moss just ever so slightly in front. McEwen 9/100ths of a second back in second spot, and Ryan White, lane 3, sitting in third spot at the moment. At the turn, Emily Seebohm in 6th.
Kylie Moss out in front of the field here. into the first 100 metres. See if she can hold that in the second 100. We know Kaylee McEwen is fairly fresh. She's had a nice rest into this, and she's just made a little move there, just a fraction, just sitting right on Kylie Moss.
Emily Seebohm still probably 6th or 7th, but right in that pack. So McEwen, the gap has increased ever so slightly. 0.8 of a second now. The American Bacon back in 3rd place. So our leader, left of screen, red togs, white cap. Kylie Mass, 3rd at the World Championships. The Canadian leading in lane 6. Australia's Kaylee McEwen trying to get the 1 and 200 double. Lane 2 pushing up into 2nd spot. It's been an excellent 50 for her. She's right on the pace here. She should turn 2nd or 3rd. Maybe that gap's closed a little.
Of the techniques, Kylie Moss looks nice and smooth, but Kaylee McEwen in this last 50 will have to do a little bit of work to catch up. She's marginally in front, but she's just made a huge move in that last 25. Kylie Moss might be the one to beat here. Kaylee McEwen's going to have to lift that stroke rate to get onto the wall.
So here we go. What she got left? The Australian, 20 years of age. She's putting on the afterburners. She's such a talent. Going for the double. Can she do it for her country, for her family, for herself? She gets in front and she's got the double. How good was that? And Seebohm gets bronze. McEwen first. Seebohm bronze. A brilliant event for Australia. 1 and 3.
So that was the women's 200-metre backstroke final with Emily Seebohm with the bronze and Kaylee McEwen taking the gold medal. So she's done the double, as Basil said, with the 100 and the 200-metre backstroke. Gold medals in her back pocket. The 4x100 metre mixed medley relay, Australia in this took the bronze in a thrilling race. It's such a fun race, the 4x100 metre mixed relay. This was how it sounded.
Take your mark.
Kaylee McEwen, who at 20 years of age has won 2 Olympic gold medals, is now swimming against Ryan Murphy, who got the 100 and 200 double in Rio 5 years ago. He's in the water for the United States. Slow off the mark, Kathleen Dawson for Great Britain. They'll expect to come home. So it's Rylov for Russia, Ciccone of Italy, Zhu for China, Kathleen Dawson, Great Britain, Ryan Murphy for the United States. Big lead already. Australia's Kaylee McEwen out of the top 3. The Netherlands with Toussaint and Israel with Gorbenko.
Kaylee McEwen there battling against Ryan Murphy's feet, just the absolute wash coming off that. So swimming into it makes it so challenging.
This is a swim where you actually might want to be next to the lane load, just so that you don't get quite as much wash of some of the bigger swimmers. And when I say bigger physically, the men that are swimming out there, that wash that Kaylee McEwen would have taken on in that first lap is a lot to deal with.
So Australia turn in 5th spot, but now the roles are reversed. So it was man against woman for the United States and Australia. Now it's Zach Stubblety-Cook with a breaststroke against Lydia Jacoby, the 17-year-old.
She's lost her goggles. Jacoby's lost her goggles on that. That's going to affect her. He's up against, Zach Stubblety-Cook's also up against Adam Peaty, but that's going to affect the American result.
So the Italians out in front, China 2nd, Russia 3rd. They've all gone with the men first, and as a result, they've got a pretty big lead.
And I think in this, Zach is doing a sensational job up against Adam Peaty to be able to stick it close to him at this early stage of the race. He's doing a great job. Good on you, Zach.
So Tori Husks to get into the water for the United States, and Matthew Temple for Australia. How much ground can he make up? What sort of a position can the Australians be in? It's Italy, China, Russia. We're expecting this gap will close now. So the three lead swimmers are females, and the chasing pack males. The gap's going to close here. This is fascinating stuff.
It is. And watching just, playing to the strengths of every nation around the world, of where their best swimmers are at, looking at the times, working out strategically how to do this. It would have it would have taken the coaches months to work out how to swim this race.
Matthew Temple's got so much work to do here because we know we've got Emma McKeon up against Caleb Dressel for the final leg. So he wants to be moving up, get her in a good position, get her in the water well ahead of the US, who are sitting back about 5 metres now. So we want to get that 10-metre gap if we possibly could.
And if we compare to the Americans, we've got to compare ourselves to the Brits as well. So that distance to make up for Emma McKeon is significant.
James Guy handed over to Anna Hopkin. It's Great Britain in front. This event being contested at the Olympics for the first time. Out she goes, Emma McKeon. How much ground can she make up on Anna Hopkin in front of her? And Caleb Dressel, he's the one coming in the middle lane. So the United States in lane 5. Caleb Dressel, don't forget, he wants to keep his dream alive of winning 6 gold medals at the One Games. Emma's coming. She's into 3rd position at the moment. What a finish this is. Anna Hopkin in front. Pellegrini for Italy. Chasing is Dressel, the big American. Can he get there? Not sure that he can. It might be Great Britain. Hopkin hanging on. Yang of China. Australia pushing up. Maybe into the silver medal position. Look at this swim from Emma. A world record for Great Britain. China 2nd. Bronze 3rd. Emma McKeon. She's unbelievable.
So with that...
So bronze for Australia. Emma McKeon with her 9th medal in swimming. She goes level with Ian Thorpe and Liesl Jones as our decorated swimmers. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this and we'll wrap up from day 8 at the Games.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all they're hot.
Oh, lovely pie mates of 4 and 20 pie.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supplier for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
That's us done for tonight on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Games. A quick update from the tennis. We spoke to Brett Phillips earlier. Thanks to GLG Green Life Group, your open space specialist at glgcorp.com. Into the third set we go. So Marketa Vondrousova took the second set off Belinda Bencic 6-2, and away we go into the third set. So the highlights today for Australia: 4 medals, 3 events in the pool. Gold for Kaylee McEwen, silver for Ariane Titmus, bronze for Emily Seebohm, and bronze for the mixed medley team. Rowan Browning into the semi-finals of the 100-metre sprint. That will be on the radar tomorrow in the semi-finals and the final. Plus, Matt Denny with a 4th place finish in the discus. The highlights from today. More action on the way all day tomorrow on SEN. Have a good night from the games. See ya.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB.
Chasing, pacing and racing.
The Odds Couple, finding you winners each and every Saturday morning at every track.
The Sydney side of Royal Zell for Gary Portelli as favourite, 350 and a 330, and I think it's all about the top weight here, Royal Zell.
But Royal Zell is coming clear and puts them to the sword. Royal Zell is going to win easily.
The Odds Couple with Simon O'Donnell, David Taggart and Paddy Garshagen every Saturday morning on SEN for The Quaddie. Curated tips from the experts. The Quaddie. Download today. Gamble responsibly.
You ready to find that guaranteed catch? Download the Real Adventures app. Cast a line with Paddy Dangerfield and Aaron Red Habgood.
I'm on tank water in Moggs Creek. Do the kids get fast? Or you're like, no, George, you're in the mud, you sleep in the mud. Just hose them down out.
Everything fishing, boating, recipes and hotspots. Plus catch.
American Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, Jamaicans rather, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price and Sharika Jackson claimed the silver and bronze medals. So that's the first time Jamaica have undertaken a clean sweep of the medals in that event since Beijing in 2008. Also, from an Australian perspective, Ash Barty and John Peers claimed bronze in the mixed doubles. And obviously, Rowan Browning has entered the fray in terms of his profile, advancing to the 100-metre semis in Tokyo with a personal best time. Matthew Denny achieved Australia's best ever finish in an Olympic men's discus final. I think he was only 5 centimetres away from claiming a medal. Very good performance there from Matthew Denny, and he obviously produced a personal best in that event. Kaylee McEwen completed the backstroke double with gold in the 200-metre final. Emily Seabomb, the veteran, powered home for bronze. So the Aussies continuing their success in the pool. And also the Boomers gained a comfortable group stage victory over Germany, which would be a great fillip for their confidence, no question about that. And hopefully they can continue on in that vein. So it was an 89-76 win over Germany. Paddy Mills topped the scoring with 24 points for the Boomers, 1 rebound and 6 assists, obviously, to boot. Jock Landale managed 18 points. Also, Harry Garside of Australia is through to the quarterfinals of the lightweight division in boxing after defeating Jonas of Namibia by unanimous decision. So a very good performance there from Harry Garside. I remember he was having a chat with Tim Gossage on SEN probably only 2 to 3 years ago on the morning program. I think it was on New Year's morning, actually, such as the dedication. And he was very, very well spoken in that particular interview. So good to see him getting a bit of success at Olympic level. Also on the track, Peter Boll qualified for the semi-final of the men's 800 metres, and he set a new Australian record. So a lot happening still as far as the Olympics are concerned for Australia. And also taking a look at the medal tally at this point in time in Tokyo. And at the present, it is headed by China with 21 gold, 2 silver and 13 silver and 12 bronze with a total of 46. Japan are currently in second position, the host nation, with 17 gold, 5 silver and 8 bronze, a total of 30 medals. The United States occupy third spot with 16 gold, 17 silver and 13 bronze, a total of 46. The Russian Olympic Committee are in fourth with 11 gold, 15 silver and 11 bronze, 37 in total. Australia are in fifth spot, punching well above our weight, no question about that, with 10 gold, 3 silver and 14 bronze, a total of 27 medals. Great Britain occupying sixth spot with 8 gold, 9 silver and 11 bronze, 28 medals in total. South Korea in seventh with 5 gold, 4 silver and 7 bronze, a total of 16. France in eighth with 4 gold, 9 silver and 6 bronze, a total of 19 medals. The Netherlands, of course, in ninth position with 4 gold, 7 silver and 5 bronze, a total of 16 medals. And New Zealand, yes, New Zealand round out the top 10 with 4 gold, 3 silver and 3 bronze, a total of 10 medals. And they had success in the women's rugby sevens earlier on yesterday. 1300 736 736 to ring in. As I said, the lines are open, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. The gold medal match for the women's singles in the tennis is still transpiring at the moment in the deciding set, and it'll be interesting to see where this goes as well, with Belinda Bencic taking on Marketa Vondrasova. I'll keep you up to date with those scores as they come to hand, and they're currently, as I said, in the midst of the deciding set. They're already a set apiece, with Bencic taking out the first set 7-5. Vondrasova fought back well in the second set 6-2. They've been playing for well over 2 hours now, and Bencic has a 3-2 lead in the deciding set over the Czech Marketa Vondrasova. So I'll keep you up to date with those particular scores. 1300 736 736 to ring in. Just before I bring in our callers, a quick update with the AFL situation for those unaware due to the COVID-19 outbreak in Brisbane or in the southeast of Queensland. There's an updated fixture now. Many of the games scheduled for yesterday had to be moved to today. So at the moment, there's going to be a Super Sunday of AFL action. The Gold Coast are scheduled to play Melbourne at Marvel Stadium. That match to kick off at just after midday, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Hawthorn take on Brisbane at the University of Tasmania Stadium in Launceston. That gets underway just after 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Essendon face Sydney at the MCG. That'll be the 3:10 p.m. game. Fremantle host Richmond at Optus Stadium, as was originally scheduled, I think, at about 3:10 p.m. Western Time. So that'll be 5 o'clock or just after 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. And the round would be finished through the aid of the GWS v Port Adelaide game, which will be played at Marvel Stadium. So another double header effectively at Marvel Stadium. That match to kick off just after 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. In terms of the results yesterday, today. Just the 3 matches completed at Mars Stadium in Ballarat. The Western Bulldogs comfortably accounted for the Adelaide Crows by 49 points, 15-15, 105 to 8-8-56. And taking a look at the key players and the statistics as well, certainly the Bulldogs are continuing to flex their muscle in the AFL competition. Caleb Daniel, gee, isn't he a terrier? 32 disposals and a goal. Bailey Dale with 31 disposals accumulated, along with Jack McRae with a similar total. And they shared the goals around too. A number of individual goal scorers for the Bulldogs. No one player gaining a bag in any way, shape or form. And for the Crows, it was a dismal day for them. Taylor Walker did manage to kick 2 goals. As far as the North Melbourne v Geelong game is concerned, and what was a windy day down in Hobart at Bloodstone Arena, the Cats got the job done. They did what they had to do against the lowly North Melbourne side by 20 points, 8-14-62 Geelong to the Kangaroos, 6-6-42. As far as the player statistics are concerned, and some of the dominant players on what is a day which was very much a struggle to really gain effectual skill levels in terms of disposal and also just accumulating the ball in general in a skillful way. There weren't too many overly dominant players. Isaac Smith had 26 touches along with Zach Toohey. 29 disposals to Cam Guthrie, is in great form with 2 goals. He was arguably best on ground. And his brother Zach also had 28 touches. And in the final of the 3 games, Collingwood upset the West Coast Eagles by 45 points, doubling their score at the MCG, 14-6-90 to 6-9-45. Dominant players for the Magpies throughout the entirety of the contest included Taylor Adams, who accumulated 34 touches. Jack Crisp had 36 disposals. Jordan De Goey had plenty of the footy as well with 34 possessions and a number of individual goal kickers as well. So a good win there for the Magpies, and I'm sure that'll have ramifications for the West Coast Eagles season. As far as the ladder is concerned, at this point in round 20, the Western Bulldogs currently on top of the table. They have 15 wins to their name with 4 losses, and they lead Geelong by percentage, about 10% at the present time. The Cats in second spot, also with 15 wins. A game and a half further back at Melbourne in third with 13 wins and a draw. The Port Adelaide side round out the top 4 for the moment. They have 13 wins. Brisbane with 12 wins to their name are in 5th spot. Sydney also have 12 wins. They occupy 6th position. West Coast with the loss, it could be costly. They're in 7th spot with 10 wins. 2 games adrift of Sydney at the moment. GWS are in 8th spot now with 8 wins and a draw, and they take on Port Adelaide in what is a crucial game later on today. Essendon are only half a game behind them at this point with 8 wins. Richmond in 10th position with 8 wins, and Carlton go up to 11th as a result of their win over St Kilda, and there's still technically a chance. They're half a game outside the 8 at this point in time, although if GWS prevail over Port Adelaide, that will change. Carlton currently with 8 wins in 11th spot. Fremantle are in 12th with 8 wins. St Kilda in 13th with 8 wins. Collingwood occupying 14th with 6 wins. The Gold Coast in 15th with 6 wins. The Crows lie in 16th spot, also with 6 wins. Hawthorn are in 17th with 4 wins and a draw, and they only lead North Melbourne by 9%. North Melbourne down the bottom of the table with 4 wins and a draw as well. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Alex off the text says, so glad Novak Djokovic lost in the bronze medal match. What a sook. Broke his racket and threw it in the stands. Novak is a bad example and a spoilt brat. Go pick your racket up and go home, says Alex off the text. Let's head to Ben, who is in French's Forest at this point in time. How are you, Ben?
Sorry, I didn't know I was going to be on air straight away. Damien?
No worries.
How's things been? I just wanted to comment. For the first time tonight, I was joining a friend in the singles bubble, which allowed New South Wales today. Like, a mate of mine who lives by himself, catching up with him. And, I watched the Olympics, like, in terms of a proper for a few hours tonight, and I saw it was a magnificent effort by the Jamaicans. Get 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. But I just was surprised by in the basketball, the elite on the USA. They beat the Czech Republic, but I really do think, I don't like America's chances of winning gold this year. Just the way they're playing, they're not very convincing. I don't know what you've seen of the basketball or other sports in the Olympics. If you have anything to add to it?
Well, it seems like the Americans in general, when it comes to the basketball, I mean, they're not going to field their best team, certainly in the men's anyway, because a lot of them probably don't want to undertake that commitment in their off-season because they feel as if they're not going to get the financial benefits as a result. Now, that might seem a bit harsh, but I think that's just the reality. Because the NBA is so strong, and this is the case with a number of other sports as well, ultimately the Olympics doesn't have the same significance or gravitas because, you know, it's not the pinnacle for them in their sport, whereas for other sports like swimming, athletics, etc., the Olympics are the pinnacle.
Yeah, fair point. I think I have a feeling that maybe the delayed season start because of COVID-19, with a lot of players not having enough time to probably nurse injuries into their normal season whenever their season finished up, might have contributed as well. That might have
possibly
to America fielding the best team.
And I think even just the COVID situation going over there with no crowd probably put a lot of players off as well.
Fair enough. Cool. Regarding the AFL, I'm glad they're playing their games tomorrow, being a Swans fan that I am as well. But I just can't help but think I really thought they were going to play Essendon versus Sydney and GWS versus Port on the bye weekend. I was actually surprised when they managed to announce something this evening where they managed to get all the remaining games away tomorrow. How did the AFL manage to do that without really having too much of a gripe from the AFL Players Association or other factors? Would the broadcast deal probably come into a play, you think? Or
I don't know what the conversations were. Maybe the players were happy to go ahead with it on the basis that they want to get the game over and done with, just in case there's an outbreak, say, Melbourne, and they can't get any games away. So maybe it's a form of thinking, well, if we can relocate the games within 24 hours, and if it is possible to do that. I think a number of clubs were on a flight at the time that it was announced, and they effectively turned over a new leaf in the sense that I think the plane flew back to a different destination, or they got off somewhere and took another plane, so they were sort of halfway through their flight or halfway through the travel to the original destination, and then ultimately they were told that they were going to be playing elsewhere. So I think at the end of the day, if they can get the job done in terms of playing the games before the weekend's out, why not? Just in case there is a big outbreak that affects every state or almost every state, and they can't logistically hold the games. So I think they're just doing everything in their power to make sure the games are away before something happens which prevents them from playing a game across the whole weekend, for instance.
True. Well, I guess at least the AFL can play games down in Melbourne at the moment where it is relatively safe. I know there's a few little numbers still around Melbourne from what I hear, but I was just surprised, even more surprised by the NRL actually staying in Queensland, playing under the same protocols they had when All Sport resumed last year. They're just playing Saturday's games tomorrow, Sunday, and Sunday's games on Monday, all at Suncorp. Yet I don't know what Peter V'landys did, negotiated with the Queensland government with all the little certain players breaking the rules regarding various situations. So I'm hoping the AFL are as shrewder at negotiations as what they had the NRL, what V'landys is for the NRL. So I was actually more surprised by the NRL. But I'm glad they're going ahead with it. I just wasn't sure how they're going to do it. So, yeah.
Well, the game's scheduled, I think, officially today is at Newcastle v Canberra. Then Melbourne Storm take on Penrith in what is meant to be a top-of-the-table clash. What is your tip for that? You follow it, obviously, there in Sydney. Do you think Penrith can beat the Storm?
Nah, Penrith without Nathan Cleary, the New South Wales State of Origin halfback and captain. I'm not sure he's captain, I forget. And Brian To'o's out now too. The Storm the thing about the Melbourne Storm is, I'm not sure how many people in Victoria really I can follow them in depth. I think because I'm living in Sydney and I follow a bit of it. Didn't with the Storm, they get players go out, but they always they have someone who always manages to come in and fill the void, no matter what position it is. I just think the Storm lately, especially with the Penrith haven't got their best team on the park. I think the Storm will probably win that one. And I think the Knights are saying, who are the Knights playing against?
They're taking on Canberra.
Let's see. It's a matter of, I don't know. I think Canberra are the better team, but I don't know how the Raiders do in humid weather. I think of the Knights coming from Newcastle, which is a bit more humid, so they might handle the conditions up in Brisbane a little better, although it's still only August. I don't know. I haven't been following in terms of who's out or who's injured and playing for either team.
Crucial game, though, because they're both mid-table sides and they're pretty much around the same mark, aren't they?
Probably, I think they are. Yeah, they are. I'll probably tip the Raiders in that case because they're actually getting on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, and momentum is obviously a big thing as well. And with the Storm as well, having Ryan Pappenhausen commit to them for another few years until 2025 is going to be very buoyant for them. Also, the other game scheduled to be played anyway is the St George Illawarra Dragons v South Sydney Rabbitohs game. An interesting one, both sides in the top 8 as well, and the Bunnies probably they're effectively a game behind the Panthers and Storm, who occupy those top 2 positions, so a crucial game really for both sides. But if they want to enter the top echelon, the Bunnies, they have to win this one.
They should. The Dragons, I'd say, pretty much because they've still got some of those players who are involved in the Shell Harbour COVID-19 breach with Paul Vaughan and stuff, but probably they're taking turns, the players are involved in that and having suspensions and stuff. So I think they're not quite at full strength. I think the Bunnies are just still, even if they don't missing some players, I think I'd back the Bunnies on paper, to tell you the truth, yeah.
All right, fair enough too. Ethan, you're looking forward to Olympic-wise over the next 24 hours? I know the Stingers are in action from a water polo point of view. Brandon Stark's going to compete in the high jump, and Rowan Browning, see if he can make the final. He's progressed through the heats, so it'll be...
I saw that, Rowan Browning. I hadn't heard of who he was. I'm like a lot of viewers who comes to the Olympics. We're usually watching a lot of sports that you normally wouldn't watch, and some of these sports don't even screen on Australian television regularly. Occasionally, some of them on Fox Sports, but yeah, I'm actually Rowan Browning. I was amazed. I think I'm going to get on his bandwagon, mate. Hopefully he can grab a medal. It's what the commentator's saying. He's scored an ATAR at 99.3. He's studying a mixed degree of law and something else. Very switched on guy. I wish him luck. Support my countrymen. These are athletes who sacrifice so much to make it to the Olympics games. A lot of respect for them. So Rowan Browning is who I want to see go all the way if he can. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough too. Ben, really appreciate your call, mate. Very articulate as always, and have a good remainder of your night.
You could, Damien. Have a good evening, mate. Bye now.
Good on you, Ben. Ben from French's Forest there in Sydney. If you want to call in, 1300 736 736, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Michael from Sydney says, my biggest hope during the week at the Olympics was that Rowan Browning would make the semi-finals. He has done better than I expected. What an effort. Bruce McAvaney mentioned he is the fastest Australian Olympian for the 100 metres in history. The sheer magnitude of the challenge to match the powerful Jamaicans and Americans makes me so proud to be Australian. I wish him well. Regardless of his result, he has done himself and his country proud. Thank you, Michael, for sending that through. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson with you here on SEN, your home of sport.
The Odds Couple, finding you winners each and every Saturday morning at every track.
The Sydney side of Royal Zell for Gary Portalia's favourite, 350 and a 330, and I think it's all about the top weight here, Royal Zell.
But Royal Zell is coming clear and puts them to the sword. Royal Zell is going to win easily.
The Odds Couple with Simon O'Donnell, David Taggart and Paddy Garshagen every Saturday morning on SEN for The Quaddie. Curated tips from the experts. The Quaddie. Download today. Gamble responsibly.
You ready to find that guaranteed catch? Download the Real Adventures app. Cast the line with Paddy Dangerfield and Aaron Red Habgood.
I'm on tank water in Mogs Creek. Do the kids get fast? So you're like, no, George, you're in the mud, you sleep in the mud. Just hose them down out.
Everything fishing, boating, recipes and hotspots. Plus catch up on all the Real Adventures Show podcasts.
They are working. Well done to the guys that are in WA actually using the bins. I reckon we should see these spread across the country.
Powered by Dometic, mobile living made easy. The Real Adventures app, get hooked. Now in the App Store and Google Play.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
In this week's edition of the AFL Record, we name our All-Australian team for 2021. There's rookies, regulars and a few surprises. Also, we honour West Coast Premiership captain Shannon Hearn as he becomes the first Eagle to reach 300 games. Plus, check out the kids page and team lists for every game. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record Round 20 edition. Available online via sen.com.au and the SEN app.
Want to win the ultimate 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final VIP experience?
Thanks to Choices Flooring, you and a mate could be mixing it with the stars at some of the biggest events of the footy season. Experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself.
The 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Prize includes all tickets, 6 nights accommodation and return flights. Visit iCanWin.com.au and you could win thanks to Choices Flooring.
AFL authorised GF promotion, GF AFL 21/10.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. BallparkEntertainment.com.au.
Whether on the field, bike or trail, we all want to stay active. But if pain holds you back, try Sudox Active. Traditionally used to relieve mild pain in your joints and muscles, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator. Sudox, available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less. Or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies, mates, when it comes to business insurance. That means if you're in the motor trade, IMAR's got you covered. If you're a mechanic, panel technician, car detailer or even a motor wrecker, insure with IMAR and receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost, which is great for cash flow. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
Now the trade is mate. That's IMAR.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
Welcome back. Damien Watson with you here on the Overnight Crowd. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16 on this lovely Sunday morning. And it's the first day of the month as well for many of our listeners on the East Coast. Just a live score update. It's a gold medal match in the women's tennis at the Tokyo Olympics at the moment. Belinda Bencic is serving for the match and indeed serving for the gold medal in the deciding set. She leads 5-3 over Marketa Vondrousova. We might pick up just these last stages. Vondrousova is love 15 in her favour, but Bencic still serving out for the match. So we'll pick it up from that particular point as they decide who will prevail in the gold medal match.
Moving quickly now, Bencic. Wants the balls, wants to get on with it, wants to keep the momentum.
Backhand down the line, the one she's pointing to. She's saying the chair for 100%. She asked him if she was 100% sure, or she was 100% sure the ball was wide. But in that situation, had to stop right away and challenge.
To the net, and Vondrousova immediate opportunities to break back with Bencic serving for the gold.
He was a nice swinger serve to begin. Went down the tee with the side spin, moving away from Vondrousova. Nice pickup from the Czech. These break points for Vondrousova keep coming, but she needs to convert 6 of...
So we'll leave you there for the moment. Belinda Bencic leading 5-3 over Marketa Vondrousova in the gold medal match. So just in terms of who claimed the bronze in the women's tennis, Elena Svitolina claimed that title. And in the bronze medal match in the men's tennis, Pablo Carreno Busta had that advantage as we head back to the tennis.
Brave play.
Describe yourself as a very calm person, very calm, Vondrousova. We're seeing that there. We saw it on the way she played that match point. Effortless swing on the return, no problem, she says.
Heavy hitting, really heavy hitting, then finding the line with the backhand. Vondrousova, a third opportunity to get us back on serve in this deciding set.
So at this point, it's deuce. Belinda Bencic serving for the gold medal against Marketa Vondrousova. 5-3 her advantage in the deciding set. I'll keep you up to date. Just off the SMS as well, if you want to text in, 0433 98 11 16. Michael from Vermont says Australia has come a long way in the medal tally since hosting the Games in 2000. If you go back before 2000, Australia actually had dismal tallies. We have top swimmers in our country these days. And there were some memorable gold medals in the 90s, but I suppose you're right in many respects. There was a build-up, though, a gradual build-up. If you go from Barcelona to Atlanta and then eventually to Sydney, where Australia definitely punched above its weight. I think it finished equal third on the medal tally in Sydney and dissipated a little bit after that. There's naturally always an accumulation of talent in the lead-up to a home Olympic Games, and hopefully we see that from an Australian point of view in the lead-up to Brisbane 2032. Belinda Bencic, match point for her in the gold medal match. Let's head there now, back to Tokyo against Marketa Vondrousova.
Women to win Olympic gold at a tennis event. She's got it! Belinda Bencic is the Olympic champion. 2.5 hours and all her dreams come true. She's a gold medalist on her Olympic debut at the age of 24. She's the first Swiss woman to win gold at an Olympic tennis event. Still with the doubles gold to play for, the smile on her face says it all. Congratulations to Belinda Bencic, Olympic champion.
There you go. Belinda Bencic claims a gold medal in women's tennis for Tokyo in the Olympic Games, for Switzerland, obviously, in Tokyo. So congratulations to her. Let's head to more of your calls. Mark is in Sydney. How are you, Mark?
G'day, Damo. How are you?
Good, mate. Far away.
Well, I must say I was very impressed with Belinda Bencic's win and very much with how the Australian team's done throughout the day, you know, especially with the mixed medley. I think the mixed medley is a really good event for the Olympics, you know, because, I mean, I think that the international Olympic movement is way off base with not including softball and baseball. They're two of my favourite sports. I don't know about baseball for 2024 in Paris, but Paris wants to take softball out. And I've looked at a few softball matches they've had in the games here, like Brazil. Their pitcher, Dallas Cubato, I believe her name is, she pitched lights-out games. And I was quite impressed by it. So I can't understand really why they don't have softball for 2024.
It's an interesting one. I remember when Sydney hosted the Olympic Games, Australia got big crowds to their softball matches, the women's softball matches, and there was a player, I think Peter Eddebone, scored a number of home runs for Australia in that campaign. So, I mean, when the team's going well, when your national team's going well, it is quite an exciting sport to watch. But I suppose it does come down to the amount of global interest in general within the sport. But I wouldn't mind it being kept in the roster itself.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, especially with baseball too, because I was really dismayed to see that the Australian baseball team weren't going to Tokyo this year. Because, I mean, here in Sydney, I'm a big Sydney Blue Sox fan. That's our team here in the Australian Baseball League. And I believe the team's called the Melbourne Bandits or the Melbourne Aces in Melbourne. I think they're the Melbourne Bandits. Aces. And it's really popular here in Sydney. And we had a Korean... there's a Korean/Geelong team, and they're based in Geelong, and they had a Korean national team came out last season, if not the season before that, here in Sydney, and one whole stand was devoted to one of their star pitchers' fans. It was shit-packed, and there was a full house here in Sydney. We had Korean merchandise sellers with food and costumes and everything like that. And when the team got back on their bus, the Korean fans there formed an honour guard for both teams. And that was a real nice touch. So baseball's a very popular sport around Australia, but especially in Sydney here. And I think, the more exposure it gets, the more people will realise how good of a sport it really is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of the MLB, obviously, and I'm sure many Australians are when you speak to people anecdotally. And when you talk about Sydney as well, that was meant to host an exhibition game, wasn't it, before COVID hit, to dismay those plans, I guess?
Yes, it was. And, we love baseball here in Sydney, especially when we're taking on Canberra in the Hume Highway Cup. Like our arch rivals would be Brisbane, of course, Canberra, and Melbourne, not so much as Brisbane, because, Brisbane and Sydney matches are really dirty rivalries here in Sydney. We love them. It's kind of like state of origin in baseball terms.
I can imagine. How are you going in lockdown over there, by the way?
Oh, great. As much as I can, in that, after being at home for 2 weeks because someone in my workplace had COVID-19 and I had to quarantine because I was a close contact, it's great to get back out in the real world, I can't go more than 5 Ks away from home because I'm in one of the 8 local government areas that have severe cases, being around the Blacktown LGA. But it's great in that at least I can get back out into the real world, even if it's only 5 Ks away. You can get takeaway coffee. You can talk to friends and families on the phone. You'd love to talk to them face to face, but, at least I can get back into the real world, albeit to a limited extent, so that's great. And, my dogs keep me sane. I have 3 German Shepherds. They're real sweethearts. And, I'm managing. We've got to go through another month of it at the moment, but, it's going to be 9 weeks in total. We'll have been through quarantine at the end of the month. And at least I've got a new job. I got a new job yesterday, and I'm defined as an essential worker, so at least I can get out of home to work, and I'm working alongside some good friends. So, and working on some new country songs for my EP, which I'm going to release later in the year, and I'm doing a songwriting session with some Canadian singer-songwriter friends on Monday. So, I've got plenty to keep me going.
All right, absolutely. Fantastic stuff to at least ensure that you have some activities to keep you going. What did you make of the... Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, and I'm a big Penrith fan, and, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big discussion topic here at the moment, the Penrith Panthers versus the Storm. In all honesty, I think Penrith can take it, despite the fact that Cleary's not there and Brian To'o's not there, because I was just doing some research on the NRL.com website, and Chris Kennedy wrote today that it's basically like the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, because Penrith's 185 points is the fewest to ever be conceded by any side of the NRL era, with the 2010 Dragons the only other club to have let in fewer than 200 points after 18 games. Penrith's staunch defence will be tested by Melbourne, that's true, but the guys reckon if they can improve their defence, they stand a chance, like Dylan Edwards and Kurt Capel say so. in terms of yardage. Penrith makes the most metres of any club from their back three players. With tackling and defence, when it comes to line break causes by player, the Panthers have accrued easily the fewest with 122, while the Storm are the next best with 134. Penrith made big statements with the defence, making the most dominant tackles of any club this year with 222, while the Storm have the seventh most with 131, etc., etc., etc. So I reckon it'll be a really close game, and if Penrith can hold tough with their defence, I reckon they'll get it.
Yeah, it's a reasonable observation to make, and I hope it's going to be a tight contest. That's probably the main thing. I think top-of-the-table clashes deserve to be tight contests. I know you're a Sydney man as well. The match obviously delayed, the one against the Bombers. How do you think they'll go, and will the check-in preparation affect them in any way?
I do think the Swans will still take the game, because I think it's been the same for most teams this year in that they've had unpredictable preparations and, stages leading into a game, like I believe it was last week. I'm not sure if the exact team, I think it was one of the Western Australian teams, where they were told, you're not playing, then you're playing, then you're not playing again, then you're playing, and then they did play. And I think everybody's faced that, be it male or women's AFL. And I think the AFL, by and large, especially the teams, have done a really good job of adapting to, the crazy circumstances we find ourselves in. And I think the Swans are really good at adapting to that unpredictability. And I reckon, just with the consistent form they've displayed throughout the year, with the great way the young guys, with the speed and just the athletic ability and the way veterans like Buddy have not only mentored the younger guys, but performed on the field. Like Buddy got, I think, 6 goals last week, if not the week before that, in one game. I think we've got a definite chance to definitely not only beat the Bombers, but still take the premiership.
Oh, it's certainly going to be interesting in the run home as to how the Swans perform. They do have virtually a couple of games gap, don't they, on the West Coast, particularly after the result yesterday against Collingwood. So effectively the Swans, if they win, I know Brisbane, they have their match to play against Hawthorn as well, so that could affect things. But if they were to win, then they set up a 3-game gap between them and the West Coast Eagles, who are the side below them at the moment. So there's going to be that big difference between the top 6 and then the logjam in the middle at this point in time. And I think that's reflective of the season, Yeah,
and being our arch rivals, I'm especially thinking that the West Coast just gone for the year. There's no way they'll get in the top 4, let alone, work their way progressively up in the top 8. I think West Coast are gone for this year, and they just need to sort of prepare for next year. But, teams like the Swans can definitely do it with regard to getting the premiership, in my opinion.
Look, the Eagles can make the finals still, and I think they might still sneak into the top 8. It's just whether they make a genuine impact, and I don't think they can if you base it on this year's performances, because they have a decent list. They just haven't been performing to the capabilities that I think many expect of them. Hey, Mark, appreciate your call, mate. Just before I do let you go, anything you're looking forward to in the Olympics later on today?
As many Australian golds as we can get.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Rowan Browning in particular. See how he goes in the semi-finals. Hey, all the best, Mark.
Indeed.
All the best.
Thanks, Damo. See ya.
Mark from Sydney there. We'll take a break. Back with more on the other side. You're listening to the Overnight Crowd on this Sunday morning. Damien Watson with you on this first day of August for 2021.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
What a wonderful week it was.
Gary, we spoke to Minji Lee, Rowan Dennis, Lucy Steffen's old man Gus, Nick Larkey, the artist.
And we were the first to speak to rugby league star Ryan Pappenhausen after he inked a 3-year deal to stay with the Melbourne Storm.
Yeah, I'm really stoked and just grateful that the club's given me another opportunity to sign on.
Weekdays on SEN.
Whatever car you choose to drive, it's your right to choose your own independent mechanic. Your local Repco authorised service centre is a trusted professional who is fully qualified to service your car and stamp your logbook. They have the latest equipment and technical know-how. They use quality parts and lubricants, and all work is backed by a nationwide warranty. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Drop in or book online online at repcoservice.com.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with the massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse from just $19.99.
That's SOODOX. Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
Hi, it's Doug the tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
So the trade is mate. That's IMAR.
SEN Track is the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing. And each Saturday you can watch it online. Saturday Trackside is on live stream on the SEN app, on your mobile via Twitch, your computer or smart TV. The banter, the fun, the expert analysis and horse racing tips. Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and co bring it all to the table. Saturday Trackside. Watch the live stream this Saturday. SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
G'day, it's Matt McKeldin. And I'm Steve Johnson. And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat. Each week we chat to some of the biggest names in supercars.
Jamie Winkup. Firstly, thank you for the intro. Bit of work there, so I appreciate that.
Charlie Robinson, welcome to the driver's seat.
Even during high fives, I'd run out the back in my dressing room and watch what laps they were up to.
Chaz Mossad.
All I knew about to do was win a race, and you guys would have me back on. I would have done it sooner.
Kid Radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone.
Download the driver's seat app to listen now.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Glenn runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
The overnight crowd on SEN.
Welcome back. Damien Watson with you here on SEN, your home of sport. If you want to call in, 1300 736 736, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Just a reminder, Belinda Bencic has just won the gold medal in the women's singles tournament at the Tokyo Olympics. She defeated Marketa Vondrusheva in the gold medal match, 2-1. So Marketa Vondrusheva takes the silver medal, and Alina Svitolina is the bronze medalist in the women's singles event for the Tokyo Olympic Games. 1300 736 736. Let's head to Greg, who's in Melton. How are you, Greg?
Hey, Dan, how you going, bud?
Good, mate. Fire away.
Listen, I want to just talk about Alistair Clarkson. I mean, people are saying, that he's a great coach and like almost like on a pedestal, like a superstar coach. But since 2015, I want to know in your mind, what has he done since 2015? Since he's lost that big core of his champion players that he had.
Well, they still made the finals in 2016. I think they were in the top 4, and then they were ultimately eliminated in straight sets. Remember, they lost to the Cats, with that after the siren kick from Isaac Smith missing, and then they lost to the Bulldogs in the semis. It wasn't a bad season overall from the Hawks. Obviously, they didn't play well in the finals, but, had that kick from Isaac Smith gone through, they would have made it to a prelim, and then you consider that a pretty decent year. 2017, obviously they were starting to go on the down low. They missed the finals for the first time in a while in 2017. 2018, obviously, as well. They made it through to the semis before they were eliminated by the Demons. didn't make it in 2019, 2020, and obviously 2021 they're not going to make it either. So, look,
because he's made a lot of poor choices, Dame. Like Tyrone Vickery, Jonathan Patton, and like rather than going to the draft, I thought he was a bit weak in not going to the draft and getting some young kids when they had a chance. It's only the last couple of years that he's actually gone to the draft and probably benefit from it. So if you haven't got the players on the park, you can't really do a hell of a lot, you know what I mean?
I understand that point of view because in hindsight it probably hasn't worked out with some of those players, but I think he was basing it off the fact that it did work with other players in the past. I mean, if you have a look at the key pillars of their three-peat premiership side, I mean, they had a lot of recycled players, didn't they? They had Brian Lake, Matt Spanger came from the West Coast Eagles, Josh Gibson from North Melbourne. A lot of the key players in that...
And Stuart Dew as well.
Stuart Dew in 2008. So it has worked for him in the past, so I can understand why he went down that same vein with players from other clubs.
But in saying that as well, Damien, and I respect your, your feedback as well. But if Richmond had taken either Rafford or Franklin rather than taking Tambling in that draft, I mean, that could have made a massive difference to Hawthorn's, the way they've gone in the last 10 years, prior to 2015.
Yeah, possibly. When you consider the respective careers that those players have had, obviously it does make a difference, but that's 2020 hindsight. You can make a number of examples. It's a bit like when the Hawks didn't pick Joel Selwood and they went for Mitch Thorpe instead. It can go both ways.
Yep. Yeah, fair enough. As for the Olympics tomorrow, mate, I'm looking forward to Logan Martin in the BMF freestyle tomorrow, so hopefully he can bring home gold for the Aussies as well tomorrow.
Yes, and obviously Rowan Browning as well in terms of the 100 metres.
I watched that. That was unbelievable, that tonight. I mean, he ran really well, and hopefully tomorrow, we're all proud of him already, but hopefully he can, go a little bit further.
Yeah, I hope so too. You're a Hawks fan, I'm assuming.
I'm a Pies man, mate, to be honest, mate. I'm just, I just don't see all the fuss over Alistair Clarkson.
Would you like him to coach Collingwood?
Look, yes and no. You got to have the cattle on the park to be a good coach, I believe. Like I said, since 2015, he hasn't had the cattle on the park, and I think he's just been an average coach since. And he's made some poor choices. So I don't know about being a great coach. I mean, he won all them premierships with a great side, same as Brisbane Lions side with Lee Matthews. I mean, I think it's the best side I've ever seen in my life. But what goes around comes around, I suppose. But I just thought he's made some really poor decisions in the last. Since 2015, trying to top up his list rather than going backwards to go forwards, and it's cost him, I think.
Who would you prefer as the coach for Collingwood?
Oh, look, I don't really know, mate. I'm hearing Don Pike. Look, you know what? I want the players to come on, not so much. I'd rather see what I saw today in our game, or yesterday's game, was our young kids looking good. And now it's just a matter of getting, a good coach in, regardless of who it is. But, whether it's Don Pike or, Adam Uze or someone, whatever like that. But, I want to see improvement in the side rather than, worry about our coach. I just want to see our players and, the young kids improve in the next few years. And, without Darcy Moore in there today, Pendlebury, Josh Dacos as well. I mean, people forget about him as well. So, there was a few missing today, and then we're going to get Nick Dacos hopefully next year. So things are up on the rise.
Is that the best performance for the year, you reckon, yesterday's match?
I think Melbourne game up in Sydney was a pretty good game as well. Buckley's last... I wouldn't have got rid of Buckley, to be honest. And I think Collingwood's gone backwards since Eddie Maguire done the Do Good report. I think that was a bit silly on Collingwood's behalf. I think they really... I don't know, I'm just a bit rabbled why, why they'd done that. I mean, I know why they'd done it, but who done it? I just thought it was
could come back
never going to end right anyway. Sorry?
Do you think you could come back potentially?
I think a lot of the supporters would love him to come back, to be honest. I think he's the best president almost of any club, to be honest. I mean, he might have, said a few silly words, which, even... Kenneth's done as well, but, they're passionate about their club, and that's what you need. You need passion. I mean, like Mark Corder, we haven't heard nothing from Mark Corder. I mean, it's like he's like a ghost almost. We haven't heard anything. So, Eddie Maguire, for sure. I mean, he still shows passion even now, even though he's not president.
Oh, Greg, appreciate your call. Yep. Sorry?
Yep, no worries, Dan. All you have a great night and, just stay safe and go to the Aussies tomorrow and the rest of the Olympics.
Good on you, Greg. Thanks very much. Greg from Melton there, 1300 736 736. In fact, I'll wrap up on the other side of this break. Damian Watson here on the Overnight Crowd.
Olympic gold medalist Jess Fox joined me the morning after.
I tell you what, crossing that finish line, I did realise what had just happened, and it was all the emotions, and to be able to share it with, my mum, my sister, my whole team, and then to feel so much love and support from Australia, it's just incredible.
Monday, the means test with David King ahead of day 9 of the Games.
Waitley, weekdays on SEN.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson, covering everything from Formula 1 to V8 supercars.
Cam Waters was back and he still wouldn't tell us who his co-driver for Bathurst is.
Is there any inkling, Cam, on the horizon of when you're going to give us a scoop?
Mate, I got no idea.
That's the worst answer I've heard in my life.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Whatever car you choose to drive, it's your right to choose your own independent mechanic. Your local Repco authorised service centre is a trusted professional who is fully qualified to service your car and stamp your logbook. They have the latest equipment and technical know-how. They use quality parts and lubricants, and all work is backed by a nationwide warranty. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Drop in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Hi, it's Doug the Tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
Where the trade is made, that's IMAR.
Last year, he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday nights. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out, or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track.
Club banter, terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Want to win the ultimate 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final VIP experience?
Thanks to Choices Flooring, you and a mate could be mixing it with the stars at some of the biggest events of the footy season. Experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself.
The 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Prize includes all tickets, 6 nights accommodation and return flights. Visit iCanWin.com.au and you could win thanks to Choices Flooring.
AFL authorised GF promotion. GF AFL 21/10.
In this week's edition of the AFL Record, we name our All-Australian team for 2021. There's rookies, regulars and a few surprises. Also, we honour West Coast Premiership captain Shannon Hearn as he becomes the first Eagle to reach 300 games. Plus, check out the kids page and team lists for every game. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record Round 20 edition. Available online via sen.com.au and the SEN app.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
Back, Damian Watson with you here, just about to wrap up on the Overnight Crowd on this Sunday morning. Just off the SMS, Anonymous here saying, as a Hawthorn supporter, you can't fault Clarko. There are some teams that haven't won premierships in over 50 years, and this man has brought 4 to us in the last 15 years. Anyone will want to bring him to any football club because he has experience. It's not his fault that our list has gotten old and our key players have gone elsewhere. It's just poor for such a professional footy club to let him go in that manner. Also off the SMS, Tom from Newington in New South Wales says, "G'day, Damo. I'm enjoying the Olympics, but I don't like BMX, skateboarding, surfing, tennis, golf and mixed relays being part of the games. I prefer to see more traditional Olympic sports that you only get to see every 4 years. In hard lockdown, but lucky enough to be an authorised worker, so I'm coping okay. Enjoy your show because you let everyone have their say without interrupting." No worries at all, Tom. Thanks for texting in. And that wraps me up for this Sunday morning. I've got a shift here first thing in the morning, so I have to wrap up a little bit earlier. Thanks very much for your company in any case over the last hour, and obviously following off from the Olympic coverage, it was great to wrap up all that's been happening in the world of sport over the last 24 hours. Still plenty to come domestically and also internationally in the Olympics. Enjoy the day ahead of sport. Take care. Have a good morning.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
What a wonderful week it was.
Gary, we spoke to Minji Lee, Rowan Dennis, Lucy Steffen's old man Gus, Nick Larkey, the artist.
And we were the first to speak to rugby league star Ryan Pappenhausen after he inked a 3-year deal to stay with the Melbourne Storm.
Yeah, I'm really stoked and just grateful that the club's given me another opportunity to sign on.
Weekdays on SEN.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with the massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse from just $16.99.
That's SOODOX. Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies, mates, when it comes to business insurance. That means if you're in the motor trade, IMAR's got you covered. If you're a mechanic, panel technician, car detailer, or even a motor wrecker, insure with IMAR and receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost, which is great for cash flow. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
Now the trade is made. Let's sign up.
Our great game of rugby league continues to deliver, and the battle for supremacy is taking shape.
Over he goes in the corner.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are.
He's taking the ball. He's kicked it. Valentine home.
Join our NRL Nation commentary team for all the big plays and every memorable moment.
Can you believe it? Little goes all the way.
Rugby League Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Whatever car you choose to drive, it's your right to choose your own independent mechanic. Your local Repco authorised service centre is a trusted professional who is fully qualified to service your car and stamp your logbook. They have the latest equipment and technical know-how. They use quality parts and lubricants, and all work is backed by a nationwide warranty. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Drop in or book online at repcoservice.com.
That secret fishing spot has been found. The Real Adventures app. Throw a line in with Paddy Dangerfield and Aaron Red Habgood.
He's having a go at those people that post up a fish ID. Take the picture, release the fish.
Catch up on all the Real Adventures shows, podcasts, video content, fishing gear reviews, and of course, fishing banter.
A lobster man in America got swallowed and spat out by a whale.
Powered by Dometic, mobile living made easy. The Real Adventures app. Get hooked. Now in the App Store and Google Play.
SEN Track is the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing. And each Saturday you can watch it online. Saturday Trackside is on live stream on the SEN app, on your mobile via Twitch, your computer or smart TV. The banter, the fun, the expert analysis and horse racing tips. Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and co bring it all to the table. Saturday Trackside. Watch the live stream this Saturday. SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
Want to win the ultimate 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final VIP experience?
Thanks to Choices Flooring, you and a mate could be mixing it with the stars at some of the big biggest events of the footy season. Experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand. Then be at the big match itself.
The 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Prize includes all tickets, 6 nights accommodation and return flights. Visit iCanWin.com.au